Most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not.
Dude, dude, did you contact Riser? Why not? Oh, okay. What did he say? Oh no shit, really? Oh, you're a good man. You always told me that I'm an extrovert. I couldn't have said it better myself. Very well put. Very, very well put. Wow. Do you know? Do you want? I yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. And it's about 50-50. People tell me who that, but then there are a lot of people who are very positive towards it. You know what the happiest thing that I'd like to happen for you is? Hey, welcome. How are you? LYTIV. What's been your neck of the woods? Um, well, I know that it will continue into the future, so perhaps it would just be like an initial people memeing it or whatever. But at least that would get me very famous, and then people would know, oh wow, this is a huge deal that this person has literally been live for years. They would go through it and they'd find it and they meme that, and I would become like a martyr. Welcome. How are you, LY? LYPIV? What's the new Netflix? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know who I am? It's okay if you don't. Just let me know if you want to hear about me, and I'll tell you all about myself. If not, feel free to just chill. We're gonna play a game. Riser, you said Riser on his way. Sure. I'm in agreement. Okay, excellent. All right, then we can get some warm up games. Yep. Yep. It's about 10 miles. Yeah. I've been to Disneyland on the street a couple times. nowadays, it depends on when you go. But it's usually like $150 a person. Yeah. And in my opinion, in my opinion, I get bored. Like last time I went with my family, and I was bored after about 3 hours. I had done all the major rides. It wasn't very, I mean, it was busy, but it wasn't like overwhelmingly busy. And um, you can just do all the rides and everything. It's small. Disney World is, you can spend days. Disneyland, unless you're like I also went with my family when I was 3 years old. And when you go at that age, it's it's like it's like oh fancy. But I don't know. I was older when I went most recently, and I basically was just kind of bored. So then my family came out again and visited me. There he is, and we went to downtown Disney, which had more stuff to do. Uh, Riser, where is Disney World? Disney World is in Orlando, Florida. I've been there with my family. Yeah, Disneyland's just very nostalgic. I mean, it's cool and it's a lot of fun, but I just found that I got bored after like 3 hours. I'd done it. You guys have invitations in case you weren't aware. Welcome, Riser. How are you? Welcome, Max Munch. No, I actually didn't even mention it. You don't talk about that stuff. That's weird. All right, dude. I'm gonna ask you very nicely. As much you're a very smart person, but I don't like talking about having sex with little kids or all that other shit that you talk about. Please. I don't know, but those are the first words out of his mouth. So you're very smart, and I like talking with you. But just if you want to talk about sexual relationships amongst adults, that's fine. But that other stuff, it's just disgusting. All right, you can play if you want. Next month, we have a game. It's known as mini golf. If you want to play it, we can send you an invitation. Sure. So you just want to download Play-Doh, Plato. It's on the App Store and Google Play. Feel free to download it and enjoy it. Dude, what the fuck? Who are these people you got? No, I don't want to see it. Uh, so download Plato. Download Plato. Download Plato on the App Store and Google Play. Create an account. When you have an account, let me know, and I'll send you an invitation. Yeah. Zoot 250. All right. So Zoot and Riser, you have invitations if you're interested. Yeah, I'm telling you to say both on Zoot. All right. Well, I'll give you the opportunity to voluntarily leave. Just know we don't want to talk about this thing. Riser, are you going to accept the invitation that I accept? I don't believe so. Somebody hit my ball. Zoot hits my ball beautifully. Much appreciated. Oh, Riser. Really good. Shoot. Get there. Get there. Not enough of an ankle. You need more of an ankle, Zoot. More of an ankle. No, no. Just hit it straighter into the wall. No, see, you got it. You need more of an ankle. I don't think my ball was in good place. You mean Riser's ball was in your way? Big shot for Riser here. Not an easy shot either because of the arrows. Look at those arrows. Dude, how would you rank that shot? That's okay. That's your right. You're good. We want to hear what you have to say. Oh, what a great shot. Zoot. Zoot had a wow, he fucked me. Come on and unfuck us right here. Be the shot. Be the shot. That was, I just got a pretty good shot. All right, here we go. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. It's got a chance. It's got a really good chance. Fuck yes. I'm in agreement with Riser. rim job, prom night, all lip, no hole. Show him how it's done, Riser. Off the fucking, he knocked it off the fucking track there. Amazing shot. Oh, I hate this guy. There we go. That's not exactly what I want. Actually, second difficult second shot. I don't know why you guys think that's funny. Not you guys. Just keep saying that. Yeah, we're going to do 5 years later. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of shot I want. Get in the hole. Riser's got an important shot. That's the most important shot of his career. Wow. Barely a miss. Dude, Riser, or as much, mute yourself, dude. Come on. Leave the shot. Bounce off the thing. Oh shit. I just knocked myself in the flat. I fucked myself. Yeah. Oh, that's a good shot. Show me how it's done. Not necessarily. Hit the thing. Right, did you knock me in? Dude, you guys are young. Just so you know. You can leave now or forget it. No. Yeah, I didn't ban him, but I kicked him. I like that much. I think he's a funny person. I think he has a good personality, but he's just being overly immature. He sexualizes children, and I don't like that. And um, he just can be annoying, and I don't like that. I need to focus on this game. Riser, you're up. Oh shit. Oh man. My fucking thing froze. Wait, what the fuck? I got kicked out of that game. You much respect for? Yeah. Dude, that was a free win for Rothschild. Oh shit. That's not a good start. Do I think the Lord of the I would hope so. That'd be a very long music. Dude, put it in the back on man. There you go. That's my man. Give my back. Well, thank you. I don't really know what shot I have. Stop. You'll be back. Shit happens when you party people. Oh man, I fucked that up. Do you hear the collusion, people? Do you hear this collusion? Even with the frozen app kits. No, he wouldn't have gotten 3 points. He would have gotten 2. You were, I was guaranteed a win. At least a tie this year. But this time, for number 360, I got the win solo. Solo win. Oh, dude, we never start on this one. Dude, Riser gets to go first. Home shot advantage. Well, who did Riser help there? If you didn't help anybody. No, he didn't. I fucked it up. How the fuck did I miss that shot? How the fuck did I miss that shot? I agree. Collusion. Collusion. I fucked up. Get there. Stop. Dude has to leave. Sure. I'm getting no. Dude has a great shot. A great shot, dude. Dude might be the person to stop my streak. That was a great shot. Like, two. This is a tough one. Oh, great shot, dude. Stop. Easy water bump. Easy water bump. No. I can get another. I'm tired. I get a 6 anyway. No, I just have one. I can still tie it. That's good. At least it- Oh shit. He's bouncing a lot of that. Good shot. Water bumper. He can water bumper pretty easily though. Put me in the hole. 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 I saw that coming. Water bumping. I don't think it's good. Water bumping. He's right here, right? You could bounce it off. Water. Riser, make it. Riser, make it. Make it, make it, make it, make it. Seven wins in a row for the big dog. Seven wins in a row for the big dog. You guys want to go with the trees? Let me see if it's that. Fuck. Terrible. Thank you. Zoo is the man. Zoo is the man. Sacrifice for the good of society. Alright, this one. I'm not very good at this one. Oh. I got fuck. I got fuck. Hit the tree at least. Off the chicken. Hit the chicken or the turkey. Oh shit. I'm getting no points here. Coming back, you got the riser. Oh shit. No one ever does that. That's the worst fucking shot you can have. Take out that shit. Take out the cheese. Oh, dude. Yeah, big dog. Look at this shot, man. Get it. We're ready for it. We've never been ready for anything more than watch. Oh, great shot. Guys, the reflex ready. Yeah. Did I miss my shot? Dude, that's bullshit. You like to fucking do this shit. it, dog.
I did your shot.
No, I didn't go in the Good shot. That's the shot. Shoot just got fucked. Yes, it was. Probably some. Yeah, I think it would be good for me. What's a movement that should not be made? I think any movie could be made into a kid that just calls the music good. That kind of shit. Which I even lost on. I lost a shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Too far. Sight. Be the shot. Be the shot. Here we go. This is big. Nope. It's not going to run. What did you say, Jim? I think it could be. Guys are pretty good. Do you think there's a hole where that tree is? Did my app freeze or something? No.
Oh,
What's that? Take out the tree. Sometimes there's a hidden hole. Not a hidden hole, but like a hidden entrance there. Okay, there you go. Yeah, maybe not. Be the shot. Yeah, but they they still they still have music. Yeah, that's the other. Oh, riser. Go go go. I think they could. Kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, if the music was cool, are we talking like a stage play? Yeah, I mean, they like take instead of having blood, they have those like, ribbons that they throw out. That'd be cool. Yeah, I think it could be really fun. Just because it's so crazy, it might just work. Wow, that's 8 straight wins. Somebody stop me. I want Zoot to beat me. Riser gets to go first. Oh, he's not going the route of the trees? Thank you for giving us permission. Zoot fucks me. Zoot, watch yourself. This is too hard. This isn't a water. Water. Oh no, my finger's stuck. Dude, my finger is stuck. Fuck. My finger was stuck. That's the best I could do. You know why my finger is stuck? Because the screen's so small. Just got a chance. That's a perfect shot. I mean, it's a pretty easy second shot. Riser's turn. What's he gonna do? Zoot, big shot. Zoot takes the lead. Zoot's got a great opportunity to really put himself out there. That's a great shot. Oh no. Big miss. Zoot's got a chance to increase his lead. That's the shot, man. It didn't, but he's in a great position. That's a good shot. They could have turned that shot into a musical. Make it. Come on, baby. Oh, what a shot. Off the wall and in. Stop. Wow, that's a good run. I'll take H. Probably like 20. 0 points. Things are looking good for you. That's okay. I'll take 8 straight wins. I'm not even trying. That's the shot we all want. What are you gonna do, sir? That's a good shot. Zoot is the first person to defeat me in 8 different trials. If I could have lost to anyone, I'm happy with Zoot. Yeah, I have. I'm out of contention. Oh, maybe. You'd have to royally fuck. The S4, double S4. Zoot has a perfect shot. No, I can't. I could get a set. But there's not like something to stop you from scoring, so it's pretty easy for you to score. Zoot had a good shot. Ethan, I just can't get one. Oh, amazing shot. Perfect shot. Not the most efficient. Thanks, big guy. No way. Riser just helps me. Make it, make it, make it, Riser. Make it, Riser. This goal. Dude, you're guaranteed to win. It's not bad at all. The square one? You get the square one? There it is. Oh, what a great shot. Very good shot. Yeah, those people are doing it good. Block it. No, you didn't. Dude stops the record. Eight straight wins. I'll take them. Yeah, just one moment. No fee is like 100x. So why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? You can put on your microphone. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not doing something. I'm just trying to fix conditions. Well, I don't know why I can't.
The following is a conversation with Rick Spence, a historian specializing in the history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret societies, conspiracies, the occult, and military history. This is a Let's Streaming podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Rick Spence. You have written and lectured about serial killers, secret societies, cults, and intelligence agencies. So we can basically begin at any of these fascinating topics. But let's begin with intelligence agencies. Which has been the most powerful intelligence agency in history?
The most powerful intelligence agency.
Stop.
I mean, it's an interesting question.
Not. It's really
I think
obvious.
probably in terms of historical longevity and consistency of performance. But the Russian intelligence services, I didn't say the KGB specifically, but the Russian intelligence services, going back to the Tsarist period, are consistently pretty good. Not infallible. None of them are. Of course, there's a common Western way of looking at anything Russian. Very often, I think this is still the case, Russians are viewed in one of two ways. Either they are bumbling idiots or they are diabolically clever. No sort of middle ground. And you can find both of those examples in this. So what I mean by that is that if you're looking at the modern SVR or FSB, which are just two different organizations that used to be part of the one big KGB, the KGB or its predecessors, the Cheka, you're really going back to the late 19th century and the Imperial Russian Intelligence Security Service, generally known as the Okhrana or Okranka. It's really the Department of Police, the Special Corps Gendarmes. Their primary job was protecting the imperial regime and protecting it against imperial, or rather interior enemies, revolutionaries for the most part. And they got very, very good at that. By co-opting people within those movements, infiltrating and recruiting informers, agent provocateurs. In fact, they excelled in agent provocateur. The person you place aside an organization causes trouble. Usually maneuver them into a position of leadership, and they provoke actions that can then allow you to crack down. That is, may sort of lure or bring the target organization into any legal or open status that it can be more effectively suppressed. They're very good at that. So good that by the early 20th century, the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, you can debate this, and I think as a whole, they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the Okhrana was immediately aware of. And they often had people in positions to influence what those decisions were. Of course, that raises an interesting question, is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour into Russian history. But I'll just leave it with this. You look at 1917, and you look closely. This is one of the things I would always tell my students, that there are two Russian revolutions in 1917. There's the first one in March or February, depending on your calendar, that overthrows Nicholas II. Revolutionaries are really not involved with that. Bolsheviks are nowhere to be seen. Trotsky are nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to do with that. That has to do effectively with a political conspiracy within the Russian parliament, the Duma, to unseat an emperor they thought was bungling the war, essentially a loser to begin with. And it was a coup d'etat, a parliamentary coup d'etat. The temporary or provisional government that revolution put in power was the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months later. And that government was essentially one dominated by moderate socialists. The government very quickly sort of turned to the left. The guy we associate with that is Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist, a politician. He was the quasi-dictator of that regime. He's the person, not the Tsar, who's overthrown by Lenin. So the revolutionaries, they did not prove to be the fatal threat to the Tsarist regime. It was the Tsarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that the Okhrana and its method and many of its agents then immediately segued over into the new Soviet security service. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since hold on power was tenuous at best, was that Lenin needed some kind of organization to infiltrate, suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all of the other enemies that we had. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, the Cheka, was formed. You put a veteran Bolshevik, Felix Dzerzhinsky, at the head of that, someone you could politically rely upon, but Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the old public. There were all these informers sitting around with nothing to do, and they were employed. In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the Cheka might have been 80 to 90% former imperial officials. Those are gradually decreased over time. So why were they doing it? Well, they were professionals. They also needed to eat, and things were somewhat precarious. So if your job is to be an agent provocateur, or if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever pays you. That's part of the professionalism which goes in. And under the Soviets, Soviet intelligence service was also very good at that. They were very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that are the Cambridge Five, the British traitors, Soviet standpoint, heroes, who were recruited, most notably Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Don McLean, Anthony Blunt, and there may have been well more than five, but it wasn't bad out of just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence service. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart. Philby ended up living the last part of his life in exile in Moscow, but they got their money's worth out of him. And you can also find this in the KGB infiltration, the CIA, the FBI, the Aldrich Ames, Hansen cases. Of course, we were infiltrating by we, the Americans in the West, managed to infiltrate our moles as well. But if it came down, someone could dispute this, but I would think if you were going to come down to kind of like a who had the most moles Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come somewhat out of that.
So the scale of the infiltration, the number of people, and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Okhrana and the Cheka orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution as you described that?
Well, there's an interesting question for me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions about this. I mean, one of the questions is whether or not Lenin was an Okhrana agent. Okay, I've just said heresy. Some people, I'll do that quite often because I am a heretic and proud of it. Why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an Okhrana agent? Well, let's look what he managed to do. So you had, coming into the 20th century, a single, nominally a single Marxist movement, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majorityites and minorityyites, are merely factions of that party. And they always agreed that they were all Marxists and they all believe in dialectical materialism and the otherwise. So we're all socialist, comrade. The difference was the tactical means by which one would attain this. And, what Lenin wanted was a militant, small-scale vanguard party. What did a revolution? What did to seize power? Seize control of the state, and once you have the state, then you induce socialism from the top. Whereas the majority of the people, the so-called Mensheviks, the minorities, who are, oddly enough, the vast majority of the party, and that's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay, how does the minority get to grab the name majority out of it? Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize control of the state and induce socialism from above. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian, not really democratic, not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of the way. The Mensheviks are a case study of failure of a political organization. That too will be heresy to some people, but look, they lost. Now, so what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, is he managed to divide, to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, contending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating much more militant conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over on the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed as if to making sense today. No, I don't think he's making sense today. But he managed to completely disunify this organization. Now, who could possibly have seen benefit in that? Nobody. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership, or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of the Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they had wanted. And I find that suspicious. It's one of those things that it's so convenient in a way that I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question to me as to what was going on within the Opponent itself. And this is one of these questions that I come to later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And that information could be about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself. And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a fact, is that at some point, between about 1900 and 1917, people in the Opponent were playing their own game. And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that. To me, in a way, it seems almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that was very effective at what it did, suddenly just becomes ineffective. It doesn't really disappear. These things don't go away because it will reappear as the checkout, basically, fairly quickly. But it raises the question as to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished.
I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like a Obama, or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence that happens.
Well, one of the key elements in any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. You need to know. So rarely do you have an occasion where everybody in the executive position are all brought into a big corporate meeting and we discuss all the secret operations that are going on. No, you never do that. Only a very limited number of people should know about that. If you have a person who is a case officer who's controlling the agents, he's the only one who should know who these people are. Possibly his immediate superiors, but no way do you want that to be common knowledge. So information within the organization itself is compartmentalized. So you don't need everybody to be in on it. You don't even need necessarily the people who are nominally at the top. First, the Okhrana, the real boss of the Okhrana was the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. Minister of the Interior. But Minister of the Interior had no more effective control over this at all. I mean, so the point was that at one point early on, they actually organized the assassination of their own boss. They have their agents among the revolutionaries kill the Minister of the Interior. Because it was replaced by another one. He's an imperial bureaucrat. He's not really part of their organization. You know, it's like a director of the intelligence agency appointed by the president. Maybe he's part of the organization. Maybe he isn't. Maybe he is not one of us. So you've got different levels, different compartments within it. And who's actually running the show? Anyone is. It's never supposed to be apparent.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I mean, you can see this with NKVD. It's obviously an extremely powerful organization that starts to eat itself, where everybody's pointing fingers internally also as a way to gain more power. So the question is, in organizations like that are so compartmentalized, where's the power? Where's the center of power? Because you would think, given that much power, some individual or a group of individuals will start accumulating that power. But it seems like that's not always a trivial thing. Because if you get too powerful, the snake eats that person.
Well, you can go back into the founder of Soviet secret police, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Dzerzhinsky dies in 1926. Keels over after giving a heated speech to a party meeting. Now, the common view, what you usually read, which was given at the time, is that clearly Stalin had him whacked because anytime someone died, it was almost always it. And I think a lot of times he did. But in some cases, Stalin's probably getting blamed for things that he didn't actually do. Dzerzhinsky wasn't even opposed to Stalin, so it's not clear why he did. But this was Stalin died. Obviously he was poisoned. Something happened. It was an unnatural death. Somebody goes in for an operation. It gets a little too much anesthesia. Stalin killed them. Somebody tips over in a canoe in upstate New York. Stalin killed them. There's actually a case about that. So that in itself can be kind of useful, where every time someone dies, they think you killed them. That's kind of an interesting method of intimidation in that regard. But the suspicion is nonetheless there. Dzerzhinsky he was the Grand Inquisitor. He was seemingly firmly in control of the organization. Of course, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was. My guess would be is that Dzerzhinsky's death was not natural causes, that he was probably eliminated by someone within his own organization. And then you look at people who take over. His immediate successor is Vyacheslav Nijinsky, who's really not really a secret policeman, more kind of intellectual dilettante. But if you look behind him, there's the fellow who is Henryk Yagoda. And Yagoda will really sort of manage things from behind the scenes until Nijinsky dies in 1934. And then Yagoda will hold on until he's a victim of the purges, I think, in 1937 or 1948. Yagoda is ambitious, murderous, and if I was going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had Dzerzhinsky whacked, it would be him, and for the purposes simply of advancement. It's the person to look out any kind of corporate organization is your immediate subordinate, the person who could move into your job, because more than likely that's exactly what they're planning to do.
It's just one step away from the very top. Somebody there will probably accumulate the most power. You mentioned that the various Russian intelligence agencies were good at creating agent provocateurs, infiltrating the halls of power. What does it take to do that?
Well, there's an interesting little technique called MICE, M-I-C-E, and it's generally used. And it's just the way in which you would acquire. How do you get people to work for you? M stands for money. You pay them. People are greedy. They want money. You look at Aldrich Ames. He had a very, very expensive wife with expensive tastes. So he wanted money. I is for ideology. So during particularly the 1920s and 1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists, people who wanted to serve the great cause. Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the idea was that if you recruit agents from among, let's say, American communists, you compromise the party. Because that's what Lenin was going to say, is that all communists are Soviet spies, or all traitors in some way. So you would really want to keep those two things separate, but ideology was just so convenient. And those people would just work for you so well. You could get them to do anything. Betray their grandmother. They would go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology could be a motivation. And that can be someone who is a devoted Marxist-Leninist. It can also be someone who's a disgruntled communist, because there's no anti-communist like an ex-communist. Those who lose the faith can become very, very useful. For instance, if you look in the case of American intelligence, the people who essentially temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S. post-World War II were people like Whittaker Chambers, Louis Boudin's, Elizabeth Bentley. All those people had been Communist Party members. They had all been part of the Red Faithful. They all, for one reason or another, became disillusioned and turned rat, or patriot, whichever case you may want to put in that regard.
What does the C and the E stand for?
The C is for coercion. That's where you have to persuade someone. You have to pressure them. So usually you blackmail them. Like if they have a gambling habit, in the old days it's very often because they were gay. Okay? Get them in a situation where they can be compromised, and you can get them to do your bidding. Those people usually have a certain amount of control. Here's an interesting example of how the Okhrana tended to handle this. I think it's still largely used. You'd round up a bunch of revolutionaries on some charge or another, distributing revolutionary literature, running an illegal printing press. You bring a guy into the room and you say, okay, you're going to work for us. Of course, you refuse to do so. They go, well, if you refuse, we'll keep the rest of your comrades in jail for a while. Maybe beat them with a rubber truncheon or so, and we're just going to let you go. We're just going to put you back out on the street. And if you don't work for us, we will spread the rumor through our agents already in your organization that you are. And then what will your comrades do? How long are you going to live? So you see, you have no choice. You're ours, and you're good. And the way that effectiveness would be ensured is that you have multiple agents within the same organization who don't know who each other are. That's very important. They'll all be filing reports. So let's say you have 3 agents inside the central committee of the SR party, and there's a committee meeting, and you're going to look at the reports they file. They all better agree with each other, right? Most people most of the time, are polite and kind until they're not.
The following is a conversation with Rick Spence, a historian specializing in the history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret societies, conspiracies, the occult, and military history. This is a Let's Read More podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now to your friends with Rick Spence. You have written a lecture about serial killers, secret societies, cults, and intelligence agencies. So we can basically begin at any of these fascinating topics. But let's begin with intelligence agencies. Which has been the most powerful intelligence agency in history?
The most powerful intelligence agency in history. I mean, it's an interesting question. I'd say probably in terms of historical longevity and consistency of performance. But the Russian intelligence services, I would say the KGB specifically, but the Russian intelligence services, going back to the Tsarist era, are consistently pretty good. Not infallible. None of them are. Of course, there's a common Western way of looking at anything Russian. Very often, I think it's still the case, Russians are viewed in one of two ways. Either they are bumbling idiots or they are diabolically clever. No sort of middle ground. And you can find both of those examples in this. So what I mean by that is if you're looking at the modern SVR or FSB, which are just two different organizations that used to be part of the one big KGB, the KGB or its predecessors, the Chekov, you're really going back to the late 19th century and the Imperial Russian Intelligence Security Service, generally known as the Okhrana or Okhrana. It's really the Department of Police, the Special Corps Gendarmes. Their primary job is protecting the imperial regime and protecting it against imperial or other interior enemies, revolutionaries for the most part. And they got very, very good at that. By co-opting people within those movements, infiltrating and recruiting informers, agent provocateurs. In fact, they excel in agent provocateur. Person you place aside an organization causes trouble. Usually maneuver them into a position of leadership, and they provoke actions that can then allow you to crack down on them. There's many sort of lure or bring the target organization into any legal or open status that it can be effectively suppressed. They were very good at that. So good that by the early 20th century, in the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, you can debate this, but I think they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the Okhrana was in any way aware of. And they often had people in positions to influence what those decisions were. Of course, that raises an interesting question, is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour into Russian history, but I'll just leave it with this. If you look at 1917 pretty closely, this is one of the things I would always tell my students, that there are two Russian revolutions in 1917. There's the first one in March, February, depending on your calendar, that overthrows Nicholas II. Revolutionaries are really not involved with that. Bolsheviks are nowhere to be seen. Trotsky and Lenin are nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to do with that. That has to do effectively with a political conspiracy within the Russian parliament, the Duma, to unseat an emperor they thought was bungling the war, was essentially a loser to begin with. And it was a coup d'etat, a parliamentary coup d'etat. the temporary or provisional government that revolution put in power was the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months later. And that government was essentially one dominated by moderate socialists. The government was very quick to sort of turn to the left. The guy we associate with that is Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist, a politician. He was the quasi-dictator of that regime. He's the person, not the Tsar, who's overthrown by Lenin. So the revolutionaries, they did not prove to be the fatal threat to the Tsarist regime. It was the Tsarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that the Okhrana and its method and many of its agents then immediately segued over into the new Soviet security service. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since the hold on power was tenuous at best, was that he needed some kind of organization to infiltrate, suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all of the other enemies that we have. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, the Cheka, was formed. We put a veteran Bolshevik, Felix Dzerzhinsky, at the head of that, someone you could politically rely upon, but Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the economy. There were all these informers sitting around, nothing to do, and they were employed. In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the Cheka might have been 80 to 90% former imperial officials. Those were gradually decreased over time. So why were they doing it? Well, they were professionals. They also needed to eat, and things were somewhat precarious. So if your job is to be an agent provocateur, or if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever pays you. That's part of the professionalism which goes in. And under the Soviets, the Soviet intelligence services are also very good at that. They're very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that are the Cambridge Five. The British traitors, Soviet standpoint heroes, who recruited, most notably Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Dr. McLean, Anthony Blunt, and may have been well more than five, but I wasn't bad out of just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence service. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart. Philby ended up living the last part of his life in exile in Moscow, but they got their money's worth out of him. And you can also find this in KGB infiltration, the CIA, the FBI, the Aldrich Ames, Hansen cases. And of course, we were infiltrating, by we, the Americans, the West, managed to infiltrate our holes as well. But if it came down, someone could dispute this, but I would think if you were going to come down to kind of like a who had the most moles Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come somewhat ahead of that.
So the scale of the infiltration, the number of people, and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Okhrana and the Cheka orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution as you described that?
Well, there's an interesting question for me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions about this. I mean, one of the questions is whether or not Lenin was an Okhrana agent. Okay, I just said heresy. Some people, I'll do that quite often, because I am a heretic and proud of it. Why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an Okhrana agent? Well, let's look what he managed to do. So you had, coming into the 20th century, nominally a single Marxist group, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Movement. And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majority-ites and minority-ites, are merely factions of that party. And they always agreed that they were all Marxists. And they all believe in dialectical materialism. The rise of so we're all socialists, comrade. The difference was the tactical means by which one would attain this. And what Lenin wanted was a militant small-scale vanguard party. He wanted a revolution. He wanted to seize power, seize control of the state. Once you have the state, then you induce socialism from the power. Whereas the majority of the people, the so-called Mensheviks, the minorities, who are, oddly enough, the vast majority of the party, and that's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay, how does the minority get to grab the name majority? Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize socialism from the top. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian, not really democratic, not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of the way. The Mensheviks are a case study in failure of a political organization. That too will be heresy to some people, but look, they lost. Now, so what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, continuing with this, is he managed to divide, to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, contending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating a much more militant, conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over on the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed it seems to be making sense today. No, I don't think it's making sense today. But he managed to completely disunify this organization. Now, who could possibly have seen benefit in that? They were wrong. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of the Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they had wanted. And I find that suspicious. It's one of those things that it's so convenient in a way that I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question to me as to what was going on within the Okhrana itself. Now, this is one of these questions we're going to come to later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And that information will be about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself. And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a fact. That's what this system is made out of, opinions. Is that at some point, between about 1900 and 1917, people within the Okhrana were playing their own game. And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that. To me, in a way, it seems almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that was very effective when it did, suddenly just becomes ineffective. It doesn't really disappear. These things don't go away because it will reappear as the Ochaka, basically fairly quickly. But it raises the question as to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished.
I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like Okhrana. or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence.
One of the key elements of any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. Need to know. So rarely do you have an occasion where everybody in executive positions are all brought into a big corporate meeting and we discuss all of the secret operations that are going on. No, you never do that. Only a very limited number of people do about that. If you have a person who is a case officer is controlling the agent, he's the only one who should know who these people are. Possibly his immediate superiors, but in no way do you want it to be common knowledge. So information within the organization itself is compartmentalized. So you don't need everybody to be in on it. You don't even need necessarily the people who are nominally at the top. For instance, the Ophrana, the real boss of the Ophrana was the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. Minister of the Interior, in fact. But honestly, the Interior had no real effective control over this at all. I mean, to the point was that at one point early on, they actually organized the assassination of their own boss. They have their agents among the revolutionaries kill the Minister of the Interior. Because he's just being replaced by another one. He's an imperial bureaucrat. He's not really part of their organization. You know, it's like a director of an intelligence agency appointed by the president. Maybe he's part of the organization. Maybe he isn't. Maybe he is not one of us. So you've got different levels, different compartments within it. And who's actually running the show? If anyone is, I don't know. It's never supposed to be apparent.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I mean, you can see this with MKUD. It's obviously an extremely powerful organization that starts to eat itself, where everybody's pointing fingers internally also as a way to gain more power. So the question is, in organizations like that are sort of compartmentalized, where's the power? Where's the center of power? Because you would think, given that much power, some individual or a group of individuals would start accumulating that power. But it seems like that's not always a trivial thing. Because if you get too powerful, the snake eats that person.
Well, you can go back to the founder of Soviet secret police, Guinness. Dzerzhinsky dies in 1926. Keels over after giving a heated speech to a party meeting. Now, the common view, what you usually read, which is distinct at the time, is that clearly Stalin had him whacked because anytime someone died, it was almost always it. And I think a lot of times he did. But in some cases, Stalin's probably getting blamed for things that he didn't actually do. Dzerzhinsky wasn't even opposed to Stalin, so it's not clear why he would. But this was the guy. Stalin died. Obviously he was poisoned. Something happened. It was an unnatural death. Somebody goes in for an operation. Gets a little too much anesthesia. Stalin killed them. Somebody tips over in a canoe in upstate New York. Stalin killed them. There's actually a case about that. So that itself can be kind of useful, where every time someone dies, they think you've killed them. That's kind of an interesting method of intimidation in that regard. But suspicion is nonetheless there. Dzerzhinsky he was the Grand Inquisitor. He was seemingly firmly in control of the organization. First, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was. My guess believes that Dzerzhinsky's death was not natural causes, that he was probably eliminated by someone within his own organization. And then you look at people who take over. His immediate successor is Vyacheslav Menjinsky, who's really not really a secret police, but more kind of intellectual dilettante. But if you look behind him, you'll notice the fellow is Henryk Yagoda. And Yagoda will sort of manage things from behind the scenes until Nijinsky dies in 1934. And then Yagoda will hold on until he's a victim of the purges, I think, in 37 or 38. Yagoda is ambitious. murderous. And if I was going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had Dzerzhinsky whacked, it would be him. And for the purposes simply of advancement. It's the person to look out at any kind of corporate organization is your immediate subordinate, the person who could move into your job, because more than likely that's exactly what they're planning to do.
You're just one step away from the very top.
Yeah.
Somebody there will probably accumulate the most power. You mentioned that the various Russian intelligence agencies were good at creating agent provocateurs, infiltrating the halls of power. What does it take to do that?
Well, there's an interesting little acronym called MICE, M-I-C-E, and it's generally used. And it's just the way in which you would acquire. How do you get people to work for you? M stands for money. You pay them. People are greedy. They want money. If you look at Aldrich Ames, he had a very, very expensive wife with expensive tastes. They wanted money. I is for ideology. So during, particularly in the 1920s and 1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists, people who wanted to serve the great cause. Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the idea was that if you recruit agents from among, let's say, American communists, you compromise the party. Exactly what your enemies are going to say is that all communists are Soviet spies. They're all traitors in some way. So you would really want to keep those two things separate, but ideology was just so convenient. And those people would just work for you so well. You could get them to do anything, betray their grandmother. Go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology can be a motivation. And that can be, someone who is a devoted Marxist-Leninist. It can also be someone who's a disgruntled communist, because there's no anti-communist like an ex-communist. Right? Those who lose the faith can become very, very useful. For instance, if you look in the case of American intelligence, the people who essentially temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S. post-World War II were people like Whittaker Chambers, Louis Boudin's, Elizabeth Bentley. All those people have been Communist Party members. They had all been part of the Red Faithful. They all, for one reason or another, became disillusioned and turned rat or patriot, whichever case you may want to put in that regard.
What does the C and the E stand for?
The C is for coercion. That's where you have to persuade someone to work for you. You have to pressure them. So usually you blackmail them. Like maybe they have a gambling habit. In the old days, very often because they were gay. Okay? Get them in a situation where they can be compromised, and you can get them to do your bidding. Those people usually have a certain amount of control. Here's an interesting example of how Leo Cron attempted to handle this. I'm still largely used. He rounded up a bunch of revolutionaries on some charge or other, distributing revolutionary literature, running an illegal printing press. You bring a guy into the room and you say, okay, you're going to work for us. Of course, you refuse to do so. They go, well, if you refuse, we'll keep the rest of your comrades in jail for a while. Maybe beat them with a rubber truncheon or so, and we're just going to let you go. We're just going to put you back onto the street. And if you don't work for us, we will spread the rumor through our agents already in your organization that you are. And then what will your comrades do? How long are you going to live? So you see, you have no choice. You're ours, and you're going to cooperate with us. And the way that effectiveness will be ensured is that you have multiple agents within the same organization who don't know who each other are. It's very important. And they'll all be filing reports. So let's say you have 3 agents inside the Central Committee of the SR Party and there's a committee meeting, and you're going to look at the reports in the file. They all better agree with each other, right? If one person doesn't report what the other two do, then perhaps they're not entirely doing their job, and they can be liquidated at any time. All you do is drop the dime. And this was done periodically. In fact, in some cases, you would betray your own agents just to completely discombobulate the sleep organization. This happened in one particular case around 1908. The fellow who was the head of the chief revolutionary terrorist organization, which wasn't Bolshevik, but the so-called socialist revolutionaries. Actually, the biggest revolutionary party, the SRs, are actually Marxists or anarchists. But they went all in for the propaganda of the deed. They really liked blowing people up, carried out quite a campaign of terrorism. The fellow who was the head of that terrorist organization was Yevno Azef. And Yevno Azef is, guess what? No product. Everything he did, every assassination that he planned, he did in consultation with his control. So he kind of run on the string, and there was increasing suspicion of him. He was also asking for a lot more money. So the Ucranian stuff arranged to have him write it out. But what did that do? Well, what do you do if your party, you find out the chief of your terrorist brigade is a secret police agent? It's consternation and mistrust. Nobody in the party would ever trust him. A fellow I wrote a biography on, Boris Sevenkoff, who was a Russian revolutionary, and the second in command within the terrorist organization. By the way, the guy that wanted Azef the job so bad he could taste it. Well, on the one level, he expressed absolute horror that his boss was a police agent, and wasn't shook because Sevenkoff was a police agent too. They already had the number two waiting in the wings to take home. But he was legitimately shocked. He didn't really suspect that. So I can find was manipulated this. And then finally we come to the E. That, I think, is the most important. Ego. Sometimes people spy or betray because of the egotistical satisfaction that they receive. The sheer kind of Machiavellian joy in deceit. An example of that would be Tim Philby. Now, Philby was a communist, and he would argue that he always saw himself as serving the communist cause. But he also made this statement, I think it's in the preface to his autobiography. He says, one never looks twice at the offer of service in the place. He's talking about his recruitment for the NKVD in the 1930s. He was absolutely chuffed by it. The mere fact that they would want him, what he considered to be a first-rate organization to get him, satisfied his ego. And if I was to take a guess as to whether it was ideological motivation, whether it was the romance of communism, or whether it was the appeal of ego that was most important in his career of treason, I'd go with ego. And I think that figures into, someone doesn't get the promotions that they want. And if you look at something like Aldrich Ames' career in particular, you've got these kind of, his career in the CIA was hit or miss. He didn't get the postings or promotions that he wanted as evaluation. He never felt that he got credit for doing that. And that's the kind of thing that has to stick in someone's craw and can lead for egotistical reasons an added incentive to betray.
Yeah, that there's a boost to the ego when you can deceive. So it's not play by the rules of the world. Just play with powerful people like they're your pawns.
You're the only one that knows this. You're the only one that knows that the person who's sitting across from you, to which you have sworn your loyalty, you are simultaneously betrayed. What a rush that must be for some people.
I wonder how many people are suspected of this.
Yes.
I would like to believe that a lot of people have the integrity to at least withstand the MI, the money and the ideology, the pull of that, and the ego.
It can also be a combination of the two. I mean, you can create a recipe of these things. A certain amount of money, ego, and a little push of coercion. But if you don't, we'll rat you out. You'll be exposed.
What are some differences to you as you look at the history of the 20th century between the Russian intelligence and the American intelligence, the CIA?
If you look at both the Okhrana and the KGB, one of the things that you find consistent is that a single organization handled foreign intelligence, that is, spying on enemy or hostile governments, and also internal security. That's all part of it. Whereas if you look at the U.S. models involved, you actually have the FBI going to insist that he's going to be the counterintelligence force. Okay, the commie spies are running around America. It's the FBI who's supposed to ferret them out. The CIA is not supposed to be involved in that. The charter, the basic agreement in 1947, did not give the CIA any. It's often said they were barred from spying on Americans, which isn't the way you can always find a way to do that. But they don't have any police and judicial powers. They can't run around the country carrying guns to use on people. They can't arrest you. They can't interrogate you. They can't jail you. They have no police or judicial power. Now, that means they have to get that from someone else. Other agencies, local police officials, or whatever you need, you can eventually acquire. But they can't do that directly. So you've got this division between foreign intelligence and domestic counterintelligence, often split between hostile organizations. The relationship between the FBI and the CIA, I think it's fair to say, it's not chummy. Never has been. So there's been a certain amount of rivalry and contention between the two. And it's not to say that something like that didn't exist between the domestic counterintelligence and foreign intelligence components of the KGB, but there would be less of that to a degree because there's a single organization. We're all answerable to the same people. So that gives you a greater amount, I think, of leeway and power because you're controlling both of those ends. I remember somebody telling me once that, and he was a retired KGB officer. There you go, retired. One of the things that he found amusing was that in his role, one of the things that he could be is that he could be anywhere at any time in any dress, which meant that he could be in or out of uniform and any place at any time. He was authorized to do that.
So more freedom, more power.
I think one of the things that you would often view is that, well, the Russians simply naturally leader. There's less respect for human rights. There's a greater tendency to abuse power. And frankly, they're all. There probably is fair to say there's some degree of cultural differences that are not necessarily for institutional reasons, but cultural reasons. There could well be things that Americans might balk at doing more than you would find on the Russian or Soviet side of the equation. The other aspect of that is that Russian history is long and contentious and bloody. One of the things that certainly teaches you never trust foreigners. Every foreign government, anywhere, any country on your border, is a real or potential enemy. They will all, at some point, if given the chance, invade you. Therefore, they must always be treated with great suspicion. Now it goes back to something that I think that the British observed is that countries don't have friends. They have interests. And those interests can change over time.
Well, the CIA is probably equally suspicious of all other nations.
That's your job. You're supposed to be suspicious. Your job is not to be trusted. Yeah, the basic job of an intelligence agency is to safeguard your secrets and steal the other guys, and then hide those away.
Are there laws, either on intelligence agencies, that they're not willing to break? Is it basically lawless operation, where you can break any law as long as it accomplishes the task?
But I think John Le Carre was in there talking about his early recruitment to British intelligence. And one of the things he remembered being told up front was, if you do this, you have to be willing to lie and you have to be willing to kill. Now, those are things that in ordinary human interactions are bad things. Generally, we don't like it when people lie to us. We expect that people will act honestly towards us. Whether that's businessmen you're involved with, your employers. We're often disappointed in that because people do lie all the time for a variety of reasons. But honesty is generally considered. But in a realm where deception is a rule, dishonesty is a virtue. To be good at that, to be able to lie convincingly, is good. Is what it means you have to do. And killing also is generally frowned upon. Put people in prison for that, or otherwise executed. But in certain circumstances, killing is one of those things that you need to be able to do. So what he felt he was being told in that case is that, once you enter this realm, the same sort of moral rules that apply in general British society do not apply. And if you're squeamish about it, you won't fit in. You have to be able to do these things.
I wonder how often those intelligence agencies in the 20th century, and of course, the natural question extending it to the 21st century, how often they go to the assassination, how often they go to the kill part of that, versus just the espionage.
Let's take an example from American intelligence, from the CIA, 1950s, 1960s, into the 1970s, MK Ultra. That is a secret program which was involved with what is generally categorized as mind control, which really means messing with people's heads. And what was the goal of that? Well, there seemed to have been lots of goals, but there was an FBI memo that was recently acquired, quite illegally, but it's declassified. But it's from 1949. So this is only 2 years after the CIA came into existence. And it's an FBI memo because the FBI, of course, very curious what the CIA is up to. The FBI are not part of this meeting, but they have someone, they're sort of spying. So there was a meeting which was held in a private apartment in New York. So it's not held in any kind of, it's essentially never really happened because it's in somebody's house. But there are a couple of guys there from the CIA. One of them is Cleve Baxter. Cleve Baxter is the great godfather of it.
What's the new name? Hey, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, from Discord. Yeah, where'd you see me? Oh, very cool. Do you play Blackbirds? Amazing. Will you explain to me what it is? I know I am, but I don't play it. Weird, dog. Yes, that is correct. Well, actually, I have like dozens of accounts at 80,000. But you can be in multiple servers live on your camera and multiple Discords so long as you have enough devices. Let me tell you about myself. I'm Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, quarantine, everything in between. Essentially, I have created the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human activity. Some of the things that we discussed on this screen, in addition to what these are ending world hunger, through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding. These are all ideas that could change the world and world hunger within a decade or so. Other things we talk about are ending world thirst through digging the wells, use of desalination plants, where you take Earth's salt water, pump it out of land, and you can drink it. In addition to lifestyles, which are really important as well. I do this not just because I think I'm an interesting person, but I do it because I want generations to come to know what life is like, and I think that it's important to be able to archive human existence. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Oh, that's okay. So The Truman Show is a movie from the 1990s starring Jim Carrey, where he is a character whose entire life is on camera, and the whole world watches everything that that person does. And he's one of the most famous persons. And essentially, you can do the same in my life. You can go back to the pandemic and see every single moment of every single day of my life. And I think that's an interesting gift for the world. Some other things that we discuss on the stream that I normally discuss in society are things of anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about de-extinction. I don't know if you're familiar, but the first successful de-extinction, meaning bringing an extinct species back to life, occurred in the year 2003 with the Pyramid Index, which is like a boat that was real big in northern Spain, southern France. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, called Fossil Bioscientific, just started, and essentially they made their goal within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. So within 3 years or so, you may be able to see the woolly mammoth alive. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, and then perhaps the dodo. So these are all some really cool things that I think the world knows about, and it's best to share them. Additionally, things that we talked about on the stream that I feel are important: things like gaming exposure, life extension technology, the use of human growth hormone, steroids, perhaps stem cells, the use of nootropics and cryogenics, the use of erotic therapy, but basically using platelets of younger people to prevent older people. All of these things are things that could perhaps help improve your life. And when you previously would have had a life expectancy until about age 80, which increased at age 100, age 120 perhaps, but then when you say, Rabbi, what do I do? I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. No worries, that's what the next kind of technology comes into effect. And that's a really exciting one. So, does anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay, who told you that? Maybe. All right, well, that might be good. It's probably right. My opinion. Essentially, what we're going to be able to do is utilize the type of technology and the kind of place technology where we scan the brain in your computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. And Android and Avatar, a cyborg, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. The basic thing I'm saying to you is that there's opportunity for you in the future to perhaps become a digital immortal human if you want, with your consent. And I think that's very exciting to think about the future, and people are discussing it in mainstream conversations. And I want to inject these types of ideas into the mainstream zeitgeist, the mainstream vocabulary. I think these are important topics that we should be discussing. So I've dedicated my life over more than the last 3.5 years to having daily discussions with people on these topics and doing my best to be positive and optimistic and be like how's that sound? Okay. I do. children, but they certainly have nope. I haven't seen that in a long time. And I mean, when I say long time, not that long, but something perhaps around the same age. So, they come and visited me, but generally they don't. And so we both things, and I do my best to. I mean, frankly, I don't want to know about this because I talk about things that are kind of taboo in society. I talk about sexology and essentially nothing is off topic. And some of those conversations will be somewhat awkward for my family. They do step in cards and things like that, but generally I have adult, so I have done my best to focus on the street. I think the last time we spoke on the phone was a few years ago, and I'm not necessarily mad at them. I know they love me a lot, but they know I told them that I was essentially going to start a project that I wouldn't be talking to them. And here we are. No, I live in a house with other people. I have roommates, so I go outside. I cut grass and stuff and like this. I do volunteer with the bathroom but I shoot as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed Santa Monica, I've streamed Hills, I've streamed Disneyland. So I do IRL streaming in addition to just whatever you like the best time of year. And then I also like I've had fans of mine who come and visited me, and so we had like picnics in the park that we live streamed. I do my best to be as social an individual as I can while still essentially streaming my life as much as possible. It's very expensive to do IRL streaming, and connectivity is an issue, especially around LA and some places where you can't necessarily have four or five different live streams going at a given time. But I can when I have one of those, so that's why I'm sticking where my life is. Oh, this 2,500. Yeah. So basically, I'm the number one streamer. Aiden Ross is the sport of all time. You know who he is? He's a streamer. I'm the number one streamer all time in KSI stream all time. I'm the number one streamer all time in Nitro Speeds Discord. I'm live in like 10 different Discords right now. So people get curious. Why is this person globally in Discord? And they click on my profile and they see I have a huge, like I have more social media than that person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 TikTok accounts. So anybody who has more social media than I have, and that allows me to essentially be uncanceled. So if one of my accounts is taken down for copyright infringement or taken down for spam or whatever reason, I have backups and backups and backups. So basically, become like uncancelable by anybody on the internet. Additionally, I multi-stream, so wherever you see one of my streams, I have I'm simultaneously streaming to generally to many other different platforms, including YouNow and like Trovo and Beeline, a bunch from Asia and other areas, and then of course Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and that kind of stuff. And right now I'm live streaming on more than 10 different YouTube streams. So basically, you can watch my life in 360 degrees whenever you like, and it's a very exciting opportunity for people to feature. Great question. I got, well, I have 4 laptops currently right now, so I think 3 now. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Chromebooks. So I got like 8 And then I have tablets. So wherever you saw me on Roblox or Black Fruit, I've got another one, two, three, four, five tablets, six tablets. Then over there, I've got another three phones. I've got or four phones, three Chromebooks. I've got another Chromebook back there. So I do my best to essentially be as archivable as possible. I'm a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and additionally had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies, and so I'm able to live off my savings. And then whenever I need to make more money, I have the ability to do projects for people. Additionally, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Homicide Attention. It may sound like a funny name, but it's worth like $300 million or so, which is really exciting. It is essentially a meme coin that can become very successful. And I'm live right now. I've been live in Telegram 24/7 for more than 2 years, just in one group's Telegram, not for private team. So at any given time, I need the people there to come in and talk to me. I become essentially a flagship of their Discord, of their Telegram. And if you know anything about cryptocurrency, there are a lot of, I'd say, scams or fraudulent cryptocurrencies that are out there. This one is not. What makes this one a special cryptocurrency is that it's backed by video. Literally, from that camera, you can see the Telegram 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, in addition to those cameras as well, and these cameras. And what that means is that any discussion that goes on in there, I have basically, I have archives. So you'll be able to watch the ticker, which is good, right? From when it was worth pennies to being worth $300 million. And that'll be very exciting for next people to do. It's called Harry Potter Homicide Attention. The ticker is Bitcoin. So you can find it on Uniswap, you can find it on any of your major platforms. And if you go to the website, it's just the first letters of each part. So Harry Potter Homicide Attention. It's HPOS, the number 10, and then I.com. And you can see the website if you want. If you want to see the Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10. And it's a very large community. There are over 15,000 people within the Telegram alone. But really where Telegram, or really where the cryptocurrency is famous is on Twitter. So we host regular Twitter spaces, if you know what those are. Basically, they're kind of like an audio call, and it's a great community filled with really, I would just say, open-minded, fun, honest individuals who really create what I feel is a really nice social setting. I don't know if you're into sports, but we just finished having a really amazing fantasy football league. So we did the NFL fantasy football, and there was in there. We had like we all had buy-in, and there was a big prize at the end. And anything about fantasy football can get really exciting. So we do that. One of the developers of our coin actually fought last April in Mexico against Bitcoin. Bitcoin is he's a big his name's Ben Armstrong. He's a big influencer in the crypto world, probably a top 10 crypto influencer. And so they fought on something known as karate combat, which is like an MMA kind of deal. And we're just really about making money. And at least in that community, Times content making it through the day. The Times Magazine stated that data was its number one resource in 2018, and thus that someone inspired me to do this, to know that there was essentially a new gold rush or a new oil strike where or a new internet boom, but it was a data boom. And so I've done my best to kind of market on the data and to the individual archiving internet development. I'll send you. Oh yeah, I am real. How you doing, anime? Dude, living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? I get you. I understand. Absolutely. No, I'm a real person. If you like, I just sent you both my YouTube channels. No need to subscribe or anything like that. If you're wondering why don't you have more subscribers, I have a bunch of different accounts. So some with thousands of followers, some with just a few. But what's important about YouTube is you go to that one link and you can watch it live on any of my channels at any given time. So literally this conversation is being archived from 3 different Chromebooks there. It's being archived right here. It's being archived by 2 different laptops here, perhaps. It's being archived here, it's being archived here. And I'm a kid local streaming. So for every device that you see, I'm live streaming on like another 30 different platforms or so. So it's all over the internet. And, you know, is it a long time? Yeah, but it's solar in where I live. So that generally, yeah, yeah, um, reimbursement. I mean, we have air conditioning, so it's very, very comfortable. Great question. No, I would literally be doing this exact same thing if I were just living my life. So what I would do? I'm watching a movie right now. It's known as Game of New York, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, and I'm watching podcasts. I'm watching a podcast on a guy who works for clandestine, or he's like an expert in clandestine operations and spy agencies. And so that's on the Lex Friedman podcast. And I watch a lot of Joe Rogan. We watch Kill Tony every Monday night if you know what that is. We watch the NFL on Sundays. We watch um, we watch the Olympics. I watched like 3 different Olympics on this because 2021 was actually should have taken place in 2020. So I watched that Olympics. We watched the Winter Olympics 2 years ago, and then this summer we watched the Paris Olympics. And I watched every moment basically um, that was streamed of that. And we watched the World Cup. We watched the Women's World Cup. Um, basically, I mean, we watched the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. We've watched every major UFC fight going back to the last 3.5 years or so. Uh, in addition to all of that, I've done my best to make this the world's largest media archive. So that means that we've watched every major motion picture, every Oscar winner, going back to like 1929. We've watched every, when I say we, people like me, when we watch every major uh, television series, so everything from The Sopranos, Sex and the City, to Game of Thrones, to Stranger Things, to Narcos, to um, Seinfeld, and all everything in between. And they like I Love Lucy, and all kinds of things. So like basically, in the future, people, especially with AI, they will be able to edit all of this so that there's no dead time, and you'll be able to go from one thing to another, and basically grow up with it. And I think that's a very exciting opportunity for the world. Excellent, man. Well, I appreciate it. Let me make sure I send you a friend request. Feel free to accept it should you wish. Um, you should know, though, like most importantly, I'm going to be a positive influence. So if there's anything that you ever need, you let me know. I'm here to help you. And I'm essentially, it looks like enemy. I can't send you a friend request, but if you send me one, then I'll be able to friend you. But if you're ever having a bad day, or you need somebody to put a smile on your face, or you just want to talk to someone, I'm always here. And so, I mean, I do sleep. But aside from that, if I have the opportunity, I'll sit here and I'll listen to you, and listen to your problems, and listen to good things that happen in your life. And, I'm just all about positivity and positive vibes to the world. Excellent. Well, I appreciate that. And you guys should know, I mean, there's no need, don't feel obligated that you have to stay here for as long as I do. I stay here all the time. But you should know whenever you're bored, hey, I'll see what Rabbi's doing. Check in on him, make sure everything's going well, and be able to tell him about something exciting that happened in my life and see if anything cool has happened in his life. Um, and like you may see, like I have a lot of confidence that this is going to go viral. And the reason why I say that, I mean, in addition to all the devices and stuff that I have, I create robots. So I don't know if you guys know what Kick is, but Kick is a streaming platform like Twitch. And I created a robot and spam Kick for the last 6 months. Everybody on Kick knows that. And I'm doing the same on Twitch now. So basically, I created robots that automatically create an account for me, automatically follow someone for me, automatically spam their chat and create a clip. And in the clip, it puts my Discord and it puts a Discord and a link to my link tree, so they get all my social media. I It's just a matter of time. The longer that I do this, the more people I have join the community. And I did this for like 2 years, more than 2 years. I did it for 3 years without Discord. And the reason why I didn't have a Discord is just I didn't know if anybody would join it. I didn't really promote it that much, but now I have 1,500 people in here over the course of the last 6 months. I've got people who stay here all the time. Casman sees in here 24/7. He sleeps in here. He's a very good friend of mine. I have a group of people, a person from Canada, a person from Australia. Every single night we game in here, so we're gaming for like hours. We're gaming for the 3 hours. And that's always fun to do. I've got friends in United Kingdom coming here and game. I have there are girls who are in here, both girls from the United States and girls from all over the world, but specifically Europe. And just generally, people have become very positive to the message that I have. They want to see one piece of nothing. There are detractors that I get people in here all the time. They're like, well, I want to think that world peace is going to happen. It's like, okay, cool story, bro. But let's talk about this. If we can, with mind uploading technology, scan our brains into a computer and later download an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, a clone of ourselves, an ethereal being, and we don't die essentially, then all we have to do is just give the Earth enough time, and eventually we will be able to develop diplomatic relations amongst all the nations and start doing the cooler aspects of society, like space travel and terraforming other planets like Mars, and perhaps the opportunity to terraform moons from Jupiter, like Europa, and maybe even terraform Venus. And then from there, we start working on interstellar space travel and then intergalactic space travel. The closest star to our star is Alpha Centauri, which is approximately 4 light years away. And with the right type of technology, I'm not saying tomorrow, but maybe by the year, say, 3025, so 1,000 years from now, we will have the technology to be able to travel through the Van Allen radiation belts, which surround Earth, and perhaps be able to avoid any kind of micrometeorites and take people, real humans, and send them to another star system where they would be for, it takes them 4 years to get there, and it would take them 4 years to come back, and they could tell us all about it. I mean, I'm sure we'll send probes there first, but all of these are really exciting opportunities for humanity. And really, they all kind of hinge on mind uploading technology. And if you're not aware, the world's first successful brain-computer interface, BCI, has already taken place through Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The man who had the first implant is known as, his name is Nolan Astro, and essentially he plays video games better than any person in the world now. Because he doesn't have to use his hands. He's quadriplegic, so he can't use his lasers. Exactly. And he's perhaps the best gamer in the world, at least some things, right now, just because of his brain interface. The second one that's been implanted in someone successfully, and it's just going to continue to grow. So we are certainly in the infancy of some of this technology, but given enough time, it's going to be something really exciting. I know that COVID, absolutely. Oh, welcome back, my friend. I thought, hey, that happens to us all, man. So yeah, just you guys should know that you have a friend in here. If you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. I'm here to help the world. And every single day I grow, and every single day everyone within the community grows. And just know that if you ever need anything, I'm here. I do my best to be as honest a person as I can. I do my best to be as good a role model to people as I can. But in general, like going back to the previous question about, don't you get sick of streaming or isn't it weird? I would be doing the exact same thing that I'm trying to do. I'd be drinking water. I would be watching podcasts. I'd be watching movies. And I'd be surfing the internet, just like you guys do. I'm sure that's basically what you guys do in your time when you have any downtime. You just surf the internet, hang out with your friends, maybe go on a call or something, and play games. So I do all the same stuff that you guys do with your friends, but I just turn the camera on every 12 hours to make sure that it's working. There you go. No, that's absolutely a real person. I appreciate that, but that's the nicest thing that you can do, and that's the best thing that you can do. Oh no, it happens all the time. It happens to me daily. Absolutely. Some people think that it's just like a camera that's just showing pre-recorded video, but no, it's all live. Literally anything that I'm doing here, you can see on those devices there. And when they find out I'm real, it's mind blowing. So like, I've been watching you for 6 months, and I didn't know who you were. I didn't know what you did. And the reason why I don't go into those calls and tell people about myself is you're not allowed to self-promote. So I would get banned right away for just being like, hey guys, you know that I live stream, boom, I get a ban. Why? Because I'm self-promoting now. So in order to avoid that, I just go into very large discords and I just chill. And after a while, the community starts to get to know who I am. That's what happened with Aiden Roth's stream and his Discord, and I'm a very popular person in there now. And that's what happened in the KSI stream. That's what's happened in quite a few different streams. So basically, um, that's kind of the strategy that I'm utilizing. But really, the big strategy, the thing that's going to make me go viral, I have robots that I can create. So these robots basically spam people, not overly, just put one message in their chat. It's not like spam after spam after spam on people, but on Discord it's not. Or I'm sorry, on Twitch it's not. But yeah, and it's just got all my social media in there, and I create a clip. I'm just working on those bots now. I should have them done within the next couple hours, and then it's a beautiful thing because I can sleep then, and the bots are always going 24/7. They're creating an account for me. They're following people. They're putting a message in their chat. It creates a clip of them and moves on to the next person. It does that for about 25 different people, and then it creates a new account and does the whole thing all over again. If you want to know why just 25 people, especially on Twitch, if you continue to do that too much, they're just going to ban your account. So I just ensure that I do it enough so I don't get banned, and then I go on to the next person. Kind of a form of strategy, in my opinion. That's right, man. Excellent. Well, guys, I don't want to take up any more of your time. So just know that you have a friend with me. Yeah, you absolutely will. Come in whenever you're bored, and we'll catch up online. And You too, guys. Take care. Shout out to those guys. Really, really nice individuals. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Steve.
Thank you so much.
Yo, big dog. Go for it, man. Go for it. Waste time. Yeah, I use temporary email generators, so it's unlimited accounts. Yeah, and I do like robots to do it for me. Yeah, yeah, you're rocking with the best. Excellent question, my man. What was your one? Peace, dog. Shout out to Coke, everybody.
Or the lie detector. Pretty much everything that we know or think we know about lie detectors today, they do it to back. There's also the same guy that thought that plants could feel, which somehow was a derivative of his work on lie detectors. So these guys are there, and they're giving a talk to some military and other personnel, and there's certain parts of the document which were, of course, redacted, but you can figure out what it is that they're talking about. They're talking about hypnotic suggestion and all the wonderful things you could potentially do with hypnotic suggestion. And two of the things they note is that one of the things we could potentially do is erase memories from people's minds and implant false memories. I would be really keen to do that. Just imagine how that could be done. So here to me is the interesting point. They're talking about this in 1949. MK Ultra does not belong until 1950, although there are all sorts of artichoke, everything's sort of leading up to that. It's simply an elaboration of programs that are already there. I don't think that it ultimately matters whether you can implant memories or erase memories. To me, the important part is they thought they could, and they were going to try to do it. And that eventually is what you find out in the efforts made during the 1950s and 60s through MK Ultra, MK Surge, MK Naomi, and all the others that came out. That's one of the things they're working for. And among the few MK Ultra era documents that survive, there's that whole question: is that can you get someone to put a gun to someone's head and pull the trigger and then I'll remember it later? Yeah, you could. Interestingly enough,
So non-direct violence, controlling people's minds at scale, and experimenting with different kinds of ways of doing that.
one person put it, the basic argument there, or the basic thing you were after, was to understand the architecture of the human mind, how it worked, how it put together, and then how you could take those pieces apart and assemble them in different ways. So this is where hypnosis comes in, which is was then still is a fairly spooky thing. Nobody's ever explained to me exactly what it is. The idea was that could you, think of the whole possibilities in this case, could you create an alternate personality and use that alternate personality in an agent role, but then be able to turn it on and off. So subsequently, the person, which that personality had, was captured and interrogated, tortured, had their fingernails torn out. They would have no memory of it. They couldn't give any kind of secret away because it was embedded in some part of their brain where there was a completely different person. I mean, you can just imagine the possibilities that you can dream up. And again, it's not, I think, the question as to whether that is possible or whether it was done. Oh, I suspect that both of those are true, but that you would try to do it. Then imagine the mischief that comes out of that. And one of the big complaints from a legal standpoint about the MK and the rest is that you were having medical experiments, essentially, being carried out on people without their knowledge and against their will, which is,
Yeah, the fact that you're willing to do medical experiments says something about what you're willing to do. And I'm sure that same spirit, innovative spirit, uh, persists to this day. And maybe less so, I hope less so in the United States, but probably in other intelligence agencies in the world.
well, one thing that was learned, and the reason why most MK Ultra and similar records were destroyed on border in the early 70s, around the time the CIA became under some kind of scrutiny. Mid 70s were not a good time for the agency because the church community group all these assassins. People were asking lots of questions, and so you need to dump this stuff because there's all kinds of because you are committing crimes against American citizens. So let's eradicate it. And the important lesson to be learned is that never do this type of thing again, where at least in any way in which the agency's direct fingerprints are placed on it. You can pay people. You can subsidize research. You can set up venture capital firms. You got plenty of money. And you can funnel that money into the hands of people who will carry out this research privately. So if something goes wrong, you've got perfect deniability.
On the topic of mice, on topic of money, ideology, coercion, and ego, let me ask you about a conspiracy theory. So there's a conspiracy theory that the CIA is behind Jeffrey Epstein. At a high level, if we just talk about that, is that something that's at all even possible? They have, basically, this would be for coercion. You get a bunch of powerful people to be sexually mischievous, and then you collect evidence on them so that you can then have leverage on them.
Well, let's look at what Epstein was doing. He was a businessman who then also developed a very lucrative sideline to being a high-level procurer, basically supplying young girls. And he also filmed much of that activity. I think his partner in this, Ghislaine, I hope I'm pronouncing her name.
I think it's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine? Well, I've heard it both ways. Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whichever it may be. I think her argument at one point was that, well, we did this to protect ourselves. But this type of thing has been done before. There's nothing new about getting influential people in compromising situations and filming them. I could give you another historical example of that. In late 1920, actually early 1930s, just pre-Nazi Berlin, there was a very prominent sort of would-be psychic and occultist by the name of Erich Jan Hammersen. He had a private yacht. He was called the Seven Sins, and he hosted parties. He also had a whole club called the Palace of the Occult, which hosted parties where things went on, and there were cameras everywhere. He filmed important people. Now, guys like the brown shirt chief of Berlin in various states of undress and sexual congress. And he did that for the purposes of blackmail. So in Epstein's case, he is a procurer of young girls to wealthy men, largely. And many of those events were recorded. Now, even if it wasn't his intention to use them for blackmail, think of what someone else could do. These people know about this. So you can raise a question: is this, Epstein is just kind of a greedy pervert. But through his greedy perversion, he's now collecting information that could be useful. To who would like dirt on Prince Andrew on the Clinton? Think of all the people who were at. I think these, there were important people who, went to Lolita Island. So if it isn't Epstein directly, he might have been being. I'm not trying to let him off the hook because I have anything for him. He was either running his own blackmail business or someone was using him for that. I think we're kidding ourselves if we try to pretend that's not what was going on.
So you think even American intelligence agencies would be willing to swoop in and take advantage of a situation like that?
Well, just American politicians could ultimately end up in a position to oversee things like intelligence budgets. One of them might even become director. You never know. You never tell what some crazy president might do. It could be very. One of the guys who understood it was J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover spent a long time collecting dossiers of politicians. How do you think he remained director of the FBI as long as he did? Because he systematically collected dirt on people. So there's a history of this type of thing. And again, you could argue that's partly for his protection, to keep his job, to protect the sanctity and security of the Bureau. You can find a million different ways to justify that.
It's really dark.
Well, there is that side to human nature.
Whether it's the CIA or the Crown, maybe that's what the President of the United States sees when they show up to office, is all this stuff they have on him, her, and say that there's a internal mechanism of power that you don't want to mess with, and so you will listen. Whether that internal mechanism of power is the military-industrial complex or whatever, the bureaucracy of government,
the deep state, the entrenched bureaucratic. Well, it's been said, and I think it's generally true, that bureaucratic creatures are like any other creatures. It basically exists to perpetuate itself and to grow. I mean, nobody wants to go out of business. And of course, you get all these things like Pizzagate, accusations of one group. But here's an interesting thing to consider. Okay, and I want to argue that I'm not saying that Pizzagate in any way was real or QAnon, but where do they get these ideas? So let's ask ourselves, do pedophiles exist? Yeah. Do organized pedophile organizations exist? Yeah, they share information, pictures, they're out there on the dark web, they cooperate. So, does child trafficking exist? Yeah, it does. So, in other words, whether or not specific conspiracy theories about this or that group of organized pedophile cultists is real All the ingredients for that food are there. Pedophiles exist. Organized pedophilia exists. Child and human trafficking exists. At some point, at some time, someone will put all of those together. In fact, certainly, they already have.
We'll jump around a little bit, because
Yeah.
your work is so fascinating. We cover so many topics. So let's see if we jump into the present with the Bohemian Grove and the Bilderberg Group. So the elites, I think you referred to. So this gathering of the elites. Can you just talk about that? What is this?
Well, first thing I have to point out is that Bohemian Grove is a place, not an organization. It's where the Bohemian Club meets. It's that 2,700 acre old growth redwood near north of San Francisco. The Bohemian Club began in the 1870s. Its initial members were mostly journalists. In fact, I suppose where the name itself comes from, there's a term for it. An itinerant journalist who moved paper to paper was called a Bohemian. And although I think there may be other reasons why that particular term was chosen as well, but I think the original 5 members, there were like 3 journalists, there was a merchant, and there was a vintner guy who owned the vineyards in California. How surprising. None of them terribly wealthy, but they formed an exclusive men's club. Was and still is. Nothing terribly unusual about that at the time. But it became fashionable. As it became fashionable, more wealthy people wanted to become part of it. And the thing about getting rich guys to join your club is what do rich guys have? Money. And of course, it's one of those rich guys that bought Bohemian Grove, where now you build your old boy summer camp, which is what it is. They got cabins with goofy names. They go there. They perform skits. They dress up in costumes. True, some of those skits look like pagan human sacrifices, but it's just a skit. What's really going on there? So on the one hand, you can argue that it's a rich guys club. They like to get out there. The whole motto of the place is weaving spiders. I'm not here. So whenever we're talking about business, we just want to get out into the woods, put on some robes, burn a couple of effigies in front of the owl, have a good time, probably get drunk a lot.
What's with the robes? Why do they do weird, creepy shit? Why do they put on masks and the robe and do the plays and the owl and then sacrificing? I don't know.
Why do you have a giant owl? I mean, what's that? Why do you do that?
What is that in human nature? Because I don't think rich people are different than not rich people. What is it about wealth and power that makes that out of people?
Well, part of it is the ritual aspect of it. And that clearly is a ritual. And rituals are pretty simple. Rituals are just a series of actions performed in a precise sequence to produce an effect. That describes a lot of things. It describes plays, symphonies, every movie you've ever seen. A movie is a ritual. It is a series of actions carried out in a precise sequence to produce an effect with an added soundtrack to cue you to what emotions you're supposed to be feeling.
It's a great idea. So the rich people should just go to a movie. Why just go to Taylor Swift? Like, why do you have to go?
Well,
Why the elf?
part of it is to create this kind of sense, I suppose, of group solidarity. You're all going to appear, and also a way of sort of transcend yourself in a way. When you put on the robe, it's like putting on a uniform. You are in some way a different or important person. It's a ritual. Okay, the key ritual with the Bohemian Grove is a thing called the cremation of care. And cremation, and that's what it's supposed to be. We're going to put all of our, the rich, important people. We have to make all of these critical decisions. Life is so hard, so we're going to go out here in the woods and we're going to kick back, and we're all going to gather around the lake, and then we're going to carry. It's wicker. It's not a real person, and how would you know? And then we're gonna, and this is the cremation of our care. It's a ritual which is meant to produce a sense of solidarity and relief among those people who are there.
How are you?
question comes down with
What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Let's Stream podcast. Feel free to join it if you want.
the rituals is how seriously do you take them? How important is this to the people who care about it? And the interesting answer to that is that for some people it's just boring. I mean, there are probably people standing around the owl who think this is ridiculous and can't wait for it to get over with. There are other people that are kind of excited about it and get caught up into it. But other people can take it very seriously. It's all a matter of the intention that you have about what the ritual means. And I don't mean to suggest by that there's anything necessarily sinister about what's going on. But it is clearly a ritual carried out for some kind of group reinforcing purpose. And you're absolutely right. You don't have to do it that way. That's not I mean, I've gone to summer camps and we never carried out monk sacrifices in front of an owl. Yeah, we did all those other things. We didn't even have any robes either. So it goes beyond merely a rich guy summer camp, although that's an aspect of it. But it also, I think, often obscures and focusing on Bohemian Grove at the getaway of the club, ignores that the club is around all the time. That's what's at the center of this. It is the club and its members. So despite all the talk about no weaving spiders coming around here, one of the other features of the summer meeting are things called lakeside talks. And this often people are invited to go there. And one of the people who was invited, I think around 1968, was Richard Nixon, who was making his political comeback. He was invited to give a talk where very important people are listening. And Nixon, in his memoirs, realized what was going on. He was being auditioned, whether or not he was fully regret. He recognized that was really the beginning of his second presidential campaign. He was being vetted. So one of the main theories, call it a conspiracy theory, about the Bohemian Club and the gatherings is that people of wealth and influence gather together. And whether or not it's part of the agenda or not, inevitably you're going to talk about things of interest. But to me, the mere fact that you invite people in, political music, to give lakeside talks means that there are weaving spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political office.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it? If you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in powerful people selecting.
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which is being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simple version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, I mean, Nixon was, it was the 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. And this is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people, because he did indeed get the Republican nomination, and he did indeed become president.
Well, there could also be a much more instant explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's view of the room, and just having a legitimate discussion of policies.
Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, why would you assume that people are not going to do this?
It's the owl with the robes.
Like what? Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it becomes really compelling when guys like Alex Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary. I probably should at some point about the Bohemian Grove, where he claims that there is Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular conspiracy theory. Or it has lost popularity. It kind of like transformed itself into the QAnon set of conspiracy theories. But I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
let's put it this way: the general public, rich people are inherently suspicious. Right? Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money, and exactly how did one obtain it? And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind every great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. There are the ways in which it's occurred. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is, particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money, and I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. What? What? This is the question you would have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who will ever have that kind of wealth in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all the stuff. So you're going to start a foundation. You're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? And somebody that can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money, get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. And so it's this question as to what degree you begin to play, and the play becomes serious. That tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of cults and occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, getting to what's occultism? What's the occult? Occult is the hidden. That's all it really means, specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. So the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about it, and a key element of this becomes something called magic. Now, we all know magic. It's a guy standing on stage performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So it's real magic. Let's go back to Aleister Crowley. He always has to. I knew he was going to come up with something earlier, because he always does.
All roads lead to us.
All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I said this enough, so I should be able to do it right, but I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, which of course is spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody must put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so now you got some kind of a level plane. Now, what we're trying to do is just tip it to the wheel. You got some marble rolls over one side or whatever. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but it's a good sort of idea to have. But and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will and potential. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking is everywhere. So let me give you another example. Have you ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that the other team dies, okay, that you will be horribly defeated, and that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is, it becomes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, manifesting things. Okay, you need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being even consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be, because if you're all part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up. You're doing this, you're creating a huge amount of energy. All of these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team's victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win for the team.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. But I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made the human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
You're exactly right. Bring to conceive of something, and then through intention, will, to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do horrible things, or anything.
It might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. It depends.
We don't call those cults.
Exactly. Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting to me, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's expanding. In a religion, that person is dead. So, see, I just managed to insult every single woman. It's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
Do you think, actually, the interesting psychological questions in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows there's a scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to
believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
that again is part of magic, I think, is believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult realized, but there's someone, maybe the second, I wasn't sort of looking at the lieutenant, someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dig to the way for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence for the leader. People just believe everything these people say. I'll give you an example. The first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. And it's the same thing that among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free upon different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And then there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was to ask them, what the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you? Why is it that this person can possibly be provided with that you essentially are going to become a slave to them, which was producing what they were doing? And I didn't actually give that credit in a way, sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again is a disclaimer: I am not now, nor have I ever been a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them, because I just always try to figure out why people do these things. Even like I said, why the rose and the owl? Why? Yeah. Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. Spent much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, and there's going to be someone telling you what to do. And obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for them to function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand how people do that.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that it takes throughout human history, recent history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we can go back to the beginning of the 20th century, on the German side, you've described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, through that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the...
Well, I guess we could start with what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. That is, they studied metaphysics. That appeared in Munich around 1917, 1918.
There he is.
The key figure behind
Oh,
it
baby
was
girl. I'm the man for the NBA. Why don't you come play around my way and listen to what I got to say? Oh, dog. Okay. I want you to think back about that that clip I sent you yesterday from Santa Maria. You know what I'm referencing? You downloaded it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Notice, if you can recall, why that guy knew about me so much. Do you remember? It's okay if you don't. Yeah, but it wasn't spam. It was about creating clips. Do you remember that? Yeah, which is totally fine. So here I am, little old innocent rabbi, and I'm like, oh, but like, frankly, I love the middle. I don't get bothered this much, and I can fucking work on bots and stuff. And there's just a certain, in the wee hours in the morning, like whole life almost fast asleep, I can do whatever the fuck. And so I've been building these bots, and previously I was like, I'm not going to build the bot to do clipping, or I just didn't think of doing it that way because for some reason, when I create the clip on someone on Twitch, it didn't show up right, and I was just confused by it. It didn't click with me, like why it didn't show up. Well, it takes a little bit. It takes like I don't know, a minute or two to show up. But I was always past that, and I'm like, oh fuck, it doesn't show up like it automatically shows up on Kick. Well, I'm starting to find that I'm annoying these people on Twitch, which is what I want to do. And like the way that I know that I'm annoying them is when I put my big thing of spam in there, I automatically get that immediately. Like there's not even a moderator. It's just somebody's taking that information. Like anytime somebody uses this word, just spam it or just block it. So and that's cool. So I created a bot right now that creates clips on Twitch because I was finally able to find that my clips are safe. It's just taking them a little while to process. Now, oh, it's game over. So what I'm able to do is put my Discord link in there and my link tree. You get 100 characters, which is 50 more than you get on Twitch. Like, that's how well it works. I know that within a clip, Kick gives you 50 characters, but Twitch gives you 100 characters. So um, it's game over because I can now go to the biggest fucking Twitch people and put make clips of them, and they're big, they're very big, and especially compared to the King people. And I noticed that um, it's a very good strategy. Like, okay, so there are so many ways to stop someone who you don't want from spamming you. You can just stop them by saying that you have to be a follower, you have to be a verified account, you have to be a subscriber. So there are a bunch of different defense mechanisms that have that. Additionally, when it comes to spamming, you can put it that you have to follow someone for 10 minutes or an hour or 40 days or whatever you want it to be. So, I've not had a lot of, I've had some fortunately big clips because you can't shut off clips like so that no one can clip you. And that's fine if you want to do that. But the far majority of people don't want that. They want people to clip them because it's more content. So what I end up doing is clipping these guys' streams, and then it creates like a little clip of them. And that's important to me because I know I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I think it sends them a notification that hey, somebody made a clip of you because you can make it a featured clip. And um, because I don't do that much on Twitch, I don't look at my studio or anything like that. I don't pay attention to people clipping me or what that looks like. I'm not checking my emails, but these guys do. So that's very positive. So I'm in the middle of putting uh, the fine tuning this bot so that not only is it following someone, it's spamming them and it's clipping them. And I know this for a fact, or I'm about to share it with you. No one is used to clipping like I am. Like, where you're getting, like, exactly, thank you. Exactly. I mean, there are people who spam. start going back and seeing how many times I fucking nailed it, but they haven't been nailed. And then it'll kind of be a meme. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Same shit happened on Twitter. It's just a bigger platform to be able to do this. And I got this. I mean, I'll show it to you. It's really good. I mean, it's not. I want this thing to be fucking perfect so that I can fall asleep and never have to touch it. Everything works really well. And to get one of these bots to do that is it's very hard. But I'm going to show you right now. We just had some guys come in here. I'll talk about that. Just, wait. One thing that I don't like is Twitch just takes a lot longer to load because it has all these ads and stuff. Even though I have ad blockers on, it still has to like work the ad blocker. So what's it gonna do? It's gonna press the follow button. It's gonna spam them just like a big thing of text, and then it's gonna create a clip. And so now it opens up a new page, and this is what the Twitch page looks like, which is a little different than the Kick version. The Kick one doesn't open up a new browser. Exactly. But this one is a new tab. But watch how quickly it types, and it just created a clip. Now it said unable to render. The reason why is like within the last minute or something, they have some kind of rule or something that you can't clip more than one clip per minute or something. But that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's just going to move on to the next person. If you notice, it's not opening 3 at once like I did because I need all the RAM as I can get, and I don't need that shit rendering in the background. Yeah. So, what's it do? It's gonna. It's we're at such a point now that these computers should be so fast. RAM hasn't improved that much in the last 10 years. Okay, so it's gonna span this motherfucker. I'm in agreement with you. I'm 100% agreement with you. Okay, so right now I'm only spamming. Right, like how fast that would be. Like every click is just instant, no matter what you do. There's no delay. Right, exactly. It's kind of I don't know how to say it. Like with more RAM, then you want to upload more data. So then with more data, you want to upload more RAM and vice versa. It kind of say they're connected this way. Okay, so it's going to create a clip of this person, which should. Watch how fast it types. Like way faster than just 20 minutes. Sometimes it's got to load. Sometimes it doesn't load correctly. But I got it so that if it doesn't do it correctly, it'll just still move on to the next person. Watch how fast this person is. There it is. Right. And then it just created a clip of that. Close it, move on to the next person. And now I thought to myself, what if I just make these things clip? Like, so I create an account and it just, all it does is just purchase people. Which I haven't necessarily ruled out. But as of right now, I think it's still okay for me to spam, because I can spam 500 characters then, and that's beneficial. So like right here, this, for some reason, it didn't work exactly the way that I, and that's all right. I mean, it will, right, exactly. It's up there, but it's just like the timing is off a little bit on it, and those are the little things that I have to work through. But the key is that um, right, these three computers that I have currently, I bought them this summer, and so I haven't, and all they do is spam. I mean, it's not like they have games on it. I don't do that. Yeah, no, I did. Um, I see, like, I'm off by just like 1 second on one of these. So all I have to do is click those. These used to take me, oh, wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why this was working correctly. Yeah, just we, I just got so many things going on with these pods that something to make me stay on. Except for just try it. Big Twitch, quick LS3, quick create. Okay, and answer your question now, at least these I haven't decracked or anything like that. But on my other computer that no longer works, so it basically just it was an excellent computer. It just got old. That one I would have to do like every 3 months or so because it would just get filled up with cache. Like its cache was just full. And I don't. I really think it's a problem with how Windows is saving data. And I read this. Different people who have said this. That basically it will just save cache just like in an infinite loop, and then the computer will become basically unusable until you really do some deep dives in it and clear it out. Then it works fine, but then it will continue to like develop cache, and it's called like a runaway cache issue. But it isn't just specific to me. It's specific to like Windows 10. Um, on one of my computers, it's a newer computer. It's got Windows 11, but it's it's I wouldn't have bought it. If I had the chance to buy it again, I wouldn't have. I bought it on Amazon, and I bought it on Amazon, and it didn't have any reviews on it. And I was like, well, I'll just try it. It's cheap. It's a gaming laptop. It's really big. It's this one right here, and it just turned out to be e-waste. I mean, it works, but it's just it's slow, and I will never do that. But it's whatever. It wasn't very. It was cheap, so okay. Let's try this. Let's see if this picture works. Going to the lab. Oh, it just didn't make a mistake. That's excellent to see. Excellent to see. So I love when I catch it that what it's supposed to do because yeah, that's good. Oh, I see. Um, the page became unresponsive. So I'm running into this issue where the page becomes unresponsive to me. I think it's because perhaps I don't know. I'm loading so much shit at once. Um, it really makes me contemplate just creating like a kick file or a clip file, I should say. But it's like I'm already on the person's page. I already have to wait for the shit. So why not follow them? Or why not spam these ones? I feel like that's the way to go because then their whole audience sees me and they're like, oh, this fucker again. I saw him in this other person's thing. And so it's a multifaceted approach. If I just do clicks, truthfully, I don't look at people's clips, especially on Twitch. They're real hard to find. And but I do see their chat, and so that's like it's a much easier way for me to perhaps spam someone. Okay, let's try this bitch again. So I was wondering why it wasn't working. I think it could have just been because of the papers are responsive. And I can fix that. I got a lot of extensions for it. So we'll see if it works. I kind of hope that it doesn't. I hope it works, of course, but if it doesn't, I'm watching it here. The live, open your tab, cool, click on. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I did not do that. Yeah. Oh, I know why. I know. This is 1200. This. You know when we play golf and um, it's not exactly like this, but you know those levels that are like Plinko, like with the black shit. Okay, so like yeah, so everything's pointing downwardly, and it can bounce off the little merry-go-round, and sometimes it goes in the black shit, sometimes it goes in the hole, and sometimes it goes in like a neutral spot. You know what I'm referencing? Okay. Like, well, it's a better description of this is. Do you remember the video, the game Mousetrap? Okay, it's like Mousetrap, where you have to set up everything perfectly, or it doesn't. And I mean, you have enough experience with this, you know, it's like everything can be perfect on it. But when it is, it looks like okay, what's going on? Why isn't this working? Oh, wait, I know. See, okay, here we go. Now it should work. If it doesn't, then we'll just have to fix it. You can tell, I can tell my own self. I get joy out of this shit working, but I also kind of like to program. It's like a game thing, and just figuring out the best way for it to work. All right, so click this, open a new tab, click on the Twitch thing. This is a weird thing that Twitch does. I mean, and I don't know if Kick does it as much, but they have like Asian text. So this is like could be Japanese, and so it's really hard for me to. Pardon me. Is that you said it's something that the user's using? Exactly. Like what I mean to say is I can't find them when I search for them. Like I don't have a Japanese uh, keyboard that I'm using. Okay, but it works now. It works really, really well. Okay. Um, so like basically, if I want to find this guy, I can find them because it does put their English name in parentheses, but it's just an added level of difficulty to find, which is fine. I mean, I don't expect them to use English characters. Okay, but it's just sometimes I'll be looking for a guy and it'll just be Chinese or Japanese or something. I don't know how to search for it. All right, so this is a person who's blocking the ads, and it is telling to do something. And hopefully I know a little bit of follow. It's been spam. And now create a quick one. There we go. And what will be really exciting for me is once these clips start to accumulate, that's when I start getting. All right, and that clip. I see that. I do know what you do. Is that an automatic thing for some people? That's an automatic thing for some people? Oh, that's amazing. I did not know. Yeah, definitely. I did not know. That's great. Super bad. Yeah, I don't know if it's that. Yeah, right, right. I could maybe use a hashtag. Exactly. I might use a hashtag. That might tag. Yeah, yeah, that's a very good one. I was just thinking. Um, so I say join Rabbi's Discord, and then I put the Discord link, and I just change it to join Rabbi, and then put the Discord link. Like basically the word Discord if you get two characters that I'm not. Okay, so this bitch is gone. Oh, no. There is quick notice and quick image. Quick image is this. Quick image. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna change. It'll just take me a second to change that text. And let's see here. Created. Um, so last night we had my streak ended at 8, but we would have much rather had you there. Zoot is the person who beat me. Well, he didn't beat me when it was it was Ryzen and Zoot. But here we were playing. So Zoot comes in and like I would just tell you right now, I did not want to play. I wanted to work on these fucking pots. And but you know, I'll play it. I don't know. So we go to play and we go to play and I asked Zoot, I had to restart my streams. And you know, it takes me like sometimes like 15 to 20 minutes just to do all more. And Zoot's like, and I had some of the discords that I had to do. Anyway, so Zoot's like, oh, shit. It worked, but it worked too well. I asked Zoot, hey, would you please ask Riser if he wants to play, and just would you message him? And he's like, yeah, I'll message him. So he messages him, and Zoot, it was like midnight or like 1 o'clock. It was pretty late, and the Zoot was like, he's not going to want to play. I'm like, oh, you never know. Just try it. So we take a thing. And I had the feeling, I didn't ask him, but he was in, but he was talking to Ask because they're friends. So Riser comes in. Riser tells Zoot, yeah. Well, hold on. So Riser comes in and he was like, Riser comes in and was like, hey, or he messaged Zoot, yeah, I'll be in like a few minutes. So when he came in, that was cool, and we were like gonna play. Well, Asmund comes in with some other people, and I told Asmund this previously. I mean, this is just how this is how any normal person. I don't want to talk about my beauty. I don't think it's cool. I don't think it's nice. And the first words out of his mouth are diaper snap. And I'm just like, dude, I'm telling you right now that that's not cool. And Zoot's like, I don't want to talk to this guy. So Zoot doesn't know me. He's like, I don't want to talk to this guy. All he does is talk about sex, show me your cock, and playing like Martin games. And like, dude, I asked my guys, I said, I like you. I think you're a funny guy. And when we talk about normal things, I think you're very intelligent. He is very intelligent. He was valedictorian of his high school. I mean, he's a sharp individual. But when you get into sexual discussions with minors, I don't think that's cool. And I'm just letting you know right now that I don't want you to do it. And Zoot's like, I'm gonna just mute these guys. There were other people who came in from that circle, and Zoot's like, I'm just gonna mute these guys. They're annoying. And I'm like, no, I know. I'm kind of stuck in the middle. I don't necessarily want to kick ass much of his friend out, but really they're just like, this is a synopsis of what they said. Show me your dick. Like all this just stupid shit. And um, so even Riser was muting them, and I'm like, look, I'm telling you right now, if you continue to like leave yourself on mic and just I hear just moaning in the background or playing this kind of music, I don't want that. That's you're playing games, guys. And I got to the point where Asma kept doing it, and I was like, dude. So I kicked him for a week, and I didn't want to do that. I liked him, And I told him like straight up, very nicely, hey, do not do this. And when you're making the other people feel awkward, it's not the kind of discussion that I want to have. If you want to talk about anything but sex, I'm fine with that. But what happens to you is, and I think I don't know, he's just obsessed with it. That's fine, that's your thing. But you start to talk about children, and I don't think that's cool. And I don't think it's funny. And then um, I explained to him in as nice ways I could and gave him enough for that. So um, once we glued it down, then he started coming back with ultimate accounts. Now, if this happened to me with anybody I know, I would say, look, Rabbi, I took it too far. Don't ban my account, but don't kick me out. Like, I just know that like I'll be good, you know. But it wasn't like that. He would just be like, oh, Rabbi, and it's like, dog, this is immature. Like even that's what Sue kept saying. You guys are just being so immature. We're just literally trying to play a game right now, and you just promoting and doing all these other things. No, it's not. And I had it with him recently, like within the last 4 days or so, because he came in here and he would be like, um, he was using this phrase, diaper sniper. And I'm like, what is, I didn't even say that. He would just say it. And he said, yeah, but you know what a diaper sniper is? And I'm like, no, I don't know what it is. And he's like, it's a pedophile. Exactly. Zook's here. Zook. Zook, can you hear me? Zook. Zook, how annoying were those guys who came in asking us to like that? And to the point where Zook's having to mute them. That's right. He's too sexual. I hate to say it, but yeah, exactly. And the sad thing is, he's a very intelligent individual. He's very talented, and he can't get his mind off. And then he brought in the other people in here who were annoying as well. And Zook, I was just telling him, telling Testing Zook that you were saying, like, I'm just going to mute these guys. They're so annoying. And you were having to, and eventually it was getting in the way of the game, where I'd have to leave the game, ban them, or kick them. So I didn't want to ban them forever, but just kick them, and then come back and the game is freeze, and I'd have to close it, reopen it, lose a shot, and all this other shit. It's like, that's not how I want this to go. But, yeah, Zook and Mouse, they were annoying as fuck. They were over the top. Right. And as I said, if this happened to me, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I consider him my friend. More meeting like you guys, but like I've known him on different platforms, and I got to get to know him a little bit better. But it's something that's always annoyed me about him. And when we talk about real stuff, he's very intelligent. But it always gets back to, oh, Rabbi, I want to suck your dick. Oh, Rabbi, show me your dick. And it's just like, dude, that is not enjoyable. Exactly. And the alt accounts that he used were Rabbi, um, Cock Child, and like shit like that. It's just like, okay, now you want to mock me. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. I can see why you think it's funny. But if you're my friend, the first thing once I kick you, because you know that I have a lot of, I give people a long leash, is, hey, I apologize. I was out of hand. Or will you please let me back into my other account? I didn't mean that. But instead, you want to just do the same shit and be quiet and I don't like, especially when I told you the kind of conversations that I want to have, and you literally go to one that is just, I feel, I want to protect children. I don't want to hurt children. And same with everybody I know. And if you want to, if you think it's funny, I don't think that kind of stuff is funny. And when I've warned you about it, and then that's how you want to come in with your mission, we've got other things to do and better things to do. Sue, what's good in your neck of the woods? You ready to get your ass kicked?
I am trying to
Okay. The best way to do that, I would tell you, is on YouTube they have videos of how to learn the California accent. But there are different parts of California that have accents. Really, there are different parts of Los Angeles that have different accents. So you have Valley Girl accent, you have Surfer Girl accent, and you can even get into like California Asian accents. Um, but the best way to do that is to go on YouTube and listen to the different accents that are specifically in Los Angeles. Well, you know what? Yeah, but we don't necessarily have too much of an accent in comparison to stress accent. Yeah, so if you really want to, if you really want to learn the California accent, at least today's one, it's known as up talking, so that like every sentence that you have kind of sounds like a question. Like so it'd be something like, "Do you want to talk like someone from California? Is that something that is of interest to you?" And but that is that's the more modern one. Um, there are well, here's the thing too. If you really want to know what words you use when you draft your accent, I don't think it's a bad thing to have your accent. It's one of the most desired accents in the world. There are just a few words that you use that are dead giveaways. The way you say no, don't enunciate the O as much, and it turns into and that's a big one. And if you can drop like a few words that are your giveaways, it will allow you to um, transition into more neutral accent. But even the California or American accent isn't necessarily what's considered like English. I mean, that would probably be more British accent, which is closer to what you already have. But in my opinion, the best if you and Caspian C mentioned this. There's also a rural Californian accent that is like you'll find in like more central and northern California. That's like a prospector or gold miner, and that's very similar to the Nevada accent that you said. It's really almost southern. there are some words as well that we give away. People in California don't call it carrot. People from people don't like people use the word life a lot. They use the word soul a lot. I would tell you a good and keep in mind if you came here and spoke to people, they would love your accent. They would think it's like one of the most endearing things about it. So it's not as if you would want to use this accent when you're here, but if you just go to YouTube, speak like a Californian. All right, so then literally just type into YouTube, speak like a Californian, and watch every video that they have, and then practice it. The Californian, but yeah, it's very similar to a lot of different discussions that people have, and also what like how people describe things, just the roads. Dude, you want to play? Okay, just give me. Yeah, just one moment. Zoo, you're young enough. Like, you're gonna have some investment in crypto. That's just gonna be like, I don't know. You buy like 50,000 coins of just some shit coin, and it's gonna take off for you, and it's gonna make your bag for the rest of your life. All right, Caspian, see you in. Yes, sir. Dogecoin. Zoo, I think it's Dogecoin. It's gonna be huge. That's your coin. Oh no, yours was King of Bitcoin. Oh, dude. Koalas. Well, like koalas and kangaroos are the two biggest things outside of that. An outsider thinks of when they think Australia. And they're mean and they're big and they can kill. Well, what about rabbits? Doesn't Australia have a huge problem with rabbits? Right, exactly. What's that like? I haven't seen many Australian movies, but I have seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. You know that movie? It, it's like a no. I understand. I had to watch it for a class. I had to watch it for a class. No, I know it isn't, but I had to watch it for a class, and it was like a gay cultural icon. Mad Men. It was nominated for an Oscar. Oh, what a fucking terrible miss! What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying, Casper. See, but what are you talking about? See that Mel Gibson is in Australia. I gotta look this up. I don't trust anybody. There you go. He was born in Peekskill, New York. Damn, you learn something new every day. Good job, Sue. Crocodile Dundee. That's basically what people think of when you think of Australia. Sydney has a beautiful skyline. So does Melbourne. Melbourne's a lot like San Francisco. No, nobody thinks of that. They all think of the Sydney hot dogs. Wow, Sue. Sue's been playing out of his mind the past few games. In my ball. I just I would agree with you on that. I would say South Beach is pretty famous. And Venice Beach. What a fucking miss. Venice. Then there's Huntington, Newport. You get into a bunch of them. Right. South Beach, I would say. It's in Miami. When you think Miami, all of that is South. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto, Vice City? You didn't? Okay. Well, that's like South. I'm trying to think. I guess Long Beach is pretty famous too, but it's not really the same. Right. I'll hit my ball. I'm in agreement. Hit my ball. Somebody hit my ball. I'm in a great position to get knocked. Agreed. Well, yeah, one. Quake 3? Not Quake 3. Yeah, Quake 3. Is it called Quake? Quake of Half-Life. Half-Life 3. That's it. Hit that fucking tree. That sucks. That shot is terrible. I know. I'm just trying to make an argument. It's really. Ooh. Caspian is going to do everything he can to get Zoom to time. Oh, shit. Zoom, big shot here for the win. No surprise, it's a lot of pink, baby. Caspian is going to shove it back. Oh, no way. Great shot. Yo, big dog. How do you like that shot, Zoom? Zoom for the win. Zoom for the win. Zoom for the win. Slow. Caspian C can bump him in there. Caspian C's going for the win himself. You know, a beach that they mentioned, Atlantic City, that's pretty big. Like the Jersey Shore. There's Pebble Beach, but that's like a golf course. California beaches. What's the most famous? Probably Venice Beach, Muscle Beach, and Venice Beach. I don't think it's expensive. Even even if you get it through there, the benefit isn't overwhelming in my opinion. Oh fuck, real big dog. Actually, Zeke's got a pretty good shot. A very good shot. Give it to me. Caspian Sea is going to be able to blast himself into that open area. It's a very good shot. Zeke's kind of fucked into that tree. He's going to hit the tree. Oh, yeah. That's the shot. That's okay. I definitely. That's what I'm talking. Zeus, do you know the name of this hole? What's the name of this hole, Zeus? No, it's the S hole. Thanks for the fuck, big dog. It can be difficult. The hole is hard. That's a nice shot. They're hard. Improved it. Wow, what a miss. What a big miss. There goes the lead. Fuck, I hate this one. This is my least favorite. It's my least favorite hole when we're playing with Ryzen. Because he has that fucking iPad. That looks good. They look good. Oh, you're too far. And what? How comes down to this question? He's got a tough shot. Oh, we take the lead. Tough shot. I'm not good. I could go at it. Stop. Oh shit. Easy water down. Put that to the sea. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Bravo. Bravo. Absolutely. Yep. Fuck. Man, it's just a bunch of misses in a row. Oh, look at Zoo. Shit. Have to make this shot. I don't. That's when C takes the lead. I am so bad at this hole. I am so bad at this hole. I hate this hole too. It sucks going first on this one. Just about. Yes, sir. He's not going to let it go. You're not going to let it go. Cass can see my way. Wow. Fuck you. Good, thank God. No. Is it a water pump? No. Caspian Sea? No, I'm going to straight up win. There you go. Caspian Sea went from doing really well to not doing well. Dude, you're the one who water bombed me. Wait, I water bombed you. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Stop. Caspian Sea's got a shot at it. Zoo. Be the shot. Ooh. What's that? Oh. Great shot, Zoo. Right up. Yes, sir. Grade my shot, Zoo. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe the hole is right. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. Boy, did I get much of Wow, Caspian Sea, fucking zoo, perfect shot. Oh, I'm fucking myself. I fucked myself so badly. I'm pretty good at this. Unless you block my shot. Hit my ball. Oh, that's the shot. That's the shot. That's a 10 out of 10 from there. From there, absolutely. That's amazing. I would have gotten it. Bank it off the trees. That's the only what's in it. This tree is kind of. Yeah. Champion again. 365 wins. Oh, tight. Caspian Sea, exactly. Caspian Sea's got another win. I definitely do. All right, Zoo, Caspian Sea. I got a hole in one on this hole. I will always say that because it's so fluky. Zoo, almost. Beat the shot. Off there. There we go. Too hard, too hard, too hard. I don't think so. No. I think it was. How is that a 7 out of 10? It went in the hole. Caspian Sea. Crown Knight. All lip, no hole.
Ready for 10.
Yep. There you go. You booked that, right? Okay, interesting. Yep. Or a tab of water. I got that little wood piece that's going to protect me. Yeah, sure. Oh, The Godfather. Mad Max would be type 2. Or like Goodfellas. Either one. Because I don't make musical stuff. Wow, so you put his ball in the most difficult position for you. Because the Godfather has 3 of them. So maybe there's a little more content. Okay. What's that? Mini Golf the musical. Oh, that was terrible. You kind of fucked you. Hit there. Oh wow, I was not expecting that to win. Oh, great shot, too. Okay, I can see now. Great shot. Great shot. Word. Safe pass. How did I miss all of them? Somebody can put me in. Hit in the hole. I could make it both ways. That's what he said. That's what he said. Oh, not now, though. He's just going to fucking end that. End that plan. Get in the hole. Ah, man, those gnomes were just perfectly positioned. Zoot has the ability. Am I your best shot? You want me to be baby? I don't know who you talk to, probably outside your family more than they're your book. When inside yourself. No way. It happens. Easy water bump. It's an easy water bump. Easy water bump. Oh, he water bumped it. Oh, baby. You did. Ooh, not what I want. Oh, that's a good shot. I feel like the hole, the actual hole, moves around, but on some holes it does not. Like this. Perfect game. All right, boys. Well, whenever you have the time, feel free. I want to lose. I want somebody to beat. I piss up. Caspian Sea without me even really paying attention. Let me do a check and see. I'm gonna go viral from. Um, I built a robot that automatically spams people on um, Twitch, not Kick, and it creates clips of them and all kinds of other things. So you should know that that's pretty bitchy. I'm going viral. So perhaps we'll see. The amount of ads that are on Twitch is just unbelievable. I can't believe people use this site without an ad button. They have 5 different ads just to watch one person. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von
really
Rudolf.
I think.
Okay,
So,
not his real
I
name.
just changed it to just spam popular people. And normally, just a brand new account can't come in and spam somebody, but that's fine. It'll get on their clips, and I'll start taking over their clips slowly but surely. And once that happens, basically game over, because they Kick does not get rid of both clips, so they'll be on there for years. And I just say to myself, it may not be a day, it may not be a week, but maybe a month or two, and somebody's gonna fucking take notice. So somebody's gonna come in here and be like, yeah, like just like Afamashi, hey, I found out about you because you created a clip, and I clicked the link, and now here I am. And then it's home free.
And his real name was Adam Rudolf Blauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Rudolf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working at the years sort of prior to the First World War. So the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey. It was in the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place because in 1908, 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution. And a kind of military coup, which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement, the Armenian genocide. Eventually, he created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which would destroy the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada yada yada.
And by the way, just take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful, and here in the case of the Young Turks being also very successful, or in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even though the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of the things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, aren't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say that Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called a Red Sultan because of his favorite colors, I think. And the idea is that they were going to improve, they were now going to, the Ottoman Empire was a multinational empire, they were going to try to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. The crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in significance of what we call it. In the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid pale to the Young Turks. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But von Hohendorf is a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. There are all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. I know, technically, Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. Or, the lodge meeting breaks up and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, there's the Macedonia Resorsa Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to include the Empire. Zollendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Termudi. And he's also a Kabbalist. And it's also, Zollendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges, and appearing in those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods is, there's a lot of money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Zollendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to the Who's behind him? Well, maybe you, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money at his disposal. He comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist order, a thing called the German Order or the Germanen Orden, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanic order. So Thule Society, Thule in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. They're all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophists, who, which is practice saying that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief that was founded by a Russian woman by the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic, who's supposed to have channelings from the ascended masters. The basic story there, they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. Still is. Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending their messages, despite the fact that she was later proved to pretty much be a fraud and writing the letters herself. Nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified and copied since then. So, an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So, in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, anything else were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it's just, her version of it is just total gobbledygook that seems to include everyone. I defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there are different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small moves. Is the idea that Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, was really trying to define who the Germans were. because remember, the German Empire, Germany, as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1870. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people who, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians, all sorts of varieties of English. There was no German identity. Something very similar happened in Italy in the same period. There weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, and there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke again dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, since the Roman Empire under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Now, often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then they will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People were trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And, that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and strip mined old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was in many ways a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea of trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So on the more mystical end of this, we had the idea that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose, because Germans must be very special people, and we must have some sort of particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race, with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it Thule, call it whatever you want it to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of theosophy. And what this did was to take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of human beings, which were the Aryans. The most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted appeal. Like, keep in mind, again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it, and weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanen Order, the German Order, and there were other groups. There was only one of many sort of grew out of. And what it was that the Thule Society as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. Because people would get together and they'd talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced type of human beings and all wonderful things that Germany could hold. And the fact that this was the midst of a war in which Germany was again fighting based on for its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Bodendorf, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence or security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war is gone on way too long. within a few months, Germany will collapse. It will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with a kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German people.
Well, strengthen the will of some people. You have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. And the idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's what it is. That kind of mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the workers. At this point, you're kind of grasping at straws. And this is a whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front. The peace offensive, which will initially be successful, but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition that national morale was flat. And one of the other things that was kind of raising its head was what had happened nearby a year ago, the Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. We need to remind ourselves is where Marxism comes from, not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
And Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany.
Where else?
The Soviet Union is not very industrialized. Germany is, and so that's why we probably.
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population is industrial. So, if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. I think that's why it caught on in East Germany so well, because it didn't have to come out. And it was a local belief. It wasn't something imparted and reported by the Russians. It was a German invention. So the Tuna Society, one of the things you can see in this, the Tuna Society was particularly involved in sort of anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, saw them as this whole movement. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist movement.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? So it was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theories. So there's a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. Then you take that and contrast it with Marxism. Did they also formulate that in racial terms? Did they formulate that in national versus global terms? Like, how do they see this?
Marxism formulates everything by class. Okay, people are categorized by class. You're either part of the proletariat, you're part of the bourgeoisie, or you're either part of the proletariat or just sort of scum. Really, needs to be swept into the dustbin of history. Only workers out. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist would sort of drive them crazy, because their idea is we're trying to create a German people. We're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie, German proletariat, as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism, particularly the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic, and of course it was opposed to the war as a whole. The idea that parroting Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war, and the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war, through all of the crises it was creating, would eventually lead to a class war, and that would be good because that reconciled all of these things. But think of this: the two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version, or just call it the Marxist version of Germany, was going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which would have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism that Ottendorf and the Tuna Society had hitched its wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family, and that's what must be the most important thing. And that these can be different ways of trying to influence people. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what Ottendorf and the Truman Society was trying to do, it was within Munich, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a potential rallying point for some part of the population to oppose these other forces that keep people fighting. The war is lost, though, in November. The Kaiser abdicates, and essentially, socialists do take over Germany. Things come very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version or take on the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists, who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with a socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. And here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying the Ottendorf's bills? It's the army. One thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. It's sort of this deal in Kaiser's abdication and the proclamation of the German Republic, which, you just had this guy declare it. It wasn't really planned. There's the Ebert-Groener Pact. Groener is the chief of staff, general staff at this point. Friedrich Ebert is the chief socialist politician, basically, and they make an agreement. And the agreement basically is that the army will support Ebert's government if Ebert supports the army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, was the army doing similar kinds of things that we talked about with intelligence agencies? This kind of same kind of trying to control the direction.
Well, it's the German intelligence landscape in the First World War is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. They're constantly trying to collect military information, before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about the operational plans during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Little diversion here. In 1915, there's a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany. He goes by the code name of Parvus, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, interesting enough, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as Ottendorf, which I find curious. So Parvus, or Alexander Helphand, to get these actual names, then somebody goes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust with the regime. We think that the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity. And through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. The Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German General Staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution in an opposing country. They are going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German military is going to do. They're not revolutionaries, but they'll pay revolutionaries to subvert another regime. Now you've got the problem is that the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now threatening to extend into your country. So the whole question for the army and for others.
Well, are you going to do some space trucking? All right. Let's see you play COD. We're done. Show it to me. Okay, we're getting there. I created a robot that automatically spams Twitch for me, and it also creates clips and follows people automatically. It's pretty bitchin', man. We're done. Yeah, it creates clips of them and sends them a notification and all kinds of shit. Dude, I get banned for it all the time. But my bot creates new accounts and then just does it again. They don't have that, or if they do, I haven't run into it because they IP ban you, but they don't device ban you. Oh, I'm in agreement. Yeah, I mean, then I wouldn't try this way. Then I would do something else. How's that going? Excellent. There you go. What flavor is it? What is it? What's Naga chocolate smell like? All right.
workers in Germany in 1519 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from in a sense being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. It's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financed. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Sabotendorf's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is a thing called German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local, it's not large, it's not terribly influential, but what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, a patriot. And the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it, which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become, is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement. And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from the complicated little interplay? We should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler is in the army at this time. Yes. Well, it's going to come into this because remember that the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Thule Society do their work, and the propagandists they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda, and that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler connect with the German war?
Well, he'd been in the army during the war, the only regular job that he'd ever had. Kind of liked it. So you often get the views that, well, at the end of the war, he joined millions of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time at which he is helping to set this up. What appears to have happened is this. Sabotendorf had organized the Thule Society. That didn't have, that had tried to oppose. There was actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long. And eventually the army and volunteers put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler is actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband because he is technically part of the soldiers who have gone over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decide that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Meyer who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler has a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Now, some people can do that, some people can't. Meyer decides that he's a good candidate for further training. So yes, they bring him in, they turn him into what's called an Wehmann, a liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that. He shows up, he attends a meeting, There are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of that, the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, okay, which is not what you might really expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great, which is important. No, capitalism is evil. We agree on that. We just agree it has to be destroyed from a nationalist point of view, as opposed from some sort of strange internationalist point of view. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And he succeeds in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they tried to formulate counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism and the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and or Judeo-Bolshevism. So where did that ideology seep in?
Well, that's a huge. Where does anti-Semitism come from? And let's start with that term itself, a term which I really grown increasingly dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese equally. Okay, that's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know. But that's technically what that would mean, because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't seem to distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German journalist named Wilhelm Marr, who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that we really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term, because that just sounds, inelegant, doesn't it? What do you want to call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? The anti-Semitism, it's got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has an ism must somehow be scientifically important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with trying to bring science into something. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow, the invention of a Jew hater to disguise the fact that he's a Jew hater, even though he's partly Jewish, by inventing the term anti-Semitism worked, because everybody has bought it repeatedly since. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just because anti-Jewism would just be, is it too direct in some way? Would you have difficulty confronting actually what it is that we're talking about?
I do wish terms were a little bit more direct and self-explanatory. Yeah, Jew hate is a better term.
Well, the question then comes, what exactly do you hate about Jews? And a lot of this has to do with, if you go back part of the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. The Christian Europe were hated because they weren't Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had little economic influence. Jews tended to live in shtetls in the east, ghettos elsewhere. They were involved in banking and business, but they sort of remained segregated from the society. That changes when you get to the 19th century and with what's called Jewish emancipation. And that means that between about 1800 and 1850, most European countries drop various legal or social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the general society. So ideally, you stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. Those are two very different important concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the professions, business world, elsewhere. So Jews moved, who had been largely within those realms to begin with, and hardly had a good deal of experience, in banking business, and they moved into those areas of professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the kind of wrenching social and economic changes that took place with industrialization. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people were made extinct economically. Craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalist elite, among these new professions, among the bureaucrats that are coming out of these burgeoning states, there were visibly a fair number of Jews. So in some way, the rise of Jews in the minds of many people were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. You know, the world is changing in a way they don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering, while I am not. And that was when Germany, that's where Jews became highly visible in professions. They became very visible in banking, they became visible in legal profession, they became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority there, but you know, vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population, and especially within the cities. So, in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism to me is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not just in Germany by any means, perhaps, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. But you also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent among in the socialist movement as well. So one of the things you can look around, we returned to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around in Bavaria or elsewhere, you tend to find that there are a lot of Jews in visible positions on the German left. Of course, Luxembourg is but one example of that. Eugen Levine, some of them came in from Russia. You know, when the Soviets sent a representative to Germany in this period, it's Karl Radek, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that, to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism is full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, because you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. You know, they don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, invisible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler was spewed out, that they could put all the anti-capitalists whether they wanted to. The army was never going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we know that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, which is the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. I mean, look at Russia. Well, Trotsky, there he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't that hard to find them.
You gave a lecture on the protocols of the elders of Zion. That's why they consider it to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe this text?
Well, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often used that it was the work of the Okhrana, Russian secret police. In particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905. In Paris, the whole description of Pyotr Rothschild, who was supposedly the chief of the Okhrana at the time, was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the drafter of it, and that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back, called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it into the protocols. None of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this supposedly took place, Rothschild wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired. He wasn't in Paris. And the whole situation which is described couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story. But it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research. Go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Znamya, Banner. And it publishes in a kind of serial form a work. It doesn't credit with any original author. And this is the first version of the protocols of the learned elders. But what is actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. And I think in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's the publisher of Znamya. It's closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian Peoples and Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what I thought was Jewish subversion, when they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. Again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it. But this is where it appears. Now, keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version is that there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Nilis, and he wrote it, or actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. Now, it was around before that. So Nilis didn't create it, wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904, 1905. It was serialized in an obscure right-wing Russian newspaper in 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. It's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are Russian term basically for notes of a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's notes of a meeting is the goofiest things I've ever seen. Because what you've got here, it's not note. No one takes notes from a meeting that way. what you've got is like the exposition of a Bond film, right? It's all of this, oh, we're going to do this. And the last thing you want to do is lay out, if you get a plan for world domination, my suggestion would be don't write it down. So it's not notes of a it's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some ways. There was an Italian writer named Cesare Michaelis who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is that he takes the different versions, starting with the 1902, 1903 versions, and looks through the other ones, and he tries to, the process to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text, and in bold type, he indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical with Jolie. And they're just scattered throughout. There's no particular rhyme or reason to it. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? It's here, it's there, which is linked to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols was the same Maurice Joly. I think what someone stumbled across was a work which he wrote and never published, and which he just drew is exactly what someone would do working from your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else. And the same sort of thing comes out. Only sort of bits and pieces of it remain. So why was Joly a guy? Joly was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, but it's one of those things you go looking for.
I love that you're a scholar of the people that's kind of immersion, like the darkness.
They just come from nowhere.
And there's the Okada there. Oh, we should also say this was, I guess, the original review. I mean, what's the language of the original? Russian?
Russian. But my hunch is that that's adopted from French. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasons, which wasn't nearly as big an idea as the thing. If you go back to France in the 1800s, there's some big scandals. Well, there's the Dreyfus scandal, and we got that, all right, where you've got a Jewish officer on trial for being a traitor. All right, so that was part. So you bring in the whole Jewish element, Jews as disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was this huge investment scandal when the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapsed, and again, many of the major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you've got the Taxel hoax. So the Taxel hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was, I think, Johan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So when he wrote things like Sex Lives of the Popes and the erotic Bible and various things of that kind, he was a Catholic, wrote with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his evil ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo Taxel began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic satanic conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Pike. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate in it as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird ropey Bohemian Grove stuff. And the Freemasons are devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the devil in the 19th century and the secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is just obsessed with all of these kinds of conspiracies. So evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This is the brew where all of this comes. So want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together? France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxel, or Jardin Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up and demand that he present Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, toddler killer. And he says, oh, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear and say all of this stuff as she returns to the church and possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up, high figures in the Catholic Church shows up, and he does, no Diana Vaughn. And Dogan Paget goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. You're all a bunch of idiots for believing it. Okay, you members of the church especially, just what gullible morons you are. And that's it. He confesses it. To this day, however, you will find people who will insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that this comes out of. This is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France, to me, is the only place in the decade preceding it that something like this would be concocted. So it was either created by some sort of unknown person there, but I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogues was written against. And then he was, for a time, a close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Cremieux. So Adolphe Cremieux, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was an opponent of Napoleon III. He was a Freemason. Oh, and he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and the important figure of the Alliance Israeli, the Jewish organization in France. So he was publicly very prominently Jewish. And so someone else would have lived to begin. Joly, as he did with virtually everyone, this is a guy whose life largely consisted of dual threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Cremieux. And it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his spleen about it. But he died, probably a suicide. It's kind of difficult to tell. In obscurity, his son seems to have inherited most of his literary works. And his son then became a journalist, worked for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people on the fringes of the Ukrana, or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia had become allies, even though their political systems were completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two, Russia and Belgium. They're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world, French journalistic world, and all of these scandals which are going on, and Jolie's son, and then, 10 years down the road, this thing pops up in the newspaper in St. Petersburg. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed a large number of people's imaginations? And even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's great.
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, it never receives any group-wide. I mean, nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's and it keeps getting, there are something like 18 or 19 different versions it goes through. And it gets, people leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic plot. But you could leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic plot. So let's just throw them in as well, since the two things were already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really after the First World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And, let's face it, well, that's widely read in Russia. It's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. Nobody can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions of it. So suddenly you get two English versions in the US, another English version in Britain, a German edition, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody is coming up with these things. So it's not until an immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes, and it begins to show up in all of these different foreign editions. And I think that just has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was that, why was there a war? We just had this whole disastrous war, and the world has been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And one of the things that's obvious, there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that has been put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason why the protocols were, I think, widely thought then, and where they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the Taxol hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons. It was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, distinct, too much influence, all of the things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxol admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crop up. I have to explain that. What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting on the table and there's a turd on it. Yeah. Now, the first thing you're going to look is that a turd? Is it a human turd? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on a plate? There are all these questions that come to mind. It makes no sense. But that's what you come. It's just there. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But there's a turd on a plate, and that's what the protocol is. They're just there.
But the reality is, just like with a turd on a plate, you take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, it becomes a joke on all social media, and now it's viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Because it seemed to provide an explanation.
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happened to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history?
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Let's blame them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even rope the Romans into this one. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works in this, but he tells this whole story, which essentially describes the kind of first bloodlines that the Jews, to celebrate the various religious holidays, would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and then slaughter them and eat them or drain their blood or do something. It's just this sort of earlier version of that kind. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptian, they worked, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptians' houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff from them.
Yeah, Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in, we took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them go. So it's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as being hostile. They don't like other people. They're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tend to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks run across people worshiping other gods. They go, oh, that's just our gods under different names. Everything was sort of adjusted to their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And that was probably influenced also by some of these early rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. During the Roman period, you not only have the Judean rebellion in 70 AD, but you have a couple of other uprisings in North Africa. And they were very bloody affairs. And in some cases, Jews began massacring other people around. Start killing the Greeks. The Greeks start killing them. So there was a fair amount of, from that period on, a certain amount of bad blood, of mutual contempt between Greeks, or between Hellenes, between the people who became Hellenized, as the Romans would be, and the Jews. And the Romans also seem to have developed that. They considered Judea as being a horrible place to have to govern, inhabited by a stubborn, obnoxious people. Not well liked. So that's really where you see the earliest version of that. And the reasons for it would be complicated. What you could say is that going back to Manetho, to the Roman period, Jews, Judeans frequently experienced difficulties, conflicts with other people living around. And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was the movement. Well, you get the idea. The Romans came in and kicked everybody out. The Jews had been leaving Judea since it was a poor, limited area, moving to areas like North Africa, Egypt, Cyrenaica, all the way to southern France. They were widening out the Roman Empire. So that sense of both distinctness and hostility existed since ancient times. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by, well, one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how we can only know that Jesus is going to return, that the world is going to end. Well, the Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion. They'll sort of see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that, or we won't have a canary in a coal mine. You would have to have them to take it on. So that was one of the arguments as to why, within the church, as to why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged, it predates Christianity. And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing, doesn't it? I hesitate to use that term, but that's what you do. It's just like, well, we're the Jews now, okay? You just have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. And so, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. On my mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the equal to that. And there'd be some sort of knowledge. First, the term Hebrew was always used, never Jews. So, the ancient Hebrews, and some of the Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just they didn't get a memo or something.
So it's basically like Christianity, the prequel, is the Old Testament.
But they just sort of take over. We have the special dispensation now. Thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I would say is at least kind of like a viral meme started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself, and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated everybody's imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is your image of creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. All the restrictions are thrown off, but now also you become the focus of much more attention than what you had before. Prior to that, you had the kind of ghettoization, which worked both ways. There were rabbis who praised the ghetto as a protection of Jews against the outside world, because inside we can live our life as we wish and we are unmolested. Whereas if we were, the great fear is that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world, we'll lose our identity. That sort of question comes up in the 18th century in things like the Haskell in Germany, because the German Jews were always at the sort of cutting edge of assimilation. Again, Moses Mendel's example, they argue that we just need to become Germans. So, as much as possible, synagogues should look like Lutheran churches. Everything, things should be given in German, and that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't have to become a group of people who are apart in that way, and that has created great tensions ever since. One of the essential points, it seems to me, in anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, is that all the Jews are in this together. Is that really? Okay. Okay, they're always talking about as if they're collective. Jews this, Jews that, as if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak in the same way. From my personal experience, not being Jewish, I'm incredibly diverse in many ways. Really, one of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or singularity of Jewish identity that never existed.
Just like you said, on one hand, it's a good story, on the other hand, it's the truth. And oftentimes, the good story wins out. And there's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are, in this case, are the specialist Jews, seeking world domination, controlling everybody. It's somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a people to fight or peoples to hate on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is full of suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe if we can just zoom out, what do you, from this particular discussion, learn about human nature that we pick the other in this kind of way? And we divide each other up in groups and then construct stories. And like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. And then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel our hatred towards the other.
Well, yeah, Jews aren't the only recipient of that. I mean, anytime you hear people talking about Jews this or that, white people this or that, black people this or that, Asians this or that, or they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, then nobody's really thinking. The other thing you'll find is that people who express those views when pressed will argue that, oh, well, this, if they actually know anybody, those are okay. It's like Nazis. Oh, they go, oh, this is an okay Jew. They're all right. They will always be constantly making exceptions in one form. What they actually meant in actual human being, and they seem to be fairly normal, well, they were okay. So what it was that they hated weren't actual people for the most part. It was just this kind of gollywog vision that they had. You're not even talking about real people. I don't know. What does that tell you about human nature? Well, okay, in 70 odd years, what have I learned about one, I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did. Like less so. I would say this. When I was 17, I thought I had the world much more figured out than I do now. But, it seemed to make much more sense than we could categorize things. Basic take upon human beings, most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not. And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
God, it's brilliantly put. Speaking of the tipping point, you gave a series of lectures on murderers, crimes in the 20th century. One of the crimes that you described is the Manson family murders. And that combines a lot of the elements of what we've been talking about and a lot of the elements of the human nature that you just described. So can you just tell this story at a high level as you understand it?
Manson. Well, you begin with Charles Manson, who's the key element. That's Charles Manson, for most of his life, up until the time he was around 33, he was an unexceptional petty criminal. In and out of prison, reform school from an early age, not really associated with violent crimes. He did stuff like steal cars, write bad checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So around 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island near Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also has proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seems to crack, but that's what he would claim that he was. And then, self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself, you know, and seemed, you can sort of imagine his life is going in a completely different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really sort of listen to some of the stuff he did, he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play guitar. The Beach Boys actually do record one of his songs without him.
How would you evaluate his painting compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible.
Okay.
Okay. And what's average to me?
Yeah, landscape.
I mean, if you didn't know it was Hitler,
Yeah.
would you? I don't know what the people say about it.
I'm sorry for this one.
It's just, he's an average painter. That's what it was. Something like crazy genocidal maniac painter. You don't have really have this. So Manson probably could have done that. He probably could have, he made certain inroads into the music industry, and if he hadn't been such a weirdo, he might have gotten further with it. But his life could have taken a different turn. So this is one of the questions I have. Where did a guy who's an unexceptional career petty criminal, suddenly emerge as some sort of criminal mastermind, a Svengali who can bend all these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder? That's a real shift. So the first thing that kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County, and he's on parole. Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of the parole. He heads straight to the Bay Area, violates parole right off the bat. 2 weeks later, he drifts into the parole office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, they just assign him a parole. Maybe things were easier with him. So he gets assigned a parole officer, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is initially handling a number of parolees, but after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee he's supervising, Charlie Manson, which is odd. And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California, studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. And he's also connected to the Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of Ashbury had lots of drugs, lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around with young girls, ex-cons, engages in criminal activity, is repeatedly arrested, but nothing ever sticks for the next couple of years. So who gets that kind of thing? Who gets a get out of jail free card? Informants. So here is what, again, this is speculation, but Manson at some point after he got out of prison is getting this treatment because he is recruited as a confidential informant. That's the interesting question. So, probably not from the local police departments. My best suspicion is probably the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, precursor to the DEA. Federal parolee, federal parole officer, turned graduate student in drugs and group dynamics, and eventually, with permission, he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of when he's there? Well, he's on the fringes of the music industry. Not so much good. Goes to Wilson's and elsewhere, which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things that we're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, the leads and the flow of, and he's also dealing in drugs and girls. So an early version of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Manson attracted lots of underage runaways, and grain them, use them also associated with biker gangs who produce the drugs, etc. So that's part of it. He's an informant in the movement of drugs, basically within the film and music industries. And he's given pretty much a kind of free rein at that point. What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First Sharon Tate and her friends in Cielo Drive. I think everybody's probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate? Because interesting that he has Manson was familiar with the place. He had been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property in the house is built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not someplace, let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in a house. Well, that isn't the one that you would come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojtek Frykowski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two. Probably a fairly likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. You never know. And then the next night, after the slaughter there, which, by the way, Manson is not at. This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't kill any of these people. His crime supposedly ordered kills people. He supposedly thought that the killings at the Tate House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course in how you apparently commit absolutely random murders. So the next night, he takes a group of people over to the Bob Bianca's house in a different section of LA. And you got Rosemary Bianca. He's a grocer. His wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class. And, they're bound, gagged, and hacked to death. And as at the Tate residence, various things like Piggy are written, various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like cat's paws, because one of the groups trying to be framed for this with the idea was the Black Panthers. So the general story that comes out in the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why the Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although how it was supposed to do that is never really explained. Here is what I think really happened. What really happened, I think it fits together. Before Sharon Tate and her friends, or the Biancas, were killed, there was a murder by members of the family, some of the same people involved with later killings, of a musician, drug manufacturer by the name of Gary Hinman. So Manson again was involved in drug trading. And Hinman made them. He was a cook, basically. And he brewed them up in his basement, sold the drugs to Manson, who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satanists, which was one of the groups that he used, and they distributed them elsewhere. Well, one day, the Straight Satanists show up and complain that the last batch of meth, or whatever it was that they got from Manson, had made some of their brothers very, very ill. And they were quite unhappy about that. And they wanted their $2,000 back. Manson had gotten those drugs from Gary Hinman. So he is unhappy. He sends Bobby Bussell and a couple of the girls over to Hinman's place to get the money from him. As the story is later related, I think, by Susan Atkins, Hinman denied that there was anything wrong with his drugs and refused to pay up, which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed. And the idea was there, what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers. So we'll leave these things up and we'll make them look like they were good. So it's Bobby Beausoleil who then takes Inman's car and decides to drive it up the coast. By the way, with a bloody knife with Inman's blood and hair on it, and blood on the seats of the car. And then he pulls it off the road and he decides to sleep it off and he gets busted. So, find Inman's body, find Beausoleil in Inman's car with a bloody knife, and he gets arrested. So, Beausoleil is very popular with some of the girls. There's consternation in the family that Bobby has been arrested. So how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we go kill more people and we make it look the same, then see, Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. And okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already, he didn't have anything to do with it. So that, to me, makes the most sense out of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that nobody else wanted to go with Helter Skelter because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand.
Yeah.
And it was sensational. It would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that was that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. Linda Kasabian, she was present at both the Tate and LaBianca murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. She sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what had happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity, and it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil, and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, then that would get messy. Now, there's one guy that's with this. It's Charles Manson. He ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it? Okay.
So that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of the family.
He exerts a tremendous amount of psychological control over them.
How was he able to do that? Like what? Because he said he was a petty criminal. It does say he was pretty prolific in his petty crimes. Like he did a lot of them.
He had a lot of access to LSD. Okay. Which he started getting at the free clinic in San Francisco. So lots of the floating around. Some descriptions of the family has gone around is that people were basically taking acid on a daily basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda Kasabian's testimony, since she also admitted to being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. All right, so you look at her, okay, where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like such a complete, if he hadn't actually acted like the crazed, hippie, psycho goofball that Bugliosi painted him as being, then Kasabian's testimony wouldn't have been as strong because the first thing against her is you've got an immunity for telling the story the prosecution wants. That's a little iffy. And we wanted to bring in the witch and the drugs and being in love with Bobby Beausoleil. So if Manson had been dressed like you, sitting there in a suit and tie, and he behaved himself and spoken normally, things might have. This isn't to say that he wasn't guilty as hell. So what he supposedly did was to inspire all of these killings. And I think that's probably, sort of beginning with him and he told him to go over there and get the money, one way or the other. I don't know whether it's clearly he told him if you don't get the money, kill him, but Inman's dead. And then you might also have seen the value in terms of having copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kind of play. The other story you get is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was before was a record producer by the name of Terry Melcher. Melcher supposedly, as the general story goes, had welched on a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. He screwed over Manson in some sort of record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge and sent them to kill everybody in the house. Which again doesn't make much sense. One, Manson knew that Melcher wasn't living there anymore. He probably knew where Melcher was living. If he wanted to get Melcher, he could have found him. It wasn't that difficult to do. And so it's not revenge on Terry Melcher that drew him. He was familiar with the house, that the idea was to simply commit random killings that would muddy the whole waters with the Hinman killing. And you might pick some place you knew of. You knew the place was running out, there would be someone there who really didn't care. In the same way that the La Biancas seemed to have been. Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly had been the scene of creepy crawling. This is an interesting thing that the family would be taught to do, creepy crawling. Because when you sneak into somebody's house at night, while they're there asleep or when they're not there, and you move things around. So when they get up in the morning or they come home, they'll suddenly notice that someone has been in their house, which will freak them out, which is the whole point of that.
It doesn't seem like the murder, the creepy crawling, the creepy crawling, maybe. It doesn't seem like the murder. Some of the other people you covered, like the Zodiac Killer, the murder is the goal. Maybe there's some psychopathic kind of artistry to the murder that the Zodiac Killer had, and messaging behind that.
Yeah.
It seems like with at least the way you're describing with the Charles Manson family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was as a consequence of just operating in the drug underworld.
The Mansons set up the kind of base of the whole Spawn movie ranch, which is an old movie ranch on the west edge of LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls, in particular Squeaky Chrome, to get the owner or operator, George Spahn, to let them hang out there. And basically, she slept with him. And he was perfectly happy to let them hang out. They also had a place out in the desert that they had. They dealt in credit card fraud, stolen cars. It was kind of a chop shop. So you get a fairly good little criminal get going, which with the protection he had probably would. One thing they couldn't cover up.
Do you think there was, if he was an informant, you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this?
Yeah,
until he became
the
independent?
real question is, there's a book written on this by Tom O'Neill called Chaos. And that sort of thing is the easiest thing to get through. There's a lot of material there. I don't think O'Neill necessarily knows what to make of some of the stuff they came up with. But he does a very good job of sort of demolishing the whole narrative. And one of the people he mentions is a name that I have run into elsewhere, which I really paid attention to myself again. And the name is Reeve Whitson. Reeve Whitson shows up on the fringes even though he has no judicial function. He sort of hangs around Bugliosi in the prosecution with some sort of advice. He's just kind of there. In the same way that he was one of these guys, he threw his hair kind of long and wore bell bottoms, hung around the music community and elsewhere in Hollywood, but no one could tell you exactly what he did. I know what he did later, but a decade later, he shows up as a CIA officer in Central America. So, Reeve Whitson, later in his career, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this? The other thing about it is he appears to have been the person who called, the whole question of the bodies at Cielo Drive are discovered. So the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning, flies the police and goes screaming next door. But there was another fellow who knew the owner of the house, his photographer. Last name would be Tommy, gets a call earlier in the morning saying that there'd been murders. there. And the person who was calling was missing. So someone had been at the house before the bodies were discovered, and they had not called the police. So I don't know what's going on there, but it's a curious kind of situation. And Manson, in a lot of ways, just kind of self-immolates himself. I mean, his behavior at the trial is bizarre, it's threatening, it's disruptive. He's got his girls out in the street, carving X's through her forehead, carrying knives. One of the attorneys, initially his attorney, Ron Hughes, becomes Van Houten's attorney. He figures out that the three girls, supposedly on Charlie's insistence, are going to confess. And they confess that it was all their idea and Charlie had nothing to do with it. Hughes doesn't like this because his defense for her is that she was under his influence and therefore not responsible for her own actions. He was having psychic control, so he refuses to go along with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends, disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later his decomposed remains. Rumors, always the rumors. What would history be without rumors? Held that see, members of the family they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him off, and so they killed him. Well, maybe they did. Maybe he drowned. That's absolutely impossible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn. He was an employee at the Spawn Ranch. Didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He would testify that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like it, and he had no, other than his word, had no real proof of what he was saying. So please understand me in this case, is that unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case. I think that he influenced tremendous influence over the people there through drugs, through sex was another frequent component in it. He had a real whammy with all these people's minds. I'm not sure how. That still kind of puzzles me. He was a scrawny guy, and he wasn't physically intimidating. I mean, even a lot of women wouldn't be physically intimidated by him, but he nevertheless had this real psychological power. And there were, if you look around the male.
How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? What language do you speak?
Spanish.
Excellent. Do you speak European Spanish or American Spanish?
What?
Do you speak Spain Spanish or Mexico Spanish?
Spain, castellano.
Un momento, por favor.
Okay.
Both followers he had wasn't. They were fairly big guys. So he could get people to do what he wanted. And again, to me, the simplest explanation for this is that it began with the Hinman killing, and probably on Manson's instigation, the others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on. That would, if I was a cop, that's what I would focus on, because that seems to make the most sense.
It still is fascinating that he's able to have that much psychological control of those people without having a very clear ideology. It's a cult.
Yes, the great focus on trying to lead, the excessive devotion
but there's not like a maybe there's not an ideology behind that, like something like Scientology or some kind of religious or some kind of I don't know utopian ideology, nothing like this.
No, I think that Manson again was essentially a criminal with a sociopathic mindset, and he hit upon a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but like, how do people in this anybody of anything with a cult? Usually, you have either an ideology or you have maybe personalism, like you said, sex and drugs. But underneath that, can you really keep people with sex and drugs? You have to kind of convince them that you love them in some deep sense. Like there's like a commune of love.
And you have a lot of people there that they have some sort of what you call dysfunctional families. A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from, more or less middle class families because of full of dysfunction. The parents didn't love them. There were snobby runaways, and now they had this whole family. A lot of the young women had children. Some of them by Manson, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we'll return to that pull towards belonging that gets us humans in control. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this time. So the Zodiac Killer.
Well, California. Okay, I'm from. So
Yeah.
I remember this period vividly. So, by the way, the Eagle Out Beyond killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So, German.
Happy birthday.
A term which has been used for that, there's a writer by the name of Todd Wood who's coined, I wish I'd come up with this, California. And which is just sort of a chronicle of the serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. So you've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. There are bodies that have never been attributed. Some think that the Zodiac's victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, co-ed killer, was another one. There were a lot of creepy psychopaths running around. I don't know if it was something with the water or what was going on, but it was a menacing in some cases. Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone and female, was not something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State, certainly not around the Bay Area. So there are a lot of these strange sort of killings that were going on. The Zodiac it's one of those things where you have these people who have theories about it. And if you don't share their theory, then you're part of the problem at some point or another. So I'm not sure, for instance, that the Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved. And the first killings are all of couples, very sort of clear that I remember in my examination, one of the things I was looking at specifically, what else is there to say about the Zodiac? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there was an occult aspect to it. There was some sort of ritualistic aspect. So I looked at different things: locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. And I didn't find much correspondence to those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got this symbol, sort of compass or aiming reticle, circle with a cross through it. He did a variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly had a thing for couples. Except in the last of the killings, which is with a cab driver in downtown San Francisco, where he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing victims, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he was very good at it to survive.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's not particularly thorough about it. It seems to have had much more. More of the violence seems to be directed to females and males.
So, I mean, there's a couple questions to ask you. First of all, did people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based upon the Stein film, Petra, where there were people who saw him, or who claimed that they saw him. The others were all when it was fairly dark. I'm not sure if anyone else got a look at his face. The one that occurred in the daylight at Barry said he was wearing a mask. So there's something in common initially in the targeting of victims, which doesn't in the last case. Then after that, there's just these different cases where there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims I think she and her small child were picked up and her car broke down. She got a flat tire and she was picked up by this guy who she got a very sort of strange vibe from. And eventually just let her go. Well, I did the Zodiac. It might not have been.
You do this rigorous look saying, okay, what is the actual facts that we know? Let's reduce it to the thing that we know for sure. And in speaking about his motivation, he said that he was collecting souls
for the afterlife.
for the afterlife.
That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean that's what I believe. Is it the Vikings, the Romans? They believe this in battle.
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they will be your ghostly servants. Do
you think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question: is he making that up just to be scary, or is that his actual? That's what he's saying his motivation is. Let's take it at face value, rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield, that is to get rid of it. Let's just take it at face. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave servants in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm sure 44. Eventually, he will have 40. Just kind of vanishes. One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at the case, which I didn't find anybody else that didn't make much of that, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that he sends to the press of San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel that the Zodiacs. But what was this drawn from? Where he got this from is from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing on the cover. It's Wheel of Fortune, but with different forms of grisly death. And all of the things that he mentioned are shown on the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. Well, that's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he? I mean, that is, and also before he got the idea from, he's incorporating these things for people. Then there are, of course, his codes, which people have, which aren't all that difficult to decipher, probably because they're meant to be. The other thing that you find often with serial or psychopathic killers is they're toying with the press. I mean, this goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper, where they get attention. And then he just disappeared.
Why do you think he was ever caught?
I think they knew who to look for. There's nothing much to do. I mean, there was a guy who was long a suspect, and then eventually they tested his DNA and found it didn't match any of the things that they found. Again, it goes back to, I'm not even sure that it's one person who's responsible for it.
But so one of the interesting things to kind of bring up here, in our discussion with Manson inspires this, but there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. The Zodiac, the Son of Sam later, and the Monster of Florence. So is it possible there's some kind of underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac. And you have his claim that he's collecting souls for the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected to that. He may have picked some of the killing sites due to their physical location, to the position of a particular place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, which David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, um, mostly of couples and young women similar to the Zodiac, and that he had only committed some of them and was witnesses at others. And that has really created the whole idea that, yes, there is this some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. Then if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders that go on and off for a long period of time, again, focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, that those things should come up in each of those cases in different places, either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration. Here again, you come back to something similar to talking before about, do pedophiles exist? Do pedophiles not say so? Do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. There's one in my hometown. Apparently quite harmless, as far as I know. But there are people who, robes, here we come again, robes, cut the head off a chicken, naked woman as an altar. Yeah, you can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So, professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy.
You study secret societies. You gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human history through the lens of secret societies, because they've permeated all of human history. You've talked about from everything from the Knights Templar to the Illuminati, to Freemasons that we brought up. Freemasons lasted a long time. Illuminati, as you've talked about, in its sort of main form, lasted a short time, but its legend
Never gone away.
never gone away. Maybe like Illuminati is a really interesting one. What was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. If I can pin it down to a date, the 1st of May Day, in 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because that's not really the name of the organization. It's called the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering, what's its real name? So Illuminati is simply the plural of Illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen the light. Anyone who thinks, and there have been organizations called Illuminati. That term is not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is an Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol of the order was an owl, which, interestingly enough, is almost identical to the owl, which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club. Oh boy, make of that what you will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl. Yeah. But compare them, you know, you got to kind of wonder about this. Just a little, maybe there's some kind of connection. So, but that supposedly has to do with the connection to the goddess Minerva, and the owl is sacred to her, the reporter, the Minerval person who was brought in. The number of levels changed over time. There was a higher levels of the order that people at the lower level didn't know about. pretty typical for this. But the thing about Weishaupt is that he was a luminous correspondent with members with his Illuminati, both during the time that it legally existed in Bavaria and later. So Weishaupt himself lives, I think, until 1830. Dies in Gotha, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince, and so nothing ever happens. No Illuminati ever put to death or arrested, in prison for any period of time. What happens is that their plan, well, what was his plan? His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments that he was with. One the world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, you had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And the purpose of this is to we wish to make men happy and free, but first we must make them good. All right. So that's what the order is all about. Of course, he also said things like, "Oh man, is there nothing you want to believe?" Because it would be used in that. Also thought women should be brought into it. A rather interesting view about that is that we should appeal to women, in part because women have a chip on their shoulder, because they're left out of things. So we should appeal to their vanity at that point, and offer them in the future all things will be open and they will be emancipated. So we should hold up the prospect of female emancipation to attract them, because he argued in the short term there's no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising them emancipation, but he made sure we'll never actually deliver it to them, because the future wars will be a boys' club. So he talks about these things fairly openly. And this is where you get this idea of some sort of a new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a trail of descent that leads from Weishaupt's Illuminati to the Communist Manifesto, and in fact to communism itself. That Marxism was simply a further restating of this idea. And you can draw some sort of connection. The idea never entirely goes away. The Bavarian government gets a hold of the order's inner texts. So the story is there, delivered to them. I think that Weishaupt gave it to him. I think he engineered the exposure of his order because it gave him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, he gained great renown, and they continue to recruit after this. And the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times. Why? Because apparently the first 3 times didn't work. So the picture is, you can notice that it's like Apple bans on Freemasonry. They just go on and on and on because they still use it.
You actually highlight the difference between, speaking of publicity, that there's a difference between visibility and transparency. That a secret society could be visible, could be known about, it could be quite popular, but you can still have a secrecy within it.
You have no idea what's going on inside. Yeah. It's like a black box. If I set a black box on this table, we can see that there's a black box. What's in the black box? I can't. Who knows?
In fact, the secrecy might be the very thing that makes you more popular.
And Weishaupt again, there's no more thing convincing than a concealed mystery. If people conceal mystery in the thought. So we need to make the order mysterious for that exact reason. Always hold out the possibility that knowledge, special knowledge that no mere mortals have other than you, will have outlet. So he senses a lot of things. The use of vanity and ego to recruit people, to influence both men and women. It's quite sophisticated.
Yeah.
And as you might expect from a professor of canon law trained by Jesuits. So I certainly don't think that it ceased when it was banned in Bavaria. Because everybody just scattered. Like Paris. And then you have the French Revolution.
So the idea of the Illuminati, the people recruiting, the branding is really powerful. And so it makes sense that it can, it's a threat connecting it to this day. And a lot of organizations, a lot of secret societies can sort of adopt it. And if you're effective at it, I think it does attract powerful people tend to have gigantic egos, and people with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity of secret societies. And so that there's a gravitational force that pulls powerful people to these societies.
And you also notice something goes back to what we talked about intelligence, ego, as a recruitment and control. That's a great Achilles heel in human beings. The exploitation of ego.
And of course, if we go back to the conversation of intelligence agencies,
What up, baby?
it would be very.
Yeah, exactly. Who gives a shit? I mean, not you, like that guy. Like, hey, like, I need a reason to talk about myself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like basically the paradoxical. It's like an infinite loop. Excellent. Well, Reddit's where it's at when it comes to, but then also it's fucking constant too. The moderators on Reddit suck dick, the admins on Reddit suck dick, but there are some places, like some subreddits, that literally a stand-up comedian could just go to the top comments and get the best things and be very, very funny. I know people used to do this on Twitter. They would just find the top comments to like anything, and then just use that as their material because there are a lot of funny people on there. Well, yeah, how convenient of that guy being diagnosed narcissist. Like, dog, right, right, and you basically, I don't know, it's an issue that I have with this psychological community. In order to continue, they need to keep diagnosing people with shit. And so now you like empower someone with reinforcing their thoughts, and now they think that that's like an excuse to act badly, or I don't know. I think that uh, like I could feel some sorrow for someone who said, "Look, I've been a diagnosed narcissist, and I'm trying to improve." As them, okay, that's a little bit better because it shows that you're not just like leaning into this fucking diagnosis. But no, instead it's like I'm a narcissist. Let's talk about myself. No shit, really? Do you know how to find it? There you go. No major updates from me. Um, well, actually, no. I had to change my robot. Before the robot would go like this. It would go follow, spam, create a clip. It does not do that anymore. Now it creates a clip, follows and spams. Here's why. If you get banned from the chat, you can't create a clip on a person. So I do the clip first because they don't know that's coming. And then I follow and then spam. And if they ban me then, who gives a shit? All these like little intricacies though, I mean you just have to learn before your body is fucking unstoppable. We had one guy up here, I don't know from where he learned about it, he spoke past in Spanish, but I have a feeling he was from Twitch. But this I could be wrong, but I've been in a lot of Spanish Twitch users. Not purposefully, it's just kind of how the cookie crumbles when it's randomized. But one day, I think it may be today, but if it's not today, it's hopefully this week. Somebody's like, yeah, quit making fucking clips of me, dude. I'm fucking sick of it. And I'll be like, yes, you are the winner. Well, I did see this. I saw my bot spam, and somebody was like, "What again? What is this guy's problem?" And I'm like, "Oh, kids, you ain't seen nothing yet." So, like, the fact that they're like, "Hey, this guy again," means like I'm starting to work into the zeitgeist, the neural network of the Twitch universe. I'm basically like seeping into the global consciousness of the Twitch universe. That like just like I did with Kick, like to the point where anybody on Kick, if you ask them about me, they know who I am. Now, I asked myself, well, if everybody knows about me on Kick, why didn't I go viral? And it's just not that big of a platform in comparison. Like I see how big Twitch is now, and like I know Kick well enough that if they're an English speaking, like I can name like the top 50 English speaking Twitch users, Kick users, probably because I've used these interchangeably because I just use them so much. Anyway, I've just seen them so much and I've gotten to know what their streams look like and all this other shit. But I don't quite know that on Twitch yet. But I will. I'll learn it once this shit starts just repeatedly showing me their platforms. I'll know who I'll be able to spam, who I won't be able to spam, and all that other shit. And it's just a matter of time. So I got the two bots going right now, and they are they're pretty they are pretty independent. And I don't really have to do anything to them. One of them, I don't know if it's timed out because of um, RAM, but I've kind of got to keep an eye on. I have to keep an eye on both of them. But as of right now, and the other thing is I'm spamming big people. So I know I started with spamming small people because it's like, well, then my spam is already always there. But if I look at this, exactly, exactly, it's 100% right. And once I got it down, then I can move it to the bigger people. Because if you do it on the bigger people while practicing, they have so many things in there to stop you that you don't know if it's worth it or not. That's exactly right. And then another thing that I did is I checked to see if anybody had viewed any of the spam that I created. Yeah, or the clips. And yeah, the first one I did has 5 views on it. And I did it like a couple hours ago. It wasn't even like. So I know what's going to happen is over a few days, just like what happened on Kick, is I just become like the most annoying motherfucker on the platform. I don't know how to describe it. And exactly. We'll get some people in here. So the thing that since they gave me 100 characters to use, I can really make a long message. It says join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord, discord.me/rabbi, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, #viral rabbi. Now I have to find one of these motherfuckers I'll work on it where I know that they allow that thing that you said, like automatic upload to their TikTok, and then we'll see if the hashtag viral rabbi is like connected. I mean, it should work in the search function. Um, Usually with a hashtag, you have to like put the hashtag and then space, and it's got to be like a different color. I don't know, like hyperlinks or something. But even if not, on every single platform that these are uploading to their social media, when you search it on the social media, it should show up. And Vital Rabbi is the thing that I always use. So um, let's see how it goes. In fact, on some of these platforms, we type Vital Rabbi. Some of the other person who uses that, I mean, good luck with anybody else. But it's like it's thousands of posts just just from that. If you just type that in, just in like Instagram, and if I type it into TikTok, it should be a lot more. Video, user, hashtag. So, on TikTok alone, if you type viral rabbi, it has 13.4 thousand posts. So that's that's a lot. And that doesn't even count like the thing where I have the most amount of content is Instagram. Because I created a robot years ago that just uploads my life. So my Instagram posts are like an hour long, which is a lot of content in itself. And there are just tens of thousands. I just don't tab them all because it just would have meant that the bot would have to do more things, and I want it to be as efficient as possible. When you add more shit to it, it's more things that can get fucked up or crash or whatever. As we were talking, I noticed one of my bots is not perfect. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just like not loaded correctly. And then I have another one. So let's see how this works. Like if I like okay, if I go in Twitch and look up the user. Oh, one thing that Twitch has that Kick does not know, which is somewhat disappointing but not really, is they have a thing you have to be following someone for a certain amount of days before they can create a clip on it, which that's fine. I mean, but nobody really has that turned on because no one's used this as basically something to spam. So I'm going to be interested to see basically, I've only seen it on one person. And yeah, we'll see if this is done. And it's just in comparison to Kick, like Kick, I became a big fish in a small pond in comparison to Twitch. Twitch is just massive with the amount of people who are watching it at once. Like Kick doesn't have even close to these numbers. I'm not saying that it can't happen in the future. You're good. Uh, the sheer numbers between Kick and Twitch is pretty amazing. Meaning, like Twitch has just tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of viewers. I'm not saying that they're real. I know they're not real. In fact, there's one guy who had 3,000 people watching him, and I posted my spam, and that spam lasted there for 2 hours. Like, you have 3,000 people watching you about one person chatted once in 2 hours. I just thought that was interesting. And I'm starting to remember who these people are. This is what happened on Kick. where I didn't know any of the guys on Kick, any of the women on Kick, I didn't know anybody, and now I can name their usernames because I've seen them so much. And it's just gonna be like, okay, once I start to notice these people and recognize who they are, then it's like I'll know. It just tells me I'm learning the platform. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hey. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Oh, okay. All right. Well, the game. I'm going right now, big dog. I'll see you there, big dog. He wants me to go to Blue Analysis this third time, so I'll do that. What's up, Pams? How you living, babies? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Word. Where's my... All right, well, enjoy that. Hey, where's my man, Biggest Loser on the internet? All right, you need to get his ass in the game. He's not. Gee, I like him. All right, friends. So I was asked to come here. Do you guys know anything about me? Have I met him in real life? No. He's been in my stream. Word. Yeah. Do you mind? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming live for more than 3.5 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, things like fast travel, life extension technology, mind reporting technology. Some really interesting things. Essentially, it's a time capsule for the world. So essentially, people can go back any day in my life for the last 3.5 years and see exactly what I did for everything, whether it's eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, my circadian rhythm, my behavior patterns. It's really an opportunity for the world to learn from someone and learn about someone. Has anyone here seen the movie The Truman Show? Okay, it stars Jim Carrey from the 1990s. Essentially, the story of The Truman Show is the main character, played by Jim Carrey. His name is Truman Burbank, and his entire life is on camera, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The only difference is that he doesn't know that it's happening, and I do know it's happening. So essentially, we have like it seems to do this. But as of right now, I'm live on more than 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. As you can see, none of you guys are virtual, so you guys only see one angle, but I'll show you that angle. Okay. Well, I have 33 different platforms, so 33 different devices. So we have a ceiling cam. Show you the ceiling cam. Wait. The, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I saw that. Interesting. I did see that he charged his Cybertruck and had some kind of recommend perhaps. Not exactly sure what happened there. You said Trump Tower, so I was thinking maybe that happened. So I believe that's one of Las Vegas, the Trump Hotel. Excellent. So what we have here, I'm live on 33 different platforms right there, essentially. Over here, you can see I've got a bunch of posters up there and there. So up here, here, there is a Telegram that I'm in. I've been live in that Telegram for more than a year and a half, and they're a community that has supported me. It's a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 Ether. It essentially is worth $300 million when I started it with pennies, but it's an excellent cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency, so essentially, no. And, no, I mean it's been around for more than a year and a half, which is a lifetime in terms of cryptocurrencies, and its ticker is Bitcoin. If you're interested, but what I think is special about it is it's backed by data. Literally, it's been in my conversations 24/7 since the beginning. Pardon me. Let me show you these other devices I've got. Actually, let me show you the camera you guys can. So over here we have too much to count. Um, so so this is the device you usually see me on an Aiden Rothschild stream. Here we're in KSI's stream. Here this is live on Instagram. These are YouTube and Rumble, and also Twitch and all these others. This is live in the socialized Discord. Just I have ceiling cam. So if you can see, there's a ceiling cam up there. Okay. Yeah, there's a ceiling cam up there. And then over here, you see all those devices. I made a bot recently. So kids and ladies and gentlemen, whoever's watching this, if you didn't know, I'm going viral soon. And why do I have so much confidence? I created a robot for Twitch just recently. I've done this on Kick. What's up? Can I show you it? Excellent. So essentially what we've got going on, I'll show you my bot that I created. It automatically spams people on Twitch. I did this on Kick for 6 months, and everybody knows about me. Aiden knows about me. Amaranth knows about me. Eddie Craven knows about me. Eddie Craven and I are friends on Discord. So what up? How are you, XOI? Beautiful. Excellent. So what you'll see here is it will open up a random Twitch user, and then it will essentially open up a new tab. And as you see, like this is all hands-free. So it opens a new tab, and what it's going to do is it's going to create a clip on them, of them, and then in the clip it puts my Discord, it puts my link tree, and then what it does is it follows them and it spams them, and then it moves on to the next person. And it does this so well that once it does it enough times, then it will create a brand new account and just do it over and over. So it's essentially a company group. And I've got a bunch of these accounts with which I'm doing this. So yeah, it's just a matter of time till we go viral. Now, for you guys, why is this important to you guys? Well, I mean, anybody who has supported me along the way is going to be rewarded. And I can tell you that data is Earth's #1 resource. That's not Rabbi saying that. That's the Economist magazine saying that. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data on my archive than any person ever. And literally, I have 10 different streams going back for 3.5 years. So what does that mean? I'm going to be able to monetize this, and we can do it and make all your dreams come true. I mean that. I'm saying this live on camera. So what does that mean? That means that I'm going to give you money in the future. I don't want anything from you guys, just your support. But I'm going to give you money, and I want you to give it to your friends and families, and then I want you to start charities with it and help people who are less fortunate. That's what I'm about. I'm about positivity and spread love to the world. So just know that you're part of a very cool project, and just by your mere presence in Aiden Ross's server, you guys are going to be made rich. That's pretty cool. Absolutely. If you would, add me so I know exactly what you all have me, then we'll be connected. How long have I been how long have I been in this server? I've been, well, at the at the very beginning, um, it was difficult for me to stream and the server consistently because people kept kicking me out. So I created a robot that whenever anybody kicked me out, it just let me back in. And eventually, my robot basically wore down the moderators and kept kicking me out. And then I started to become kind of like a unreliable in a server. And so, in answer to your question, I've been live here since May. I am the number one streamer in the history of the Ignorant server. I'm the number one streamer in the history of the Aisha Speed server. I'm the number one streamer in the history of KSI's stream server, and quite a few other major. It does make me. Yep. Pardon me. Perhaps some days are more than others. I don't want to put a I don't want to put a solid number on it, but it does generate me money every single day. Some days more than others, but not enough to be able to take over the world. But what's going to happen? I get people who donate crypto to me. Yeah, um, I wouldn't say every. Yeah, I wouldn't say that happens every day, but it does. When it does happen, sometimes it's many people, and people hear about them. Exactly. Exactly. And it turns out that, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. But, I can tell you that people are very positive towards my message. I, I don't say anything really that people don't like. I'm about work peace. I'm about everybody coming together. I'm about ending world hunger through the use of different technology like agricultural drones, growing greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I really think that with some of these ideas, within a generation or two, we are going to be in world hunger. Now, one of the things that I mentioned that really one of the most exciting things about this is the idea of mind-blowing technology. So before I get to that, I'm a major um, promoter of life extension technology. So things like human growth hormone, stem cells, steroids, things like perhaps conversion therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things that make you last your body last longer. And basically everybody in here had a life expectancy of about 80 years old. And through the use of life extension technology, we'll be able to get you age 100, 120. But then at 120 or whatever, your body's going to start to break down. You're going to say, Rabbi, what can you do for me? And that's where the next type of technology comes into play. It's very exciting. It's known as mind-floating technology. What's mind-floating technology now? This is essentially the type of technology that allows us as humanity to scan someone's brain like an MRI or a CAT scan into a computer, essentially knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for later down there. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm making you all aware of, and it truthfully means I don't think you're all about. And there's an opportunity for digital immortality. So it's a very exciting future. You got it. Absolutely. Well, I don't want to take up all your guys' time, but if you have the opportunity, send me a friend request and I will be sure to accept it. And if you guys ever need me, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you. And I just appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. Absolutely. Peace, babies. That's how it's done, son. Thank you, my friend. We just got a bunch of friend requests. So that's cool. Nice people. I go by the George Costanza philosophy: leave on a high note, get out. Do not overstay your welcome. Keep them wanting more. Exactly. Um, this robot, I can't believe I didn't fucking do this early. Like, I'm kicking myself that, wow, I was on um, Kick for so long, and I didn't do this on Twitch, but I mean, you live and learn. I recognize that it's a lot more difficult to create a spam bot on chat on Twitch, but, but now that it's working, it's it's pretty solid. I mean, like with any spam. Oh, it's totally set. So I use a bot that's called it's a Chrome extension called. If you want it, I'll get the real name for it. But it's basically a Twitch ad blocker, and it works pretty well. Um, but even still, it's very slow to load, and I think it has to do with their loading ads, which is always going to take a long time. Then you have to avoid the ads with your ad blocker. Then it's got a chat that it has to load that's usually like tens of thousands of people. It's usually a lot of people. And then, um, and so all this has, and then they have stuff that like Twitch doesn't have, like, or I mean, Kick, apologies, doesn't have, like, um, they have things like you can donate to certain like charities, so then that shit has to load, and if you want to subscribe, that shit has to load. There's just so much more running that it can just cause issues. But I am pretty stoked about just having a new project, basically. Like, um, I think it's it's exciting for me to build something, and you know, this is, I don't know. I get a great amount of joy just that, like, hey, if I press the right buttons on a computer, I get somebody in. It's like that's like it's almost like magic to me, and I think that's really really cool. And how, how'd you get 100 of them? You said? How did you get all the people to pay attention to you? Yeah, right. Hey, can somebody send you Bitcoin to a pizza address? that's really cool. Right. That's cool. Right. That's cool. Right. What does it matter? Well, I'm glad that somebody else goes through this shit. 'Cause I get these, I don't know, probably a dozen times a day, and I don't know. Nobody wants to just give me money right off the bat for no reason. Maybe if you hear me speak and we become friends, like the Harry Potter Homicide and Kennedy group, they have. I'll say this. I'll say this. When I would do Twitter Spaces, people would give me money, but I wouldn't ask for it. I would actually be like, I know it's fine, keep your money. They'd be like, no, please give us your address. Like, you're saying really good things, and we want to make sure it continues. Just please give us your address. Like, I really don't want your money, and I'm glad that I took it because for nothing. I should say one guy came in here at one time, and he was like, "You have Phantom wallet, that sort of stuff." And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Just download it, and I'll give you some on." And I did, and it's worth a lot of money. It's not like, oh, it's a major growth. So I say to myself with these guys, like, but they have met just randomly. Like I get these people all the time. They have the same fucking messages. It's um, people who say, "Would you rather have $1,000 in Bitcoin, a $2,000 Visa card, or like a like a trip anywhere in the world or something like that?" And it's like A, B, or C. And then they're like, "Well, how about I just give you Bitcoin and you can have all three or whatever?" It's like, "God, I don't want to." I block those people. Or I get these ladies, they're not ladies, they're fucking guys in India and Nigeria who are like, "Do you want a sugar mom?" It's like, dude, no. I want somebody to watch my stream, but I don't want some dude who's playing the part of a lady. Then I get people who are like, uh, they'll be like, "Can I have your Bitcoin wallet?" And I'll be like, "No." And they'll be like, "Please, I really want to help. I want to, what do they say? I want to bless people, or I want to send send blessings." If there's this word that they use that when I give something to someone, and it's like almost like the same as the big way, at least on Discord, that I can tell if they're a bot is if they've made their account within the last month. 99% of anybody who messages me has an account. 99% of anybody who messages me within the last month is it's almost 100%. I do get some weird ones. Dog, that would have. Right. Less than 12K followers against Instagram, which is like 1.8 million. And yeah. And then his message was a little like, I don't know. I've heard like stories of this happening. Like there's this famous story. I don't know which one, where it's like it was just like a tweet that I saw one time that went viral. It was even just like a copy of a tweet, but it was like this one day I was at a Wendy's eating value meal, whatever they call it, Wendy's, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Bill Murray walks up to my table, takes a French fry off of my plate, dips it in ketchup, eats it, and says, "No one will ever believe me." And okay, so you know that, and that's kind of when that kind of shit happens, like for global, exactly. There you go. Well, okay, so you know that story too, and whether it's yeah, and definitely right. I get it, and I get it. I get it. It's I wouldn't think if anybody, if any celebrity is acting like there's somebody playing it up like a celebrity. I don't think so. I've had people. I got. I don't want to say. Oh yeah, the closest I want to say I got fucked to getting fucked, but I unfortunately not was. And I told you about it. Some guy was like, "Hey, I want you to be in my podcast," and he sent me the link, and the link was a virus, so there's something to drain my wallet. But that was the closest thing. I get a lot of people who um, they'll be like a lot of people who are just selling like multi and shit, and so I sometimes entertain these ones just because I'm bored. So if somebody will be like, um, "Hey, are you lonely?" or something like that, I'll be like, "Do you have a menu?" I just get straight to the fucking point. Do you have a menu? And I actually like to see how they price themselves and price whatever it is. And so somebody will send me their menu I don't know, but pictures $5 and I don't know, like topless pictures $10 or whatever. And then I'll be like, um, do you want to meet for real? And they'll be like, yeah, where are you located? And I'll be like, I'm right near LA. They'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, okay, how much for an hour? They'll be like $30. I'll be like, no chick in LA is gonna spend an hour with you for $30. Get the fuck out of here. And so I like it that these guys. I mean, generally, I think it's dudes who are just what do they call it? Picture. There's a name for it, like where they just they just go to some hot chick on Instagram, get her pictures, and then they say that they're that person. And then if you're like, oh, or like they get some OnlyFans shit, they'll just send you. Oh, they're called picture burners. That's what they call it. Anyway, I'll ask them. Um, I'll be like, oh, okay. I'll be like, send me a send me a Facebook, and they'll send me some super hot chick on Instagram, and I'm like, all right, so send me a pic with your like. I'm like, oh, send me a pic with the date and your username. And they're like, oh, I can't do that right now. I'm really busy. It's like, you stupid dumbass. You are literally on Discord typing to like thousands of people. And, because I'm on there and I'm like, I have nothing else to do many times, I will entertain them. Many times I've gotten to the point now that I'm just blocking people. I had this strategy, that's not a strategy, it's a philosophy. When I first started that I'm not going to block anybody. I don't want to have to block anybody. Man, there were just some people who would just send me swastikas all the time, really mean things. And I would entertain it. I'd be like, oh, cool story, bro. But, when you're getting that shit all the time, it's like, and then what happens is I'll show my phone, like on camera, and then people go, why the fuck do you have a bunch of swastikas? Like, no, somebody fucking sent me this thing. It's definitely not my channels. And it's random ass people. Now, Discord, I was going to tell you this. If you were in, like, if as much have Discord, I would tell you to get out of it because there's like, if a Discord gets nuked, you lose your account. Um, I wouldn't tell you to do the same with this Telegram. Feel free to stay there if you want. I still have a bunch of accounts in there. They're not my main. Yeah, but like, he's the kind of guy who would get something nuked. Like, he'd get your Discord nuked. And he fucked, like, I'm oh yeah, exactly. Like, he fucked he fucked me over with hammering. I was able to spend a lot of time in her Discord talking with her. She would do these streams, and she would have 25 people who would be in the stream with her. And this one time I was bored, and I was like, hey, asked me, do you want to go in there? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever you do, don't don't blow my cover. I'm gonna try to be funny when I have to be funny. And he goes in there within 5 minutes. He's like, Amaranth wants to sell crab eyes there. And she bans us both from that. I should have fucking read the writing on the wall at that point. But this guy, but I don't know, I think give him chances after chance. Um, I'm not saying I'm necessarily mad at him, but he and I just don't vibe. I used to bring girls into his. Well, I used to bring friends into his whatever ask much, his kind of ask motivation or whatever. And the reason why is he had that robot that would generate AI images for you, and it basically knows everything. Exactly, exactly. And so I thought that was very cool. I still think it's very cool, and so it's cool, but um, it's not cool enough for me to want to have to stay in there. But at the time, it was pretty. Um, it was unique because I hadn't seen that before, and it was doing basically. And like I'd seen the AI ones, but they wouldn't do anything uncensored. That one would. So I thought that was pretty cool about it. I met some of his friends. I met this one. This was a weird, not a weird story, but kind of. I met. He introduced me to this. There was this one girl who was in his chat or something. I don't remember her name, but this was the weirdest story. Okay, so This is her deal. She's in crypto, and she's a mom, and which there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's pretty cool that she's a mom. But I say that because I feel like she was looking for someone to basically start a new family. Not a new family necessarily, but like complete her family. And if I recall, she think so. Anyway, she met this guy, and he was he was kind of actually like a huge loser in my opinion. And he's like one of these guys who like doesn't pay attention to the girl, and the girl's like all gaga over him. And so I got to asking her like, um, how'd you guys meet? And she's like, actually, that's the funny thing is we haven't met. I'm like, what? You haven't met, and you're like head over heels for this guy? She's like, yeah, but we're gonna meet in I don't know, it's like April or something like that. And we have all this planned out and all this other shit. And I was like, wait, so her name was Roller. Now I remember because it was like from oh, what is it? Pretty nice. Anyway, um, and she just had this. She was so head over heels on this guy that I figured like, oh man, this guy must be pushing the wrong button. But instead, it was like, oh, you haven't even met yet? There's no way this is gonna. Anyway, shout out to Roller Girl. She's out there somewhere. Hopefully she found love somewhere else. Because this guy was just mean to her. Oh, that's what. So I was live streaming. Oh, I remember that. Okay, so she was gonna have me on a podcast, and this is when I was like actively looking for podcasts and stuff. Well, I shouldn't say I ever really actively looked for one. Because usually the podcast game has turned into you pay the podcast to be on their podcast. Podcasts rarely accept people for free nowadays, unless it's like Joe Rogan or something like that. Or basically, if you want to be on a podcast, you have to pay them money. I know I have had to pay money to be on podcasts before, and it's not a lot, but it's like $20 or something like that. I understand. Anyway, but she wanted me to be on her podcast and or this podcast with which she was helping. And she told me that she had a Telegram and invited me to stream in it. And so I did, and I streamed in it. And just one day, this loser dude was in there with her, and he was just being so mean with her, and just like very, very mean. And when he left, or at another point, I want to say I said to her something like, you can do so much better. Like you can get a guy who would treat you so much better than that. I don't know where he is, but it's not that guy. That guy is mean. And she's like, no, he's just having a bad day or something like that. I'm like, I heard he was just very verbally abusive. And that's when I was like, how did you guys meet? She's like, oh, we're doing it. Like, you tolerate that? That's incredible. Anyway, I met them. What I'm trying to say is everybody I met that has much, Bigfoot has much or whatever, vision, um, basically, I don't want to say something was wrong. It's no means, by no means true, but something, you got to be kind of fucked up in that Discord, or the Telegram, apologies. And I can see why, if you're as much as friend. Now, I've had long talks with as much before, and if I can keep him, I shouldn't even say I can keep him focused, but we can talk about things like he's a welder, and we've talked about my social media and things like that. But whenever we start talking about it, he'll be like, "Yeah, Daddy," and I'll be like, "Dude, it's just two dudes here." And I'll ask him like, "Are you gay?" And he'll be like, "No, but for the right price." I'm like, "Dude, I don't. That's not my thing, dog. Like, if it is, if that's your thing, that's cool." But he's like, "No, I'm actually like kind of married," and he is. Um, and so it's like as much. So yeah, exactly. Um, so how did this work? Well, let me explain. Let me explain. He goes into depth about it, and here's what I would say. Um, he, we would be in a conversation, and we'd be talking about welding. I remember he's a welder, and he would be like, "Yeah, Daddy," and I'd be like, "Dude, are you gay?" And he's like, "No, actually, I've been in a relationship for like many years. In fact, I have an ex-wife." And I'd be like, "Oh, you've been married before?" He's like, "Yeah." Now he could be just pulling away doing anything, but he just had so much to say about this that I didn't think he was lying to me. So I was like, "Oh, okay, so like, so you have an ex-wife?" And he's like, "Well, kind of. We got married at the local courthouse, but it didn't work out or whatever, and she just left. And um, she said that she filed the paperwork to get a divorce. And like as I say this, I'm like, do I really still believe that he was telling me the truth? At the time, yeah, I still do believe that basically he either he had like a story about it. Like he told me, I forget what kind of background she had, but basically, like, he would have had to make up a really long story about this. And then I heard him talk about it with other people too. Basically, like, he's single, but it was something like he was married and the paperwork for the divorce didn't necessarily go all the way. So he might still be married, but he just considers himself single. Something like that. It's not like he's currently married. No, I know he's not currently married, but maybe there was a relationship in the past. He got married, and then it didn't work out, but he just never went through with the paperwork. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Not exactly sure. Um, it could be a huge lie. Yeah, there you go. And he didn't get that money, basically, from what it sounded. And so but he was expected. And so it was just like a lot. Yeah, exactly. Good luck. There you go. Well, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. As Frank Sinatra said, as Frank Sinatra said, the best revenge is massive success, and you're going to experience that. So I wouldn't sweat it too much at all. At least in I mean, I don't know if this is. I say that what's his name? As much as he's very smart, and he told me he was valedictorian of his high school, which I actually believe he's smart enough to it, and that he got into Brown, but he did not go for whatever reason. And he could have just been lying, but that's the weird thing for him to lie about. That it's not like he wants me to think he's really smart. He's never came off like that. Um, but I could see him just being like a naturally smart person who just perhaps didn't go to Brown or whatever. And he moved to Northern California this first. I can't. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I don't really care anymore. All I know is I've met a lot of people on the internet, and he's probably one of the funnier dudes I've ever met. And right. And it's not he and Riser, right? Exactly. He's never done anything necessarily to purposefully hurt me, but inadvertently, like a bunch of times, and I just haven't really like that. But Riser, that's how I met Riser, and he's become a pretty good friend. So it's kind of one of those things like I don't want to be like, oh, I don't ever want to see that person again. Don't bring them around. When I know that that's that person's friend and that they can now about whatever virtually. And yeah, I know that band from Harry Potter Box on Canada, and that's a very easy thing to happen. Though, if you send any link in there, it's an automatic ban. I've tried to talk to these guys, and I've tried to tell them, can you put like an appeal server on there or something? And they're like, look, if you're in this Discord, you're gonna know, or if you're in this Telegram, you're gonna know somebody, and you'll be able to get back in. If not, we don't want you in here. And it is one of those things. Okay, well, I understand that. And at least the people in the Telegram were the people in Harry Potter Box on Canada. I think they let him back in, but probably could have possibly been not exactly sure. But yeah, I don't know how. I think I met him in. Yeah, I met him in Harry Potter by the side. That's how I met a lot of these people. There was one guy, his name's Apollo, he comes with me, he's in here every day. And he, now he is a really good guy. He is a very good heart. Of any person, I mean, he came and, yeah, exactly. He is. And he's a very good truck driver. He's been driving 7 years. Dude, you don't want that job. You do not want that job in the middle of the winter and you're in Boise, Idaho, and there isn't somebody around for 100 miles and your tires are down and you're on the side of the road. Those guys are like the cowboys of today, where it's super dangerous. And at any given point, the cops are trying to get them because that's a big ticket. And I know I can't do that job, but yeah. So he was in here 2 days ago. He was in here for like 3 hours. What are we talking about? Well, it's really interesting. He was, this was like a year ago. He would always complain to me about being tired and being thirsty. And I said to him, you should really get your blood sugar checked because that's under therapy. And he's only like in his late 20s, so that would be early. But nevertheless, we would talk about his diet. It's like when you're a truck driver, you can't get fresh food. Everything's in the truck stop, and and his life is so stressful. Like he would be, like he's got to get to the place by a certain time, and he's like fighting GPS. Like there's no way you can gain time on GPS basically if you lose a few minutes here or there, and it was just extremely stressful. So he tells me he was in North Carolina and he had this dog with him. His dog's name's Romeo. Well, I didn't get a chance to meet Romeo when I met him. Romeo he's always with him. That was like his partner. So he was gone for a couple days or weeks really, and he comes into the Telegram one day and he's like, "You're never gonna believe it." Yeah, he's like, I went to a diabetic shop in North Carolina, and fortunately, there was another truck driver who could take over his route or whatever and dog sit for him. It was like this very fortunate situation, but he was hospitalized hospitalized with diabetes, and um, it was just this weird thing. On this, I haven't told anybody any medical advice, really, anybody. If you have an issue, I just tell you go see a doctor. But with him, he was just, I remember him saying he was so thirsty and tired all the time, and I told him to get that checked out. Anyway, it turned out it's true, and he's on insulin and all kinds of stuff now. Well, he's dealing with that. Yeah, that's one I fucking nailed. And I did not expect to be that correct. I just figured maybe, I don't know, those are just two symptoms of diabetes. So he was in here playing some game, I forget what, and just, chilling. And we were listening to a podcast of it. But he, truthfully, he's a very good person. And I can just tell you, he's very sweet. And this one day, I was I was in bed, and well, here's the thing. People would come into the Telegram all the time and talk to me, and I didn't really put two and two together with who they are or whatever. And especially if they change their name, their username, it's like, then they're a brand new person to me, and I have to get that whole backstory from them. But Apollo would come in and just talk to me about his life and his, just like what was going on, and I could listen to him talk. It would always be like really late at night, and we were talking for a long time, but it wasn't ever at a point where I genuinely, like, I cared about him, but not genuinely cared about him, where I, check in on him and things like that. And then this one day, he was like, Rabbi, I'm going to drive 8 hours today, and I'm going to come see you. And I was like, yeah, right. There's no way this fucker's going to come see me. I'm like, okay, if you want to come see me, here's my address. And he's like, okay. And, he came. He gave him a tour. We went to the local park, and we had a picnic, and we live streamed it, and it was just like, he was just a really, really genuine, nice person. And I told him, he even met the guy who was at Oxford, man. And I just remember being like, oh, this guy, he has a heart attack. And I didn't get the same offer. They're different. And I've helped him. Well, so there are dreamers in this world, and there are doers. And Apollo is a doer in a lot of ways, but he's a dreamer when it comes to his token. He's got a token. I gave him a really good rate at what I would do social media at, and because he was a friend of mine, I told him I would do it for free. He's like, no, I want to pay you. Like, I want to at least give you something, and it's going to take you money. So we came to I gave him a really discounted rate, and and I got everything ready for his token. So it's like all over Google and YouTube, and it's all over Instagram. It's ready to go, but he hasn't launched it. And when he was going to launch it was when he got diagnosed with diabetes or whatever, and he still hasn't launched it. So if he ever talks to you about his coin, don't hold your breath on it. I hope he launches it someday. Oh, and that's what we talked about. He's going to change it from maybe Ethereum to Solana or something like that. I told him, because I see people, like, at least on TikTok, who are very popular by doing their truck driving streams. So basically, it's just a truck driver who's driving the open road. They take a camera and they just point it at the road, and they get a ton of people watching because it's entertaining, it's soothing, and you're not putting yourself in danger, but you can see the whole United States. And I told him, if you're interested, if he was interested in doing social media, so I'm like, that's what you should do, because that's really interesting to people. And he was a little on the fence about it, but he just concluded that's not what he wants to do. And I recognize, like, these truck drivers, if they're like, they have to basically lie on every single board that they have. Like, not saying he does, but I watched a documentary this summer about truck driving, and not that I didn't know what they do, but it was like really in depth. basically they were like, yeah, I'm a new truck driver. I've been doing this for a year or two or whatever, and not once have I ever put the truth down in this book. And the guys under whom I was trained, they told me that's just a policy. So basically, like, let's say you have to make it from, I don't know, Albuquerque to Santa Fe, and I don't know, maybe that's X amount of miles. Well, you have to make sure to do all these checks on your vehicle, and they're supposed to take X amount of time. And it's basically like you don't have that much time to be able to do that and still get to the destination on time. So you have to kind of, you know, falsify some of these things. And Apollo was like, you know, like without saying it. I mean, I basically was able to say it to him, and he's like, well, now you understand why I don't want to show everything that I do on the road. Like, if he speeds, he would be speeding on camera, or if he, has to falsify something, somebody can go back to the street and be like, you didn't do that this way, whatever. And maybe appreciate what those guys do. It is. I'm glad that you didn't do it. I'm glad, but it was very nice that he offered you a position. But he lives a dangerous life, a very dangerous life. You got to think that like at any time he could be attacked at like some parking lot, and he's got to sleep. But he has shown me his rig though. It's super nice, but that doesn't mean I necessarily want to do that all the time. But it is super nice. Meaning like it's very comfortable. He's got a laptop, he's got a television, he's got DVD player, and all that other shit. Or, not even DVD player, but like, yeah, he's got the tablets and all that kind of shit. And at least it pays really well. So, like, that makes me feel good that, he's at least not doing all these sacrifices for nothing. But he would tell me, like, I would say to him, we would talk about food, and I would be like, I'm just so thirsty and I'm so tired all the time. And I would be like, okay, well, do you eat vegetables? He'd be like, no. And I'd be like, why not? He'd be like, because I've had an 18-wheeler. I can't drive that into town to a Whole Foods. It's just like, it's illegal. And it's like, yeah, that's what I figured. And like, you can't get to a farmer's market in an 18-wheeler. You literally have to like stay on the main highways, and they don't have fresh fruit there. He'd be like, the best I can get is like a banana and an apple at the cash register at the 7-Eleven. And like even when he came to visit me, he had to park his 18-wheeler in some other city to take a Uber because it's just like they're not going to allow me to have an 18-wheeler on certain roads. Unless I guess like if you're moving, there are maybe some exceptions that can be made, but they don't have the ability to turn around and all that shit. So, long story short, I'm glad that Paulo has the ability to provide for himself, that he has health taken care of. He's a very good-hearted individual. I really mean that. I can't say enough good things about him. And I think he's a good person. I agree. While Amy Ross hasn't streamed in a few months on Kick, he still hasn't streamed on Kick. Did I tell you what happened with Drake? Yeah, I did. Where Drake called Kick a Ponzi scheme? Yes, exactly. exactly. Do you know who Martin Shkreli is? To give you an idea of who this guy is, he's the guy who was the head of the pharmaceutical company, and he raised the price on AIDS medicine like 10,000%. Yes, yeah. So I've spoken with him at least. I've spoken to him on just on Twitter Spaces, and he was very nice to me. And like basically, if you really get down to what happened, it was his fault, but not necessarily. Like he was being pushed to raise the prices on these things, and he just basically became the scapegoat of this. Oh, one thing, um, Elon Musk, maybe within the last week, posted a bunch of times about this guy named Adrian Dick. Do you know who this person is? If you don't, that's fine. Yeah. So this guy's all over Twitter Spaces. The reason why he's famous is because he sounds exactly like Elon Musk. I mean, exactly. To the point where people think that it's an alt account of Elon Musk. It is not an alt account of Elon Musk. I can basically guarantee you that because I've heard them talk to each other and they sound exactly the same like they're talking to each other. But it's not like Elon Musk would be able to pull that off, even like on some random person's Twitter space. Um, anyway, so Elon Musk posted recently because there were all these theories that they're the same person, and they are not the same person. When I started my Best Rabbi Ever account, I had 3,000 followers. Adrian Dittman had 3,000 followers. Now Adrian Dittman has 170,000 followers, and we used to get in the same Twitter spaces all the time because they were crypto, and we're into the same shit. We're into like crypto, and, nootropics, and advanced technology and shit like that. This one guy I know, I think his name is Chris Turner. I say I know. I mean, I knew him on Twitter Spaces. He used to do these nightly crypto calls, and this is actually how I met the people from Harry Potter about us. I could tell you in one of those calls, and basically, um, one day, like I would go and I would talk about the future of technology and all these other things. That's how Harry Potter brought myself. Can you even find out about me? That's how I got in that community. But this one day, they were like, "Hey, Adrian Dittman's in here. Rabbi, will you debate Adrian Dittman?" And I'm like, "Sure. You name the topic, I'll debate it. I'll take both sides on any topic, and I'll be able to argue it successfully." So they're like, "All right, well, you were." I was talking about the hydrogen car and how it's superior to the electric car, and so Adrian Dittman gets in there, and they're like, "Adrian, everybody says that you're Elon Musk because he's an Elon Musk fan as well." And they talk about, like he basically backs it on everything. And while I think the electric car in some ways is superior to some gas-powered vehicles, I think both are inferior to the hydrogen. Um, the reason why the hydrogen cars are more popular is because there's nowhere to fuel them. I know, like 20 years ago, Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he was governor, had a hydrogen Hummer, but there was only like one hydrogen station in Southern California that you could use. So it's like if you don't have the stations, it's basically pointless. My next door neighbor had a hydrogen Honda or Clarity, something like that, and you have to drive to like Custom to be able to refill it. It's like you want to be like if they had hydrogen where all the gas stations were, it would be no big deal. If they had hydrogen with electricity chargers out, it would be no big deal. Everybody would be on hydrogen. And the reason why is, well, I'll explain my argument. So they get this Adrian Dittman guy who sounds just like Elon Musk. And they're like, okay, and they kind of pit us against each other, which I was fine with. And I get my opening argument basically that the hydrogen car is superior to the electric car. Why? The electric car does not, well, hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. So there's more hydrogen in the universe than there is anything else. You don't need lithium batteries. You don't need to mine these things. You don't need poor people in Africa to, sacrifice themselves for lithium and cobalt and all this other shit. Um, it's perfectly clean. It gives off water vapor, which isn't dangerous at all. Um, I, it has it goes farther, it lasts longer, and it works in the cold. I don't know if you're aware, if you've seen, but like electric cars don't work in the cold. So if you're in like Canada or something, it's like not a realistic vehicle to have. Anyway, exactly. And so I name all these things, and this Adrian Dickman was like, "Well, I'm busy right now. I'm making dinner. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning or something." And he's like, "Yeah, I he just I did not like how he debated me because he really couldn't debate the idea of a hydrogen vehicle. He just would be like, there's nowhere to charge you." I'm like, well, 20 years ago, there were no places to charge your electric cars either. You have to understand that you need to, exactly, that's all you need is water. And so we ended up having this debate. Still, it's very easy to get that. That's true. You can even just take it from the air. I mean, it's effort. So, so I, so, and he's like, where do you think the argument? Because people think, oh, hydrogen, you're going to need like a huge tank in your car. It's not true at all. But you'd be like, oh, and then when they get into an accident, they explode. Well, like any car will explode at high enough speeds. And look at what happens with electric cars. They explode, they burn down your house and your garage, and you can't even use water on the fire. It's like you have to use this special kind of like product to be able to put them out. Anyway, this guy and I debated like a year and a half ago or so, and I find it very funny now that Elon Musk is tweeting about this guy regularly. And so when this goes viral, perhaps someday that debate will be, I think, one for the cameras. At the end of it, I knew I had won, and a lot of people told me afterwards that I won, and I took it and I recorded it and reposted it, and a bunch of people just said that I had won on that one. Not everybody, but a lot of people, most of the people, did, at least who responded. And then this week, he becomes like Elon Musk posted about him like 2 or 3 times in a row. There's even an article. If I put the two names together, Elon Musk, Adrian, Dick. And the only reason why this guy is famous is he sounds exactly like Elon Musk. Who is Adrian? Like this was a Newsweek. Like this guy is a Newsweek article, and everybody says that it's Elon Musk's burner account. Look, I've heard Elon Musk. Like I knew this guy wasn't Elon Musk because, well, I don't think I would have debated Elon Musk. I mean, that was like like he sounded like a real person. I remember he was making dinner at the time, and he kept talking about his walk, and I just kept mocking him, like, just why don't you debate me and stop paying attention to your walk or whatever I said. Anyway, he he had he had an interview. Well, there was he finally got the chance to speak to Elon Musk, and even Elon Musk was taken aback, like, wow, you sound like me, exactly. And but now if you type in that guy's name, it's all over Google at least. Like, um, oh, I remember. So at a I looked at a I looked at a what was it? I looked at an interview that Elon Musk did, and they asked Elon Musk, and he okay, so they were talking about pushing updates to Twitter, and Elon said something like, I have multiple accounts. He said, I only have one multiple account. oh, is Adrian Dickman his alternate account? Well, I came to learn that his alternate account, I believe, was at E, just at E. And I think he has a child named Little E, something like that. He has X, but then there's like either another child or something, Little E, and or perhaps it was just maybe Elon Musk one day wants to go by E. Just mark my words. The shorter your name is, the more perhaps influential you can be. So he's got X for his kid. And then remember I was telling you that his ex-wife or whatever ex-girlfriend, Grimes, was going by C, and she was going by C. And so he went by E. And somebody had already had the username E, but they never posted anything. And Elon Musk just took it away one day. And this person complained because they were like, hey, I had that for a long time. I was just at E, and then it got taken away. And basically, it's Elon owns the site. He can do whatever he wants with it. So, as I understand, Elon Musk exactly. No, I disagree with that. If they ever have to take any federal funding for anything, if it gets one dime from the government, then all of a sudden it needs to have some public discourse. But if it's perfectly private, then you do what you want. And he did. He took the username E, and he says that he uses it to test the site right before they ever do any kind of major update with anything. He uses that. I think it's that account to test it. Anyway, if you've ever seen, I'm just going to go to Elon Musk's Twitter right now, and just to prove my point, Elon Musk, who is always in the public spotlight every single day. Okay, the last things that he wrote were. Okay, in the last 5 days, he's mentioned him. In the last 24 hours, he's mentioned him 3 times. In the last 24 hours, Elon Musk has written, Adrian is me 1,000%. No, Adrian is definitely me. I am Adrian Goodman. It's time the world knew. And I just don't believe this. I think he's trolling me. If he's not, then I have a fucking debate with Elon Musk. And I whoop his ass. But I don't think that's true. But yeah, so if I look, I don't believe it. I'm telling you, I would think that the way this guy spoke, I mean, I've heard Elon Musk speak about electric vehicles before, and Adrian Dickman at least did not know that much about it. And I don't know, I'm very suspicious of it. But for Elon Musk to have, he's a busy person, and he has tweeted about this person 3 times in the last 24 hours. And I didn't even know that. I just know he tweeted about him like twice within the last week, and not including these most recent ones. There's something. Well, I'm not going to say there's something there. I think he's trolling everybody, but you never know. The big reason. Is it just 606? Yeah, it's only got 2.6. You would think that well, I mean, until these things can be verified, I don't know what to say. I think I search good shit. There was an article posted, and it has the sound bite, so you can hear how close these guys sound to each other. And that's it. That's the only thing. I think they just sound very, very good. Okay, here it is. Uh, okay, can you hear this? Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Catherine, see, are you in here? Catherine, see, can you hear me? Yo! Maybe it's my device. Just a moment. I'm going to leave it for that. Yo! Yo! Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Yo! I see my thing like that. Maybe it's my cousin. Yo! There we go. Can you get me Caspian C? Caspian C? Caspian C. Caspian C. Yo, dog. Yo! 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 Yo, dog. Yo! 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 There you go. Was something happening with your computer? Yeah, just a moment. Let me see. Yeah, for some reason it's like kicking me out. Wait, did you have a switch of a Discord right now? Yeah, no, I understand. Right, right, I understand. I know it's never going to be perfect. It's just that it's an old problem. But I know I can hear myself on the other one as well. And I don't know. It was just Discord literally was just doing something. I don't know. I was asking you, can you hear this? Let me see if I can find. I know you can. I know I get that. Uh, yeah. Let me try that. Okay, good. All right, so here they are um, talking to each other, Adrian and Elon. That's, that's okay. So you switched it back, right? Yep, I got you. Okay, just one moment. Yeah, yeah, I do that. Um, so, I'm trying to find the first interview that they did together. Yeah, I found it. We were talking about doing this stuff about today's the day I'm not allowed to video the Here we go. It's this one. Okay. All right. If you go to that link that I just sent you, you'll be able to hear them talk to each other. And it just would be too hard to throw your voice on two different accounts. They're two different people. They don't even sound exactly the same, but they sound very similar. But they talk over each other, which would be very difficult. Oh, wait. No. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. However, this happened like, I mean, you're right. You're 100% right. If anybody could do it, it could be done now. But this was done a while back. Even. But you're right. So this was done last summer, or 2 summers ago. So, right. I get that. I get that. No, how are you? How are you? No, 100%. How are you? What up, Ricky Tina? What up, Mr. Person? How are you? What's good to be back in the What happened? Yeah. Anyway, um, you're right. If anybody Yeah, Joe Rogan talked about this years ago, that he has so much content on that. Exactly. I've seen similar things, and they're quite good. They're yeah. If you told me that was real 10 years ago, I would have believed it. Exactly. Right. And the videos that they're doing now are very accurate. Um, but all I'm saying is that yes, that guy could have had a voice changer. He, which very well could have been. Um, but I don't know. I just think it's interesting that I have a very public debate with this person, and now Elon Musk is saying that that's him, but it's not. I think that everybody knows it's not. But he's just trolling along. I don't think that that's that funny. I don't know. Trolling to me is basically sometimes like covered lying, and I just don't think that that's always that cool. Look, if you have to lie because your life depends on it, I'm cool with that. Say whatever the fuck you have to do to just escape whatever you have to do. But if you're just trying to be a douche, that's being a douche. That's not like people. That reason. Right. I get that. Thank you. The troll. Absolutely. 100%. I agree with you. Of any like, well, we talked about it with. Yeah, I agree. I just don't think that that's necessarily cool. Um, when people are trying to figure out the real, like what's really going on, then you're leaning into it, basically. You're like, yeah, I am a Jew. Then that makes people actually think that you are. When it's pretty obvious that you're not. I don't know. And I just think that's immature. But I don't know. What do I know? I can say that if anybody is going to troll me, they have enough uh, data or enough content to be able to do it. So I'm waiting for it. I almost invite it because yeah, I do. I absolutely do. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, I agree. That's right. We look it up. We will look it up. That's, I don't take eccentricity as a negative. That's right. That's the bravest thing in the world that you can say. Right. That's true. Right. Well, I think you can have an opinion on it, just like you can have an opinion on anything, but that doesn't mean that opinion is valid because you don't have the experience. Exactly. Exactly. We have some friends. What's going on, friends at Harry Potter Mama Science Candy? How you living, Pips? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, well, do everything that you can in your life to improve it. Pardon me? Can't see what you said. Who is that? I don't remember who that is. Oh yeah. No, I know who that is. Yeah, Laura. She, I haven't seen her in the community in a long time, and I think that's unfortunate. She's a really nice person, and she's the reason why I couldn't publicly, at least even under the covers, do things. And she's not the reason why. She's the one who requested that I do things under the covers, and yeah, I think that people in the they kind of on the side thinking they got either jealous or they didn't like it or whatever. But that was December 18th of last year, so I can tell you, or of like 2 years ago. So I can tell you that that's approximately been as long. I mean, maybe I've seen it once or twice a minute, but you know, especially with girls on the internet, once they get a boyfriend, they don't need this shit anymore. But she's a very nice person. I didn't know who you were referencing. Yeah, you are. She's very nice, and yeah, she's a nice person. I don't know what happened to her. Hopefully, I mean, I'm sure I could send her a message, you know, see what's going on, but I just haven't yet. How you living, Phil? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate the secret societies, right? Because that's where the powerful people are. But the secret societies to infiltrate the intelligence agencies. Oh boy. Well, I mean, that's actually in all the lectures. I kind of have the sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret societies, right?
Well, it comes down, to give you my definition of secret societies. One is that generally the existence is a secret. It's what they do, it's secret. It's what's in the box as opposed to the existence of the box. So one of the most important criterions is that they are self-selected. You just don't join, they pick you. They decide whether or not you're going to admit you. And oftentimes they will sort of recruit you. Once you have been recruited, you have to pass tests and initiations. And you also have to swear oaths of loyalty. Those are always very, very critical. So, broadly speaking, what enters into an intelligent organization does, they decide whether you get in. You just don't automatically get the job. You have to pass tests, a lie detector test, for instance, field training tests, a whole variety of tests, and then you're sworn to secrecy. You never talk about what you do, ever, or there'll be dire consequences. So the method is very much the same. And also this idea of creating a kind of insane group. The organization is us, and everyone else is outside of that. We are guardians of special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that would generally happen if you question whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't know. Why? Because we're the organization that knows things. We collect information. We know the secrets. We guard the secrets. Therefore, if we tell you, you must believe us.
I have this sense that there are very powerful secret societies operating today, and we don't really know or understand them. And the conspiracy theories in spirit might have something to them, but are actually factually not correct. Like, an effective, powerful secret society or intelligence agency is not going to let you know anything that it doesn't want you to know, right?
They'll probably mislead you to do some things. So I think the question is, what's the most powerful or important secret society? Probably the one you don't know about. The one that doesn't advertise its existence. The one which is never known anywhere under its real name. You've got things like the Guinness Club. You've got the Bilderbergers, which is another sort of formed in the 1950s. Largely the creation of a guy by the name of Joseph Rettenberg. Polish, mysterious, appears out of nowhere, a schemer for years. A man expelled from Britain, France, and the United States at one point or another. Long active in the Mexican labor movement. Rettenberg is a mysterious figure. In fact, his
How's your day going, Doggo? You're tripping? We are watching the Lex Friedman podcast, just chilling. Doggo, I think we met, right? Haven't we? Oh, that's right. Okay, excellent. So you know all about it. Yeah, we're just watching the Lex Friedman podcast. How about you? Excellent. How much more percentage do you have at that's complete? All right, so it's an uphill battle. That's all right. Back in the day, we used to make days just to download a song, so don't you worry about it. It'll be here soon enough. Yeah, one song used to take days on Napster or iMonitor or any of the downloading sites that people just used back in the day. So for you to be able to download a very high graphics game on the internet is like futuristic stuff. Are you excited to play your game? I don't think you I don't think you can get I don't think that's going to kick it. I didn't kick it. Testing, did you kick it? I don't think you did. It would have told me. Are you sure it just didn't drop? That could be. Yeah, no, I think you did. Are you excited to play your game? And you said no. So you're just downloading it and just it'll be something to do. Okay, very cool. What other games do you like to play, Doggo? What was it? Oh, cool. I'll watch it, man. Yeah, I like playing Madden. I like playing FIFA. I like playing Civilization. I like playing Age of Empires. I like playing some mini games. I like playing Fortnite. Oh, excellent. Are you good? Okay. Yeah, I go outside every once a day just to touch grass. Usually it's just to take out the garbage. But yeah, I streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as Santa Barbara, as far south of San Diego. I've streamed with the ocean, the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed as far west as the mountains and the desert. I have streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Santa Monica. I've streamed in downtown LA. You name it. If it's in California, I guess we're streaming. I used to. I used to, but generally it's just a quick. Well, like yeah, I could say like if I ever do anything special, like I went on a picnic recently. I went on a picnic, and yeah, we did that, and I streamed that. That was fun. But generally, it's pretty expensive to do IRL streaming, and I don't have data anymore, so I have to stay within my Wi-Fi router. No, I used to bring 4 devices. I have 4 different devices. It's all uploaded on Instagram, and whenever I do any kind of IRL stream, I get some Instagram. Look, here, no, it's over my hotspot. If you want to see my IRL streaming, it's on my Instagram. You can take a look at it if that's of interest to you. But yeah, I mean, usually I just have to stay where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, so that's where desktop computers and on, on Twitch, I have 50,000. On Instagram, I have 10,000. Um, on YouTube, I got thousands. Uh, Rabbi Rothschild is probably behind. PHSC, I have these. Yeah, I mean, I've got, no, those aren't pictures. Those are hour-long videos. Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah, over, I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 200 over 200, let's see, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, even more than that now, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, if I ever lose any of my accounts, I have 10,000 Kick. 10,000 Kick accounts, yeah. I created a robot that creates them for me. Well, I didn't get paid for Kick. That was just for spam. I get paid on Rumble, and I get cryptocurrency donations and stuff. And, yeah, I trade. I'm a certified project management professional. I launch apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generally, whenever I get money, I can complete projects for people. last one I had to do was this summer. And I probably want to do another maybe this next summer. With cryptocurrencies, a lot of times the cryptocurrency will be launching, and then one of my assistants will have their social media or set up the back end of the development. So I can oversee that project, and if we come to a negotiation, then the payment on the bill. No, I don't. I'm done with those. I've never sold any cryptocurrency. I've never sold any. Yeah, because it could be worth a lot more if I could. Absolutely, but it's given to me. It's basically a gift. It's a slap in the face to somebody. If they give me a gift and I sell it that way, I don't think that is a nice thing to do. I think what a nice thing to do is to hold it as long as possible until it accumulates a huge value. And then after that happens, I can talk to the person who gave it to me and say, hey, I'd like to do this with it. How's that sound to you? They're going to say it was yours to begin with. That sounds great. And then I feel, in a moral sense, better about perhaps giving away the money than just if I do it on my own. I know, I know. Enough that I don't have to know. No, these are generally just regular people who have made good investments and perhaps they have a cryptocurrency that made them millionaires. Like I'm part of one cryptocurrency. It's called AirPower Bonus on Canadian. It's already made millionaires. It's the best cryptocurrency in the world. And the people there are very kind to me. But I'm also in other cryptocurrencies as well. And people have been very generous to me. Hey, GB, if you can hear me, I've muted on this one. As I'm in cryptocurrency. But yeah, essentially, crypto is the future. And I recognize that it's in my best interest to just hold. I'm as diamond-handed an investor as you can have. I mean, I don't ever sell. It's like people are giving me a gift. And it's to me rude to sell their gift. Especially when I know that the longer I hold, yeah, exactly. It's it's beneficial for both of us. It's beneficial for them to have me as a holder because I don't sell, and I also promote it. And then it's beneficial for me because it's more money in my life. Perhaps I've never bought it. People just give it to me as donation. It's going to be the world's reserve currency someday. The thing that makes Harry Potter Rothschild 10 years special is that it is backed by data. And data is its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And essentially, it's been live for more than a year and a half, and every single moment of every single day has been of the telegram has been live. So you'd be able to go back on my stream and see when the ticker was worth a penny, and when it was worth 10 cents, and when it was worth 20 cents, and when it was worth 30 cents, and it's just going to continue to go up over time, especially with the mass adoption of cryptocurrency that we'll likely see within the next half decade or so. Yeah, it's something like that. Right now, I think the spot is something like 20 cents each, and when I started, it was less than a penny. So it's up probably at least like 20 to 50 cents. I'm not exactly sure. I can tell you this: regular people who invested at the beginning are now moving. I didn't even know about it. So that was launched in May. This version of it was launched in May of 2023. Let me make sure I have that right. Yeah, May of 2023. And let me make sure. Yeah, it's been a long. I've been in this way for a long time, and I got into it in like July of 2023. So I was like maybe 2 months off of the initial launch, and the way that I got into it, I was in Telegram, and the people in the Telegram were, I'm sorry, I was in Twitter Space, and the people in the Twitter Space thought that they were listening when we speak on some topics regarding futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, that kind of stuff. And they thought what I was saying was really interesting. And they invited me into their Telegram. And initially, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll join. And I had enough devices. You could keep them live with me. And they also wanted to give me cryptocurrency. And so I gave them my wallet address. And they gave me some then, and they gave me some whenever. I'd never asked them for it, but just whenever they want, somebody will see an interview that I do, and they'll want me to continue to hear an interview to talk about the brand because I show it to billionaires. So, like, you know who Eddie Craven is? I showed it to Eddie Craven, Aiden Ross. I showed it to Aiden Ross during interviews on Kick, and just basically want people to know about it. I haven't sold it to them, but showed it to them. So basically, I have promoted it. I've told him in interviews, live on Kick, that both he and Eddie should buy this because it's going to the moon. And I've done it multiple times. I know that Eddie has accepted my friend request on Discord, so I mean we have that connection. Yep, he's a multi-player. Yeah, well, I think he started off with perhaps a nice bank account, but he's turned out, I think through technology, he's turned out into multiple millions of dollars and good investment. And then on top of that, he has stake. If you know what stake is, and stake is the largest gambling site in the world, so among. So he has that. Hey, you gotta be 18 to be here, Bravo. Oh, okay, I got you. All right, well, I don't know if you'd be able to do that, but perhaps in a few years when you're 21, you'll be able to do that. What game are you playing, if I may ask? I see helicopters. Oh, this is Rust? Oh, okay, everybody talks about this game. Okay, so what makes this... Go ahead. And you like to fly helicopters in it? Isn't that what this is? How you fly a helicopter in this place is love? Yeah. Is it like Minecraft graphics? You good? Okay. they're at a way to invest in this. Like, I believe it's private. Yeah, I think it started in Australia and then expanded. Now in some states you can use it for gambling. Man, you are having some struggles with this helicopter. I watch you. I see that it's not like a super duper helicopter. Man. It's kind of like a, oh, what do they call them? They're like, it's like a parrot, almost like a parrot helicopter. It doesn't have doors or anything on it, so I see that it's difficult. So what's your, okay, so your goal is to go through all these squares, and then you keep losing control, right? I got you. Okay. Right. It's like a flight simulator. It's very touchy. Okay. Oh, it's not touchy. Have you thought of turning up your mouse sensitivity? Oh, wow. So it's super fast, but it's not following. Yeah. Can you shoot guns in this game? Very well. Do they have team deathmatch? Do they have King of the Hill? Really cool. Not Rust. It looks fun. So how did you find out about Lady Mouse? So, I had a friend of mine who asked me if I knew who Aiden Ross was, and I said no. And I had just started streaming on Kick, and he's like, "Well, he streams on Kick." And then I got to use Discord, and the moderators on the Discord kept kicking me out. So I built a robot that would always let me back in whenever I got kicked out, and it basically outlasted his moderators. So then I was able to just stream in there a lot. But then they changed the way that the Discord server was made so that like just random people couldn't come in there anymore. So then I was in there like alone for months. There weren't a lot of people in there. And then recently it's gotten going again. Um, so I would tell you though that the way that I really found out about him is he came into my stream one day and asked me all kinds of questions. And I showed him my ID, I showed him my credit card, and like Aiden Ross came into my YouTube while he was on stream and wanted to know like what I was doing because he noticed that I was spamming people and that I was in his Discord and everything. And so he asked me to show him my ID, which I did. And he asked me to show him like a credit card, and I did. And why not? Yeah, I even showed him the three numbers on the back. I'm not dumb enough to show him a credit card that's going to work. I'm not going to show that to the whole world and have my account trained. But I had the credit card that I could show him, so I did. Yeah, exactly. It's just like a second form of identification. think he just wanted to really make sure I was who I said I was. And I don't know. I mean, that's a question for him. I think he was just trying to see how much he could get me to do as well. But once somebody's showing you their credit card and their driver's license, that's pretty much as affirmative that they are who they say they are as you're going to get. And do you ever stream on Kick? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Well, I I created a robot that streams on that spams on Kick, and so everybody on Kick knows who I am. And I think that's how Aiden Ross found out about it. Speaking of which, his Discord's pumping right now. I never sent him a friend request. I did send one to Eddie though, and he added me. No, not at all. Eddie's very private when it comes to that kind of stuff, and I get it. But the reason why Eddie added me, I did an interview. You know the streamer Ori Ouri? He's a pretty big streamer on Kick, and he and I did an interview a few months ago, and I had really good things to say about Eddie and that platform, just like to create a competitor to Twitch, and I think he liked what I said because he added me. What about aliens? No, he liked what I said about the Kick platform, that it was essentially creating an alternative to Twitch, which I thought was really positive. I said that Kick was essentially emerging as a competitor to Twitch, and that I think that it has a lot of opportunity to be very successful in the future. And I said, especially with the time in the state, and that somebody needs to overtake Twitch eventually, and I think it'll be Kick. And I think that he was positive, or he thought positive things about what I said, and that's why he added me, but I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, I'm not, I don't really focus on that kind of stuff financially. I'm fine with what I need to do. While I can't necessarily spend like it's going out of style, I have enough budgeted for each month, and I know that it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And when I do, I'll be able to buy anything in the world, including any plane that's available. I'll be able to buy jet fighters if I want to. Generally, I have it delivered. So I have delivery accounts with like your major Instacart and Walmart delivery, and which those are my main ones that I use. So if I ever need anything, I just get on my phone and have it delivered. Though I have gone to the store live on stream and done shopping live on stream, I don't like to do that because then I'm live on only one stream at once. I like being live on 10 streams at once because if I ever lose my account on that one stream, then I lose all that data. So to me, it's smarter and easier to just have everything delivered. It gets delivered to my front door. All I have to do is just basically store it. When I'm ready to eat, I can. But I have gone shopping on stream, and quite a few different times, quite a few different well, like I have years of my streams that I've done online that of me shopping, but at least recently I've done the home delivery thing. You know, it's I mean I could do that, but the last thing that a billionaire wants is somebody asking him for money. Especially when that's not what I want him for. I want to make sure that he's able to make his platform the best platform that he can. So I feel that it's in my best interest to grow organically. I mean, I cheat. There's no doubt that I cheat. I create robots that spam my account on Kick and on Twitch 24/7, and eventually somebody's going to see that, and it's going to go viral, and then I'll be able to provide for anything I want. Yeah, I program them. They're really macro programs, if you know what that is, but they basically just are like automatic mouse clickers. But they're very smart because they can identify pictures and they can identify text. So and they can do some like I have some things that can do captures for me. So it like gets me past the "Are you a robot?" thing. I don't know if it's in my server, but he is my friend on this account um, on Kick or on Discord. And I haven't invited him to my server. If he wants to join, I know he can, or he knows he can. But I don't know. I don't pressure him. Yeah, that's the last thing that he has. And if you've ever known any really high net worth individuals, if you ever ask them for money, that's the biggest turnoff in the world for them. That's fine. I mean, frankly, I know other high net worth individuals outside of Eddie, and I've never asked them for money. I don't go to them for money because we're friends just in real life. And if I were to go to them to say, hey, will you please write a check for whatever amount of money so that I can do X, Y, Z, and I think that it's a really good investment, and I'll give you all this money back, then we stop being friends and we become business associates. And I don't want that. They're my friends, and I don't need their money. He lives in Australia. I don't know. I'm sure he donates some, but I'm sure he probably also has the mentality that he just needs to grind as much as possible and get kick off the ground to the point where he is as big as Twitch. and then start his own Kick Foundation to be able to give back to people. Do you know who Action Man is? All right, well, Action Man is a big Kick streamer, and I know that a lot of people on Kick do some outreach to people and give back and such. So there are people associated with Kick that do that kind of stuff, but I don't know if Eddie himself gives back directly. No, I mean, he can live off the interest now. I can tell you this, he gives to his streamers, so he gives to people on Kick, and he's very generous for giving back. So he may, I don't know, he may give to homeless people too, I'm not sure. But what he does do is he subscribes to people's channels with like 50 subscribers, which is like $250 a month for the person.
So yeah. So
Can you please repeat that? Um, well, like basically you need to have a verified account, which is like 80 followers, and then you can accept donations and you can accept subscriptions. And once you're verified, meaning you have 80 followers and some other stuff, you can get subscribers. And so if Eddie likes what you do, he'll give you 50 subscribers, which means you get $250 a month from him. Or he'll give you 100 to $500 a month, or something like that. No, they do pay you. No, they pay better than anybody. Um, so what they do, they have something called the KCIP. It's the Kick Creator Incentive Program, which pays people hourly to stream, which is very unique. Most places don't pay you hourly, but they do. So essentially, if you meet their requirements, you can make up to like six. Like you need to have like a certain amount of people watching you for every stream. I think it's like 100 people continuous watching you, and you have to have at least 80 followers. You need to have like within the last 30 days, you need to stream like something like 40 hours in the last 30 days, or something like that. And there are a couple others that they've added. But once you have that, then you can make like $16 an hour just by streaming. Well, it's a good question. In order to qualify for that program, you have to stream exclusively on Kick, and I don't stream exclusively on Kick. I multi-stream, so I'm live on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and DLive and Trovo and a whole bunch of other platforms. And I don't want to stop streaming on YouTube. YouTube is my bread and butter, meaning my whole life is archived on YouTube. And Kick does not store videos longer than 30 days. So basically, it's just temporary. And I don't want just temporary streaming. I want the ability to have my life watched in the future for long periods of time. Or in the future, 100%. 100%. Exactly. Just like we study people in old photographs, I think that people will study people in video in the future. Not only that, but you'll be able to study my circadian rhythms, my sleep patterns, my eating patterns, my bathing patterns, my um, heartbeats per second, my blinks per second, my swallows per minute, all that stuff that basically these metrics that people would be interested in the future, especially from a biological standpoint. I have more data on myself than any person ever, so this may be very beneficial for people in the future. Absolutely. Hey, come by anytime, Doggo, and play your game. I'd love to watch you whatever you play, and come back whenever you're bored. But yeah, I was saying, it's getting lit in there, so I don't want you to miss out on anything, okay? Oh, I don't want to get in trouble for self-promotion. To be honest with you, I don't want to get in trouble for self-promotion. Take care, my man. Shout out to Doggo, everybody.